Welcome back to CCT Series 6. We're going to be heading into things with a little bit more action for the playoffs. If you're wondering who we are, well, stop wondering. We don't matter. It's the teams that matter. It's the tournament that matters. And one way over here, why don't we take a look at the tournament and its format as well, how we actually got this far. I am T-Time, he is Teltris. Might as well introduce us while we're here. Teltris, I like your purple, man.
I know, I picked the brown out too. I was hoping to match it, but yeah, the muffler is a part of me.
Muffler is a part of you, and I hope it keeps you quiet for a while I talk about the format. The format is straightforward. There was a group stage, round robins, 5 teams per group, 2 groups, 6 teams going forward, and you're probably thinking, well, it's a playoffs. You can't have a 6-team playoffs. What is this? Some weird Counter-Strike tournament? No. We're still in Dota. We have 2 teams directly invited into those playoffs. Those 2 teams this time over were 9 Pandas and Navi Junior. So our playoffs have been very well underway already. We have in fact already said goodbye to some of the teams. It's been Zero Tenacity and 4 Pirates eliminated early on. But interestingly enough, by the way, while we do have the prize pool on the screen, our invited teams lost their opening matches, so Navi Junior and 9 Pandas are down in the lower bracket today, and things are going to get very, very interesting. What are they all fighting for? It's on your screen. $30,000 for first place, 50k overall. That's what you want to see. That's a good thing, my Dota. You want to win. You want to get that prize money. That being said, though, there's still more to talk about here, Ultras. We have to talk about the schedule and all of the fantastic matches we have for the day.
Yeah, of course. And as you were talking about the invited teams, right, it is a bit surprising that they fell down. I hope that they can do better, and we'll have an opportunity to see that right off the bat, as we're going to see Navi Junior and Mouse face off against each other in a best of 3. And then later on, we're going to see some good old jiggle in action against the 9 Pandas, and then Night Pulse and Passion UA to finish off the day.
I do love some jiggle in action, Teltris. You seem to be really passionate about that one. But hey, Night Pulse versus Passion UA, of course, will be the upper bracket final, and then we've got the lower bracket quarterfinals initially. We're going to be covering Navi Junior versus Mal before we leave you with some extra beautiful faces and some extra sultry voices to finish out the day. But Navi Junior and Mouse, let's focus in. Let's take a look at those lineups. Navi Junior, first and foremost, a team that has been shrouded in some controversy recently, but that controversy does not come without success. They have been incredible, a team on the rise as of late, and you've actually gotten to see a lot of that, right? Just walk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, despite of the fact that they haven't had that great of a showing, Navi Junior has constantly improved, right? Since this roster formed, they have won on some of the other tournaments out there. They've been consistently performing better. I would say that their rise is a bit comparable to Passion UA. Of course, they might have done a bit more better because they have won on quite a few, a few EPL series here and there. They came on second in the Misa Invitational 2. So yeah, those are some big wins, right, in the Tier 2 stage, where perhaps if you're not talking about the biggest teams in the world, and in the Tier 2 scene, Navi Junior is certainly one of the better teams out there.
Of course, Mouse, on the other hand, have been a little bit less fortunate. They decided in December to completely revamp their entire team. Supreme and Force were the only ones left behind. And although these 2 players have become sort of talismans of Mouse Sports, we are still unsure about what comes through. Fly is going to be no stranger to anyone who has been watching Dota for any time. One of the most legendary support players that has actually played in the scene. One of the few players who I think you look at and say, wow, he never won a TI. That's pretty insane. And he's also always been on the outside looking in ever since that initial split from E3 as well, ever since Shopify Rebellion didn't work out. Now finding his home inside Mouse Sports, will be hoping to add a little bit more leadership. And it did always feel like that's what Mouse Sports was missing out on, Cultures. It really felt like a lot of the times they didn't have that veteran direction, didn't have that veteran leadership, and Fly's hoping to provide.
And I hope that he is able to succeed in that regard, because Mouse have been trying for quite some time. There have been a lot of roster changes as well. Each and every single tournament, each and every few months go by and there is a new player on the roster. So I certainly do hope that with the addition of Fly, with the addition of Low Skill, and then you obviously have the same players in the form of Supreme and Force, right? So you do have that consistency mixed in there as well. So I'm hoping that can lend to some of their success here today and in the future.
Well, let's jump into the veto phase, or the drafting phase. Navi Junior starting things off straightforward. They do take out the Phoenix themselves. Wouldn't be too surprised to see if they maybe want to take out the Morphling as well. They struggled versus Night Pulse's Morphling yesterday in the upper bracket, although Night Pulse really did do a number on them. One of the other teams that has been on the come-up continued in the Tier 2 scene. It really felt like it was between Night Pulse, Navi Junior, and Passion UA about, hey, which team is going to be that next big thing from that Tier 2 area. So maybe not too surprised about that loss, but it doesn't mean that Navi Junior will not be any less disappointed. Mouse Sports, on the other hand, start things off fairly straightforward. They take out the Alchemist, they take out the Bristleback, both heroes very much staples of the scene.
Yeah, Navi Junior are actually going for, I would say, unconventional bans. I'm not sure why they're so afraid of the Phoenix. It's not even one of Mouse's most played heroes. Perhaps they have some strategy of their own.
Fly
But banning...
is incredible on the Phoenix, by the way. That is one of his.
Oh right, I
heroes.
forgot. Mouse has had
the new lineup.
Yeah.
New lineup. Hey
So,
man, I got you. If it's pre 2018 Dota, I know it all.
so I mean that's certainly going into it, and that's going to be a wow factor going in the way of Mouse, right? Because not a lot of teams, even if you do prep against Mouse, how do you prep against the newly formed chemistry that they're now offering? It's going to be interesting to see what Navi Junior have in play. Now, I will say that we have seen quite a few niche picks come out. Yesterday, I saw... so, T-Time, have you ever seen a Ricky Maru in competitive play? Because I saw it yesterday, and I was baffled.
It was quite common for a little while in the meta. In the middle, I think it was in 2023, funnily enough, where Ricky was quite heavily being picked. It was one of the more contested heroes, actually.
Yeah, and yesterday as well, the Ricky did very well. I believe it was support position 4 or position 5 Ricky, just landing that smoke
Did you
screen
get
and
to
everything.
cover any of these teams in the playoffs before? Because I wasn't with you yesterday, actually.
No, I don't remember. I don't think so.
Phantom Assassin is another one of these heroes that I'm quite surprised by how strangely high priority it's actually been, Tultros. It's been doing really well, and it's always been a hero that's generally on the fringes of competitive play, and it has started to creep much more into the metagame. It feels like right now where you're looking for these fighting carries that also have farming potential, but in their piecemeal construction of the Battle Fury, you are still hoping to get a TP out or so. PA can do a lot. Plus, it's a good deny pick. When you've already got the Magnus on the other side, you are expecting that to always be in the cards.
And definitely, and I think with the introduction of the facets, right, teams are now shying away from their RNG factor, right? So you're going for the other facet, which is a guaranteed critical strike proc, right? And so when you're playing with a guaranteed proc, so you can actually formulate a battle strategy, a plan, because if you land those nukes, if you land those disables, then there's going to be a 1000 damage nuke coming from the Phantom Assassin. So that's an added value factor so you don't have to rely on the randomness. You can rely on strategy instead with the Phantom Assassin, that something that was not available previously before the facets.
Tiny ban and the Clockwork ban coming out of here.
Now, Dragon Knight, Mouse have left that in the field, and I suppose Phantom Assassin has an excellent mechanism against all of these heroes that have this incredible amount of passive armor or passive regen, right? Just going for that break mechanism with that shard, a very high value pickup for the Phantom Assassin, just 1400 gold to take away 25% max HP and provide a break for over 5 seconds. It's incredible.
That's true, but also at the same time, you do have to keep in mind, even if you don't go in for that, the PA, just by virtue of the amount of damage she deals in high mobility wise, it feels like she's one of the few heroes that can actually work around the Dragon Knight, right? You can blink to and fro between supports, you can blink backwards, you also have great evasion, so it's not like the DK can actually burst you down with the right clicks either. It does feel like there's a lot of natural synergy of the PA versus DK, which can make it a skill-based matchup, and to be honest, I don't think Mouse Sports are worried about that one bit at all. Nightstalker ban, though, coming through from Navi. I do appreciate that again. It just feels like it's one of those heroes that can completely break a game, especially if it's coming out of this, newly constructed Mouse Sports, which might not have as much chemistry as you'd expect from a formulated team like Navi.
And it's just such a straight up good counter against the Magnus as well. Just the Dark Ascension is just really good against any AoE ultimate out there, right? Just giving that vision, not to mention against the Phantom Assassin, the literal name in the Assassin, right? You don't want a hero like the Night Stalker giving you that much vision. Now, of course, the Clockwork is also banned out. So those
This
are
is
both the very heavy, the UAVs won't be out there for either team.
This is wild. Like having a Pugna second pick coming through, even though Mass Sports did actually sometimes prioritize this before. I think it was Supreme who played the Pugna, right? Very often out towards mid, it was a bit of a specialty. And you talked about the Ricky Maru. It comes out. It feels like we are living in a completely different day than just a day ago, where drafting was completely different. Hero priorities were very segmented.
Yeah.
But that's always a nice thing about European Dota in the tier 2 sort of area. You have specialties. You have teams that lean into, pocket picks and signature heroes, and that's exactly what both of these guys are trying to do right now.
And I have to say, even I think yesterday when I did see the Ricky Maru, it was against the Phantom Assassin. So that mischance, that silence to make sure that Phantom Assassin can't be blinking out, it provides so much value in the laning phase. And then even after the laning phase, when the Phantom Assassin does not have the BKB, your ability to blink in on towards unsuspecting foes or heroes that are kind of squishy, like the Lich, for example, is kind of negated, right? You then have to think twice if you're the Phantom Assassin if you want to be going in. So I really like this pick from Navi Jr. The thing is, they kind of have to play around it. They kind of have to play aggressive.
Wow.
And it's going to be... Wow,
I'm really surprised. Like, it feels like Ricky is already going to be putting you in a tough position. Timber's also not great versus the Lich. The Sinister Gaze is absolutely fantastic. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the Frost Shield still blocks up the damage, even though it's pure, right? From the spells?
I mean, it says damage reduction, right?
Yeah, so, I think it does.
But pure damage can't be reduced. So I think the pure damage still hits, but I think all other types of damage are reduced by the same amount. At least that's the way that I think about it. There are a few tooltip issues in Dota still that need to be cleared out. But the thing is, what I'm thinking right now is that you can send this Ricky Maru to be a core position. You do have the Magnus as well with that Empower. Ricky does extremely well against all 4 heroes of Mao's. The Crystal Maiden, stop her ultimate. The Timbersaw, stop him from chaining away. The Phantom Assassin, stop him from blinking away. And the Pugna, he can't Decrepify or Life Drain under the smoke cloud. So, Navi,
I'd love to see a core Ricky over here. I think it would be very strong, you're right.
With the Frost Shield as well from the Lich, but in fact, it's going to be a core Templar Assassin.
Could this be position for Magnus? Because, we had this conversation before yesterday that you want to have that Empower or be on a support in a lot of ways if you want to prioritize your melee carry farming up. You can't really try and have a mid Magnus follow them around. It becomes inefficient pathing. It becomes inefficient farming. So if your Ricky is a core, you put Mag on a position 4, maybe go for a little bit more of a controlling 3 like a Tide Hunter or something like this. This could be a very interesting draft over there.
So I think it is going to be a Tide Hunter for Navi Jr. And you know why I'm saying this? Because yesterday, Navi Jr. versus Zero Tenacity, Navi Jr. picked this exact same lineup. Like, I'm not... They haven't done a single thing differently right now. It's Magnus, Ricky, Lich, Templar.
Oh, that's true, actually. Funnily, you're right.
So...
I didn't even look at that one, man. I still got the Tide Hunter. That's insane. I mean, let's also compare and contrast with what Zero Tenacity was bringing to the table, because they lost in 18 minutes, by the way, guys, just for context. Zero Tenacity brought a Pango, a Grimstroke, a Lycanthrope, a Phantom Assassin, and a Lion. A very different composition overall to what Mao's brings to the table. Right now, Mao's are heavily going to be relying on this Pugna and its success. Maybe the Timbersaw as well, but it feels like the Timber's going to be having a rougher time getting itself going. Tide's also great against the PA is the thing. A Tide Magnus lane is a pain in the bum.
It really is. And if you pick the Tide, you don't even have to position this Magnus as a support. You can just send the Magnus down towards the mid side, send the Ricky with the Tide Hunter, or even the Lich, for example, and you have a pretty decent lane. In the laning phase, Magnus does pretty well against the Timbersaw. All things considered, sure, you have a lot of damage from the Timbersaw, but you always have the potential of that skewer into the tower before the Timbersaw is level 6. And looks like Navi Jr., they're saying, if it works, if it's not broken, why fix it?
If we can get an 18-minute victory, well, let's see if we can do it again. The question is, how do you counter this out from Mouse, right? You have... likely a Magnus mid, you likely have a support Ricky and a Tide Hunter coming through. You're losing your lane as a PA Crystal Maiden. I don't think there's any way for you to win that one at all. You have to go damage mitigation, and The thing is, I still don't mind the Pugna in mid because I know Supreme can be really good on it, but at the same time, it does feel like you want a much more controlling mid. You've taken out the Puck yourself, which would be an ideal hero to go for in this position, because they were worried about this being a support Magnus as well. They weren't actually expecting a position 3 Tidehunter to be coming through as the last pick, so yeah.
You need more damage. Like, if your mouse, I see it lacking, at least in the earlier stages of the game. I don't see how the setups from the Frostbite and, like, even though you have the Phantom Assassin, you're not going to have that damage output earlier on.
Ember gets owned by a TA. Yeah, I know it's a position 1 TA, but you could always just give it a old jiggly do and maybe switch things back and forth. Doesn't feel like that's going to be the case. Navi Jr. has put juice on TA. They're going to be sticking to their guns. But yeah, Supreme's Ember Spirit is another hero that he's incredibly comfortable on. But it'll be Pugna on denial, or maybe it's Pugna in denial. Hey.
I will say that the Ember is one of the better heroes against the Tidehunter's Anchor, right? Because you can Remnant away and the Anchor will be dragged alongside with you. But if you're something like the Storm Spirit or the Queen of Pain, then you can't be blinking or zapping away. So it is a better, one of the better mid laners out there against the Tidehunter. But I don't know how well it's going to do in this particular game.
Do you think this is going to be a Tidehunter mid though?
I think it's going to be a Tidehunter offlane. Yeah,
of course.
But the problem I'm having is all 5 of their heroes are countered out by the Ricky's. Yeah, like I'm failing to understand the battle plan or how they're going to play around that smoke screen. They've naturally boxed themselves into a corner in a way that they're saying, hey, we're okay with, you know, expending that money into multiple 4-stars for our teams, expending that money into multiple Glimmer Capes into our team, and that gives a lot of space, a lot of room for Navi Jr. to decide that, you know, you're expecting those 4-stars to come out, you're expecting those Glimmers to come out, so how are you going to be countering that out yourself? Do you just go ultra aggressive? Because Mouse don't have a lot of firepower right now.
You also don't have a single winning lane, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane, okay, I have seen Ember versus Magnus go horribly, and I have seen it go okay for the Ember as well. So it really depends how careful you are. If you can manage not to get skewered into the opposing tower, right, then perhaps you're going to have a good lane. But if you're not careful, if you're spamming out those side of fists, then any decent Magnus out there will just be skewering you and you know,
I mean, at best, you're going okay is the thing, though, right? Like, Ember isn't a hero that feels like it's better rotating. It doesn't feel like it's a hero that's better farming. It's not better in any particular way. So your laning stage is entirely hinged on the Timbersaw and its success in a position like this. I really feel like this is not going to be a drafting win for Mouse Sports. They have to completely outplay Navi Jr. Execution-wise, basic fundamental head-to-head wise, Navi have gotten the win in the draft stage.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's a clear win in the drafting phase. Or is there going to be a fight this early on? Surely not. Okay, so Mouse Esports, they don't have anyone that can go inside and fight. You have Force on the Timbersaw, you have the Phantom Assassin, but is that going to be enough? Because you have the Lich, you have the Tidehunter Magnus, there's so much that you have to push into, and the rest of your heroes just can't keep up. The Ember Spirit's not going to be able to man fight. The Pugna and the Crystal Maiden are going to be forced to play in that very safe position. They have to make sure that they're not visible. Otherwise, they're just going to get jumped on by the Ricky. And keep in mind,
Navi Jr. put down as well, by the way. Incredibly aggressive. They really wanted to go for this fight, and PMA over here getting caught out. This is going to be a dead Tidehunter. He just hopes to find a bit more damage, maybe first blood.
With the fish, you are oblivious. Now you're mine.
The return and the first blood. With that's what was supposed to be an easy win for Mouse turned into a bit of a disaster, but it's obviously not the worst thing in the world. You did get the trade out. The Phantom Assassin did get a bunch of gold and XP in their own way. Niku versus Supreme. Ember Spirit versus Magnus. I mean, this is a very classical combination that we have seen, and I don't know. I hope the Ember. I hope that Supreme can figure something out for himself here.
Now, this is where, you know, I talked about how it's not really going to be a winning lane for the PA and the Crystal Maiden. Am I right? Am I wrong? It does feel like up to level 3, maybe there can be an advantage, but bot lane, you've lost out the Pugna. Timbersaw was elsewhere. Force was just trying to get the creeps diverted backwards. Pugna thought that he could maybe stop the enemy creeps from pushing in the meanwhile.
I mean, topside is, quite honestly, as the more levels you get over on the side of Navi Jr., the better you are in this lane. You can't kill the Tidehunter later on, but perhaps you can get a kill onto the Riki if he's out of his blink charges. But that again that's very highly dependent on Navi Jr. making a mistake rather than Mao's being able to outplay them, right? And that's a bit of a difficult ask at this competitive stage. You're not going to be expecting the Riki to be making too many mistakes. And Fly and Low Skill, both of them are very easy targets, particularly if the Lich decides to rotate towards that top side, considering the fact that there's not a lot of kill potential on towards the Templar Assassin in that bot lane with that Timber and that Pugna. I mean, how does the Pugna stop TA from farming? You just pop that refraction and you take those creeps down. So
we are painting a dire picture right now from Out Sports, but that's not to say that they can't still look to find some punishment. Zayak getting low, but Zayak just fights forward. He's got himself the quick blink strike as well. Low skill, turns back and does what he can, but what he can is going to be insufficient. The taunt from Zayak reminding him, hey, you've got a lot to do.
And I have a feeling that it's only going to get worse as time goes on. Level 3 mark, I think Redis just goes towards top side. I think there's going to be a portal gank on towards low skill. And that's the ideal situation for Navi Jr. because you don't want to be staying on this bot lane for too long because it's the same contrast, right? The Pugna doesn't offer too much in the lane against the Templar, and neither does the Lich. There's no kill potential on towards the Pugna or the Timbersaw.
I don't know about that. I feel like you could see the Pugna getting out of position quite a bit in some of these spaces. He doesn't have a natural escape, right? He doesn't have that blink strike that Riki has. He doesn't have the timber chain that the Timbersaw has.
He does have the Decrepify though, so he can dodge out a lot of hits.
That's true. Zayak in the meanwhile. Oh no, this has to be low skill being careful. If there's a gush and follow through, he's going to be taking a lot of damage. PMA though wants to keep the gushes for the last hits. A fair bit of regen available with these sticks and everything around it, but low skill just cannot feel comfortable, especially if the lane continues to push forward like this.
Yeah, he's just not going to be having a good enough time. He's done a great job so far at securing those last hits. He's even above the Tidehunter, which is a bit surprising, but you know, all things considered, PMA is probably going for that harass rather than those last hits because he can always just catch up later on.
The one thing that Mousesports have going for them is the fact that low skill continues to stay alive. He's got some good damage on the PMA over here as well, but with the stick charges, there really isn't much at risk. If low skill can continue to farm, as Force will find Radius in the bottom lane, and maybe there is still going to be some kill potential onto the supports if nothing else. But if low skill continues to farm, these are pretty heavy fighting heroes in the... Oh no, mid lane, there's a stray Rikimaru coming forward with the blood grenade and the tricks of the trade. Zayak picks up a crazy amount of XP from that kill.
That was unexpected. I mean, Zayak just literally walked in, and I believe that was a bit of miscommunication from Mouse because low skill and Fly went on towards the Tidehunter specifically because they knew the Riki was not there. So those missed calls should have gone out. They should have realized that the only place Riki could have gone is towards that mid lane.
Nice pull. Great timing from the Lich auto attack, by the way, to cancel out the Pugna re-aggro. I like that. Pugna, however, is still going to be feeling a little bit unhappy. Is going to end up giving the ward for free. That's 20 gold, not too much. It's not quite the tombstone, but hey, you take what you can get.
He didn't skill up the Decrepify. He went for the 2 points in the Nether Blast, which I'm not sure if that's value at this point, right? Because you're not going to be able to push down those towers. The tier refraction is going to keep the lane pushed out. So
I think the good thing is just getting a bit more chunk damage and having the threat onto the Lich makes this a much more interesting lane for what Mousesports can hope to accomplish. You know, you can always have an outpost gang coming out from the Crystal Maiden and the like as well. Just having the threat of the extra damage could provide them safety. It's mutually assured destruction at that point.
Magnus is destroying this mid lane right now.
Well, it's not going to change with the RP now being expended. Zayak is coming through on the rotate. X's Vampire, though, this is where that extra damage comes to play. Gets the kill with another ward, and Zayak will be biting his toes.
Oh.
And he will live to tell the tale.
Yeah, the blast missing by an inch, and
Oh no,
as I said,
he
that
sticks
Supreme, he's
around.
recovered completely. 2 for 2, both supports rotating from both sides on towards that mid side, but just the fact that Mouse have that additional disable in the form of the Frostbite means that Navi Jr. can't be fighting head on this early as a team. So they do need to be careful about that, and they've given quite the lead away to Supreme as well. He was really down in terms of last hits, but now he's made up for it in the kill department.
The thing is, the Pugna Nether Blast is also one of the most powerful nukes in the game, especially early game. Right, level 2, 170 in an AoE like that, you can see how good it is at preventing over-aggression coming up. That's the Magnus RP being used, that's everything being used, rotations being called in, and still it feels like the damage is on the side of Mousesports.
D-Time, the Wisdom Rune is going to be sniped, and I do not see a way where you can stop this, because there's
might
no
even
hard
get a kill.
disable.
He might even get a kill with this one. I mean, there is a smoke screen, I suppose, but, you know, Supreme can always just walk out that one, and it is going to be the steal. The Wisdom Rune picked up. It is tragedy. Coming out from Navi
that's
Jr.
not good. They should have spent more resources trying to secure that rune. Perhaps they were not expecting Supreme to steal it, but with him grabbing the Wisdom Rune, grabbing 2 kills towards that mid side, he's doing very well for himself.
I mean, he's completely caught up in terms of XP, even if not in terms of net worth.
Just the fact that you can keep this Lich away from his level 6 for as long as you can is going to be a big boon going in their favor. He's level 3 right now versus the level 5 of the Crystal Maiden and Fly.
There is one sacrifice that you are making, though, and that's low skill. By putting your supports in mid like this, low skill doesn't feel comfortable going into the lane. He is going to be struggling. They're going to be sieging out the mid tier 1, and to be honest, they're going to get it with the Pugna Nether Blast being as high level as it is, but it doesn't feel like it's the most valuable tower to get, unlike traditionally where it is. You're giving up so much for this. It's going to be a death onto low skill as well. The Ravage used for it, and a fair bit of damage on the top tier 1, while you're still trying to push into a Magnus with a pretty high level shockwave.
But it looks like they want some more action. Tidehunter needs to be a bit careful, but as I say that, they have found a Fly, and they're going to snap the Fly out of the wall, and he's going to end up dying. They're down 2 now. They're trying to engage on towards PMA, but do they have the damage? He's just going to just TP out. Yeah, they don't have any disable. Both of these teams, in fact, have no disable outside of Fly and outside of the Sinister Gaze. That's it.
I'll have you know, that Frostbite is valued. And the Searing Chains. Most underwhelming disable ever.
I mean, he did go for the max Searing Chain, so it is.
There you go.
It is 2.5 to 3 seconds as soon as he levels it up. But Navi Jr. recognizing the fact that they did not get that Wisdom Rune means that they should be rotating and getting all of these skills on towards the Phantom Assassin, on towards Fly, means that their supports can get back in terms of experience. Lich is now almost level 5, so if they get a few more kills, they can negate that loss. They can negate the Wisdom Rune snipe.
Middle tower is under attack.
Big if, though. Fly coming in from behind, who has got the follow-up slowdown and the Frostbite as well. Great damage. Is there more? No, there isn't. And it's going to have to be a dive down to the tier 2, but Force has it. That's a Timbersaw specialty.
4-man commitment. But they made it work. They took down a tier 1 tower as well, and if you're Mouse, that's completely worth it. Now the thing is, you're taking a lot of damage towards that top side tower. The TA is pushing out the lane. So you need to be careful. You need to make sure that while you do have a Pugna, while your pushing potential is extremely strong, you don't want to be giving away too many objectives in return
Dire's
either.
top tower is under attack.
A one-to-one trade in terms of towers is completely worth it for Navi Jr.
No, but the difference is the death of the Magnus,
Dire's
right?
bottom
It isn't a one-for-one trade if you're losing out
Yeah.
on one of your most important heroes in the game right now. The Magnus's Blink Dagger is delayed by that. He's on 1600, he was on 1850 before he dies. That's a 2-minute delay, effectively.
Oh, Navi Jr. have to be careful. They're quite
Now, but
literally
who's catching
surrounded.
who? Wow, that damage
Mystery.
from the juice. And now suddenly this wraparound becomes a little bit more limbless. It's Zayak who's already gone invisible. He's going to be spotted out by the sentry ward, but as he just stays close by, Supreme has to be careful. There is that slow available. Will they have the smoke? It's too late. Get it out before the tricks of the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it was a 6-second slow, even at level 1. It's one of the most powerful AoE silences there are. So he should have planted it as soon as the Templar Assassin's trap went out.
That's a slow. Equal in the mid lane. Being gone on. Just uses the RP, but that could be another wasted RP. Nice little double shockwave. His death is guaranteed, but maybe they can be revenged. Is there anyone else rotating in? No. And with the Lich not having level 6, that makes it a whole lot easier. A Chain Frost there could have been a difference.
Now, Maus are just too ahead right now in terms of the strategy game. They recognize the fact that Navi Jr. really need this Blink Dagger from Magnus. Is their key to their initiation. Is the only way they can amp up that pressure. And as long as they can keep the dagger from coming out, then they can continue for these pickups, continue for these assaults without too much punishment.
Look, this is all fine and well, but we can't ignore the fact that this Templar Assassin is on 6,600 gold.
At that point, you just ignore that there's a TA in the game. Okay, you just go for everyone else. But no, I mean, this
You
Templar
don't get to
Assassin is a
ignore
monster.
a double-
He's 7,000 in net worth, will be having his Desolator up, and a level 4 Melt Strike with that Desolator is just going to straight up wipe out the Pugna. It's going to wipe out Fly. I don't see how they can survive. I don't even see how the Phantom Assassin can survive outside of that lucky evasion.
Don't forget, there's also the Dragon Lance on him. So you're going to be able to siege down towers very quickly. Give him an Empower. He has a Desolator. He has a Dragon Lance. Pugna's not the fastest tower killer on the map anymore.
Yeah, Pugna might not even get the chance to land at Decrepify, because landing it before the first strike of the Templar Assassin is incredibly hard. And they might not get that chance to, sustain more than just one
Dire's
hit.
middle tower is under
It's also a very low cost range. It's only about what 450, 475 if I
Yeah.
remember correctly on the decrep. So you're not going to be able to walk up to the TA who's on this max range.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I like the
attack.
smoke though. This could be big. Force is a very important player of the silence. The Ancients available to provide extra bounces. That's a big kill.
Dire's
Niku in the
bottom
meanwhile
tower is under attack.
continues to farm up. And he's taking some enemy Ancient stacks. Rather, no, I'm lying to you. He's taking his own Ancient stacks. I am
Dire's
mixing up
bottom
colors.
tower has fallen.
Should help his recovery. I mean, he does have the Blink Dagger now, as well as Supreme is going for another Wisdom Rune snipe this time around, though. Navi Jr., they're prepped for this one.
Radiant are scanning.
And it looks like they're actually going to defend their own Wisdom Rune, with Navi Jr. Zayak making an attempt towards it. This time around, Navi Jr. want 2 of their own. Will they be able to find anything?
This might just be a full-scale fight over here. The scan being used means that they're going to be forced to give it up. Flag doesn't want to commit too hard over here. Zayak is going for the same Treads Diffusal Blade build that we saw from him coming up as his Zero Tenacity as well, I assume so.
Yeah, Zayak is probably... This was the most surprising bit for me, him not going for any of those support items. But I suppose the Diffusal Blade, that slow coming out, is perhaps the most amount of value. Just synergizes very well with Ricky's toolkit, in my opinion. But Navi Jr., they have the Blink on towards Nico. They have the Desolator on their TA. It's time to go now. They have everything they want. They have the Ravage up available as well, alongside a Blink Dagger on PMA. There is nothing that they should be waiting for right now. Just start going on these objectives, start getting some kills, start stacking up on that Desolator.
And start getting the pressure out before the PA Battle Fury can actually come into play. She got it a couple of minutes ago, about that 14, 13, 45 mark. And it will start to accelerate the farm now. It's not to say TA can't keep up, or hell, if you've got the map control, even out-farm a Phantom Assassin, of course you can.
Dire's
God, the
top
Juice
tower
needs to
is
be a
under
bit careful
attack.
though. EA, not the tankiest hero in the
Is
game.
under attack.
He's got 1500 HP refraction and 21 charges, though. He is hard to kill.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Radiant's
Mouse
bottom tower
can deal
is
with that
under
refraction
attack.
pretty easily, right?
Oh, they're hunting down the Phantom Assassin. That's what they're going for, but this is not going to be a combined effort. Low skill, caught out, Ravage needed, and very nicely used. Nico even getting the last hit. That's going to be helping him even more so on the recovery. The most important hero on the map for Mouse Balls has been taken down.
Dire's
Yeah, it's not a good look. I mean, the Phantom Assassin is Mouse's ticket to a win in this game, number one, and I don't see how they can have the damage without that TA. Sure, that Force does a lot of it on his own, but Force will melt.
Hold the point. They're trying to fight into this. Remember, there's still a Magnus RP. He's the prime candidate to go on, but they can't find him. He's low on mana. Niku can only do so much in this team fight, but Zayak's already found the Crystal Blade, and elsewhere, Juice initiated on by the Ember Spear. Can't finish off the job. He will not get the kill. Instead, it'll have to be PMA. This is still a losing fight with the RP coming out, but there's no longer any damage. Templar Assassin on the sidelines and Phantom Assassin respawning. Suddenly, things get a whole lot scarier. Back in pursuit, they just need one more kill, but the TA traps are going to stop them from going for anything else.
A 2 for 2, but Navi Jr., a bit of a lapse there. Sure, the Ricky Maru did a great job silencing up that Crystal Maiden, but he was not able to finish the Maiden off. Oh, make that a 3 for 2. That's going to be pretty worth it for Navi Jr.
They might lose these players, though. You have to be careful. Force wants to pursue. He doesn't have anything to assist with, though. But he's still going in, threatening Nico.
I mean, they kind of need Fly if they want to be pursuing anyone. No hard disables, you know, the Ember Spirit being down means no Searing Chains either. But
Radiant's middle
as I
tower
say
is
that,
under
Oh
attack.
my
know,
god.
Radiant structures are fortified.
is the next item going to be a BKB for this Templar Assassin? No, in fact, he's going for the Blink Dagger. He's going for that straight shock and awe factor. Just blink, one-shot a hero, and start the fight 4v5.
Oh, goodbye, Zach. Oh, nice silence. He might be able to get away with this one. And as PMA starts to come over, remember that Ravage comes off of cooldown in about 20 seconds or so.
You don't want to fight? Very surprising. Perhaps
I mean,
they
there's
thought
no
there would
Templar
be too
Assassin.
many.
She doesn't have a teleport. That's the issue. So without her, their damage is really limited. We saw that at the previous fight.
Yeah, Timber isn't that tanky right now either. Considering a lot of Timbers have strayed away from that tanky build in favor of the Gaia early on, which does mean you lose out on a bit of sustainability. But it looks like both teams are ready for round 2.
This is going to be coming in very quickly, though. PMA has to be careful. He's getting taken down low. Without any real targets to try and get the Ravage out on, he's just going to continue to be chased down and made all the more squishy. Sure, you might think he's just an ultimate that needs to be popped, but a Tide can do a lot of damage over time in a fight, and if he isn't allowed to come in for that, it really does mitigate his effectiveness.
Yeah, at the same time, Maus are going to be very hesitant, right? Sure, you do see a Tidehunter that is at half HP, and that's really tempting, right? But going in on that Tidehunter is not as straightforward, because at the end of the day, you are dealing with a Ricky that can come in with a silence, you are dealing with a Lich Chain Frost, and you are also dealing with the fact that there is a very potent counter initiation in the form of that reverse polarity. So both of these teams have to be super careful into who they're initiating into and the timing of their initiation. But it looks like they're actually going to go towards that Roshan. It's going to be a very quick Rosh. I don't think Maus have the time to contest this, so
Is under attack.
Aegis up on the Templar Assassin.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant forever. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'd actually, funnily enough, love to see a Fuel Scepter on Zayak instead of the Diffusal Blade in a game like this, because like you mentioned, there's just so little hard disable coming forward, and to be fair, Phantom Assassin does have her BKB now made up, so now it's a little bit less effective, I suppose, if you get it.
Dire's top
The
tower
PA
is
BKB
under
is
attack.
going to be a big deal, though, for Mouse.
Yeah. With that PA beacon, to obviously have that evasion as well. That now means the Templar Assassin is forced to either go for that MKB or his own BKB.
Or just to kill the Ember Spirit.
I mean, that's always an option.
Don't forget, this is a 5 versus 5 game, and the partner doesn't feel too good about it. X's Vampire will be able to keep himself alive for just a while longer, but that's not long enough at all. Try to get aggressive, get some good wards down in the Radiant side jungle, and he does succeed in that. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get together from that, though. Both big ultimates still up.
That was so sad to watch. The Pugna, I don't know how he ended up there. I'm sure he must be wondering himself, how did I get here? Oh man, 13 and 9 now. Even though the PA has that BKB up, do you really want to be fighting against an Aegis? You need to be taking the Templar Assassin down twice, and the BKB you can only use it once in the team fight, right? So that is a very it's a tricky situation to be in, and it's a tricky question that you must be asking yourself. Even if you do dodge, what's next? Is the Ember Spirit? He's taking a bit of damage. The RP going to be expended now as well, and it looks like they're going to be able to finish Supreme off, PMA, on a killing spree. And the Ember Spirit, Supreme getting a bit too cheeky there, as he probably thought he was safe.
Oh, the Ravage has got such a long animation. I can definitely get out of there, and you're dead. That's a big kill to find. You can now start to set up for maybe even another tier 2 off the back of it. The good thing is the lanes are pushed out pretty hard, and bot tier 2 isn't the easiest to get in a position like this.
He respawns so fast. he's back up.
Benefits of your Ember Spirit being the 6th highest net worth, I suppose.
And there's not a lot of value coming out from the Ember Spirit either, right? You do have the Mace Slayer, so granted, that's a lot of damage reduction that you are dishing out, but it looks like another initiation. This time on Tours got the juice. He does have the Hurricane Fight to reposition himself with a Frostbite to keep him in place, and meanwhile, a fight going on towards the other side. They have managed to take down that Tide Hunter, the Chain Frost bouncing here and there, but without their Tide, Navi Jr. need to be getting out, cut their losses. Ridis, he's going to be another casualty, but at least the Templar makes it out with that Aegis.
I mean, that's an Aegis finished up, effectively. You have a minute and a half left on it, setting up for another fight, and that meanwhile, while these lanes are going to be pushed in, and it's an immediate smoke from Mouse as well, they know that this is their chance not to even find a team fight and win it, but to reset the map one more time. You don't actually need to win anything here. It could be a 1-for-1, and it'll still force Navi Jr. back.
Now, Navi Jr. are respawning, and I have to say, Mao's not capitalizing on some of these skills that they are able to get. They haven't pressured the tier 1 tower towards that top side enough. Even if they go for it right now, it's going to be at the cost of their tier 2 tower down towards that boss side. Navi Jr. have respawned, and they're preparing for a fight.
They have the RP, they have the Ravage as well. Magnus trying to make his way back to the fight. Will have to go back initially, though. He needs that extra mana. TA as well, same for her. She won't be the strongest, so we'll have to be content with just the 1 kill. Can't pursue too hard. And when all is said and done, you get 2 tier 2s, a couple of kills here and there, and a Tormentor out of that Aegis. That's worth it.
Yeah. Not to mention, you know, that this always gives you that 5 minutes of luxury time where you can just continue farming up. So, you know, you add in a few thousand gold there as well. TA almost has half of the gold required for the MKB, and once you have that MKB, the Phantom Assassin's BKB, who he's had that for quite some time, but Lowskill has not made anything happen with it, apart from perhaps the kill on towards that Tide Hunter and Lich, and I don't even think Phantom Assassin was much involved in that fight.
The problem is it also does feel like that BKB can be so easily forced out despite the lack of disables on the Navi Jr. side. It could be a TA trap that she's already got down, you know, that extra silence through the shard that she has picked up. It could be something as simple as a smoke screen. The BKB is not easy to just use as the end-all be-all, even with the extra initials. Forces Shredder doesn't quite reach Tidehunter, even though he did get the tree break. I thought the blink would be cancelled. It would have been a little bit interesting to see if it could still be a retreat.
I wonder when the shard is going to be invested in over on the side of Mao's. You know, very potent, very good to deal, very good to just dish out a lot of damage on towards that Titan to negate the Kraken Shell. Effectively, like for 6 seconds, it's going to be a lot of time, right? You have a lot of bursts from the Timbersaw as well. Pugna, Crystal Maiden, just straight up burst the Tidehunter and then take the fight from there. Because I don't see how you go on anyone else with the threat of the Ravage up there.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
15 and 11. 5k net worth lead, and objectives wise, Mouse is struggling. And it's sure they've gotten all 3 outer tier 1 towers, but the simple fact is they don't have the map control for anything else.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower.
They've very rarely been able to actually cross the riverside, and now you can see they might not even be able to cross the high ground. It's a dead man on the Ember Spirit. No surprises, Supreme is gone.
And no 4-stars on Mouse means that these kills are bound to happen until the Ember Spirit gets that BKB. He invested in Assange and Yasha, which I'm not sure how much that helps.
Well, there's going to be some sort of turnaround on the Tidehunter, but it still really doesn't feel like the Pugnan's going to be able to find all the most. BMA can reinitiate the Lich making his way over as well. Fighting here would be advantageous though. There is not a Templar Assassin available, and as BA makes his way over, the BKB could finally come into play, but he doesn't commit, only threatens. And now it could be too late. They're being flanked out by the TA. It's going to be a full skill 4 versus 5 if Juice decides to come through, and with the silence up onto the Crystal Maiden, she can't catch Juice either. Oh, but low skill can the Hurricane Pike to disengage.
Yeah, I'm not sure they want to be going on Juice right now. The Solar Crest tanking a lot of the damage from that Melt Strike. A 350 damage barrier, and the Crystal Maiden still took 200 damage from it. That's around a 600 damage or 500 damage Melt Strike coming your way.
By the way,
Dire's bottom
I didn't
tower
know
is under attack.
the Ricky Shard made you untargetable through allies. That just completely negates the Glimmer Cape that Pugna's been brought up. That completely negates the 4-staff as well. So
yeah.
that's really big.
Yeah, I honestly kind of neglected that Ricky Maru for a while. I don't think I've ever played the Ricky Maru either, but that is a very nice skill to have.
You're like high immortal. How have you never played a Ricky?
Because you don't see a Ricky anymore, man. Like not even in your pop games. Apparently, I've seen more Ricky in pro play
Well,
than I
you're
have
not
in
going
my
to see a
pops.
Lich either. If it
Yeah.
makes you feel any better.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Got the juice though.
Do you?
We are
Oh,
we are
nice, you.
encroaching, you know, the end of the mid game. It is a 6,000 net worth lead, but it's not that big, right? In a very late game scenario, Phantom Assassin versus Templar Assassin, if you're able to take down the refraction, Temp TA just simply does not have the HP to survive against those 1,000 to 2,000 damage crits.
Look, I hear you, but this is still going to be a TA that is doing a whole lot of damage. Look at that. And you're not even at level 25 yet. Wait till that +3 refraction instances. Even the bash, to be honest, you get a 1-second bash with the MKB. This PA is getting destroyed.
Yeah, and Templar Assassin has a full BKB up now, right? Not to mention, you're talking about the level 25 talent. The level 20 talent just straight up negates the Frostbite and the Searing Chains. So you no longer have the disable to hold the TA in place. He doesn't even need to use the BKB to get out of your disables. This is very dangerous. I mean, even when you have the full 9-second BKB of the Phantom Assassin, right? You still have the reverse polarity, which will go through that BKB. So you have to wonder how to take a team fight if you're Mouse.
Dire are scanning.
I'm wondering that. I don't have an answer for you. But they do. It's going to be a smoke. It's going to be an attempted initiation out of the Tidehunter. Take down the Tide, and you can maybe look to win the fight.
Shard
We'll
is
be
up,
finding
though,
him over
so
here.
can do it.
I mean, PMA, you have to be careful. In goes Timbersaw. They're going to be able to find PMA. PMA tries to go forward. Ravage is at the ready. BKB used up as well. Could try and pop out the Ravage just to be careful. The dagger does not crit. They're not able to get the extra damage out to maybe be tempted into an initiation.
And this is perhaps the first time that Maus have been able to venture this far forward. They know the BKB is down now, so Navi Jr. can't exactly take an easy fight. Tidehunter is very vulnerable right now. Although I'm not sure if it was worth popping that BKB as opposed to dying there. Because the high ground for Navi Jr. is straight up impossible to go against right now. Maus, if you get skewered in, you're dead. The TA does too much damage.
That's a big if though, and Tidehunter to be dead with that buyback. Probably not a position you want to be in when you're about to defend high ground. And to be fair, this is a great objective to find if they can get it fast enough, but that's a big if. This is slow, much slower than you'd expect, but the TA is not going to be nearby over here either. It really is going to be the Tidehunter hoping to blink forward, get a Ravage even after the Roshan is down. Low skill picks up the Aegis, and now suddenly things don't really look possible anymore, but they're still going in. Niku looking for an RP, will be able to find the one kill on the sidelines, but Force is still fighting. The Ravage catches 3. The RP does the same. That BKB will be wasted. There still isn't a D over here. They still continue to fight. No, Got the Juice is on the sidelines. Aegis expended. And as it comes back alive, it is going to be Mouseboards being completely ripped apart. V-Crep onto Juice will not matter. Force will be falling. Great regen coming out from the Pugna. Saves him for a while longer. It's all been turned around. The BKB use expended and TP's away.
Yeah, Excess Vampire just keeping Force alive over there. It was so clutch. And shout out to the Magnus as well. Getting that 3-man RP, but the damage just was not there. And I have to say, Got the Juice ventured a bit too far. You have the Templar Assassin, so you know exactly when Roche is spawning because of the talent. So you might want to be staying close to the Roche. When you know that the Tidehunter was an attempt on a Tidehunter, and you know that Maus are going to be going for that Roche pit, you don't want to be giving the Aegis away in that fashion. So that was a bit lackluster, in my opinion.
I think this might be a dead Juice over here, potentially. No, not quite. I actually got confused because I saw the illusion rune on the map. I was like, wait, why is TA on top? What's going on? Got me off guard a little bit. My apologies.
I think it caught Navi Jr. off guard as well. Just you're not supposed to be that far away. When you know, I mean, if the idea is you are going to contest Roche, then be in position. And if you're not going to contest Roche, then you can push all you want.
Maybe caught in two minds.
But now with the Aegis in play, it did get popped, right? So
yeah, it did get popped.
At least, yeah. But scary teamfight potential coming out from Maus. It should be a wake-up call for Navi Jr. that they need their positioning to be correct. They just can't simply burst down anyone they want. And
here's the other problem, Dolphins. It's that low skill has an 8-second BKB even now. He has a Sanj and Yasha as well. He's got crazy debuff resistance. He's got a very long debuff immunity if he wants to pop that one. It's going to be a very hard job to take down this PA, and this is before I even talk about how much healing Excess Vampire was able to get. The life train was just keeping everyone alive constantly. Great decreps as well coming out of the team fight over there. One onto the TA that stopped her from getting the initial kill on the Timbersaw, then extends his life even more. This is getting very chaotic in these fights.
yeah, and I have to say the kill prioritization for Navi Jr. really does need to be on that Pugna. Right? The Decrepify that you mentioned, the life drain keeping Force alive, you need to take him down, otherwise you're going to be losing these fights. I'm not sure why there's so much emphasis on the Crystal Maiden, onto Fly, to taking him down immediately, because he's just a Crystal Maiden. Like, right? Like, he has that Nova, but there are innumerable ways to stop that ultimate, even in between that channel, so
Gotta watch out if you are on the Ember though. Also, sorry to interrupt you. If this is going to be an initiation, even onto the high ground in middle, I mean, they are very mobile. They can cross that initial tower line if they want to. But decide against it, and understandably so. They've got a good idea of where Force is. There is not a ward on that high ground Ravage could be expended. Sayak hoping to force out that Pugna from the fight. If there was a fight to be taken, that would have been it. But great positioning from the Mouseboard side.
Are scanning.
It's a very back and forth game, right? You think map control is very heavily in favor of one team, but it just goes back and forth. Like Mouse have managed to make their way towards the nearly to tier 3 towards that bot side, and suddenly Navi Junior are able to do the same.
Supreme,
Supreme.
is
No BKB yet.
not in the
Still.
greatest position. He's going to be dead.
I do my work at the cutting edge.
Well, you know, 1400 XP for 1400 goals.
Look, I'm just... That's what, the second, third time where Supreme has just completely overestimated his ability to get away from these ganks?
I mean, he's making his way towards the BKB, but perhaps he wanted that level 20 to come online a lot faster. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, surely he was not expecting that amount of initiation to come on to him. There was no tier 2 tower either, so...
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I guess? I mean, you're still very deep against a lot of catch.
The good thing is, he respawns just as quick as he previously did. He's back up, ready to fight, ready to defend.
We're about 1,000 gold or so away from the Satanic as well. Juice is just trying to get some extra damage out before that comes through. It will be a very hard to contest Phantom Assassin. If she has a Satanic, Sanjay Yasha, the BKB on still in 8 seconds, low skill will be very happy.
But the Juice has a Daedalus. The Daedalus plus the MKB, a 1500 damage Mel Strike. You don't want to be caught up in that.
Level 25 pretty soon as well, by the way. He's going to be having that one after these Ancients that he's about to take down.
See which facet he goes for. It
It's a
is going to
bash.
be the bash. So
I like
it's not. Yeah, I mean, you can stop a lot of things. You can stop the Timber as well. You can stop the Pugna's life drain.
And-
You can even stun the PA down.
He got the Mindbreaker.
Oh no, this is. If he catches the Pugna, I don't see how the Pugna survives.
He doesn't. He really doesn't.
You look ravaged.
The other issue is for Navi, you know, one of the few issues that we can point out for them. Tier 6 slotted. He only needs a Swift Blink, and then the most you can do is eat an Aghanim's.
Yeah. And then, I mean, I suppose the Moon Shard TA does have pretty good nighttime vision. Add in that. But yeah, he's nearly 6 slotted. So is the Phantom Assassin, to be fair. So both of these carries hitting their max. If you talk about some of their other heroes, right, there's a lot more, I would say, coming out from Navi Jr. in the form of that Tide Hunter, getting those items, because a fully stacked Tide Hunter is a menace.
Yeah.
Dire's
But that's not to
Problem
take anything
is-
away from Mouse, because, you know, Timbersaw, Ember, still a long way to go for their own itemization.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Juice is going to continue to be a menace to these towers. It's great damage. Breaching the high ground looks also easy
They
the way
should get
he's
back,
doing
though.
it.
Because
They,
God, the
they
Juice
feel
can...
like they have to fight.
But
they're
the
feeling the
Roshan, they know
pressure.
when Roshan is going to spawn. They know the exact time. So if they lose a fight here...
Moving back right now is just inviting the smoke gang onto them, and Navi are caught in two minds. They don't know how to go about this right now.
Dire
The good thing
are
is,
scanning.
it seems like the Riki is going to be attacking that smoke. Or in fact, Niku is going to be spotting out that Shiva's guard, popping that invisibility, and now Navi Jr., they're suddenly back in a good place. Roshan is respawning as well, so they're going to be primed to take this Roshan down towards that boss side. Set up that vision. Mouse, I don't think they can make their way all the way towards Roshan over on top. So this looks like it's going to be a third Rosh going in favor of Navi Jr.
Dire's
Mouse can very
Second.
well go for that high ground.
It's a second Roche for Navi Jr.
It's a third. Yeah, second Roche for Navi Jr. It's
Yeah,
a third
yeah.
Roche overall.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna start
wow,
up
they actually
top.
went
It's gonna be the
towards
Aghanim
top.
Scepter that they can also eat up. So if they want to give that over to the Tidehunter, I would not hate that. Meanwhile, Zayak found out, taken down.
Fallen to the radiant. Radiant's
It's going to
middle
be
tower is
Niku
under
who
attack.
picks the scepter up, the horn toss, and suddenly the drag away. It's scary.
That's true, actually. I didn't even think about the Magnus Horn toss.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tide can farm his own scepter. Tide has no problem farming up. I say that, but he's the lowest.
Yeah, he's not doing
Lowest network
well.
core,
I don't
yeah.
know. Like Mag has problems farming. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I meant to say that Tide doesn't. have
Oh,
problem
that's a
farming,
good
but
catch. They've got the follow-up. They've got the bash shot. That is an unnecessary chain for us. I can tell you that much. Once again, Supreme is going to be a casualty. 3, 7, and 9 right now. He's not having a great game.
Yeah, this time it was probably thinking that, surely I have a BKB now, so I can Remnant away, but
Oh
that
my
happened.
god, Luce is getting aggressive. He's going to be taken down immediately. This Aegis is going to be completely useless. Do they have a turnaround? Ravage is at the ready, but Magnus is very far away. You're going to need that Ravage and use it soon. It's still not deployed. The BKBs are there. The TA is out. No buyback available.
That was, I'm not sure what Juice was doing all the way inside. The fact that he respawned meant that he had to shuffle in his BKB towards that Aegis slot, but by the time that slot became active, he had already lost more than 90% of his HP. His team was not there to support him, and I mean, there was no way his team could have been there as well, because look at where he blinked in.
Mag was also just not nearby. He was in the triangle when the initial blinking happened.
Very
Again,
overzealous.
Navi Jr. not on the same page.
And without this buyback over on the TA, Mouse can just very easily go towards that high ground. Now, there is a lot they have to cut through, though. The horn toss from Niku.
But there's no damage. There's like that without buyback. I can guarantee you they think he has buyback.
But then you want to be forcing out that buyback, right? Because you've spent
Worried
the
about
buyback on
losing too
Supreme.
much. I don't think that there is buyback available for low skill either over here. No, he does have it now actually, but that's a problem. If you lose a fight afterwards, Supreme doesn't have buyback like you mentioned. Suddenly you're in a 5 versus 4 no matter what happens. I was playing it conservative.
Is Ember going for a second Shiva's Guard on his team?
My guy. Supreme, what's going on, buddy?
Well, you know what they say.
No, I don't.
I don't either. Pro Dota is a new 5K. That's what they say. D-Time.
God forbid. I can't take it. These shoots, I want the blue pill instead.
But Mouse, they are positioning towards that top side. And this is strange, because they didn't go high ground when the TA was down without buyback.
Are scanning.
And now they want to go high ground when the TA has respawn. Okay, so I get it. They want a fair fight. They want to say, we don't want to take an advantage. We want to fight you on even ground.
This is the best of 3, okay? They're thinking of the long game. And you know what Navi Jr. are as well. They're cosplaying the dire side. They're coming in to siege the Radiant base. Can we get fang control? The other side though, this is going to be a big fight. It's already started. Ravage has been used. It's elsewhere. It's not going to be catching out any of the important players. Supreme, silenced up for sure. He's going to be a dead man. There's a great RP. It's a dead Phantom Assassin. He can't stay alive. Immediate buybacks from Timber and PA. Supreme still somehow living. He remnants away, but elsewhere it's a dead fly. Excess Vampire as well gives up his life. 2 buybacks used. These next 6 minutes are going to be deadly for now.
Yeah, they had control of that triangle, but that Timber Saw got bursted down so quick, and suddenly there was no way to re-enter the fight. I mean, sure, you TP in towards that outpost, but the damage output from the Templar Assassin is just too strong. The BKB is coming out as well. It's just too much to fight into. If you don't get a good start by that Phantom Assassin, if you're not the one jumping in, if you're the one getting jumped on, then you're just going to get melt down.
Also, that Supreme gets caught on the very edge of the Ravage. I don't want to be a backseat gamer or something, but hasn't he been trying to BKB out the Ravage like all this time anyway?
Yeah. And now they don't even have those cooldowns up, right? I mean, okay, so the Phantom Assassin and the Timber Saw both have their BKBs, but they've also expended their buyback. So if they die right now, it's going to
game
be
over.
game over. Yeah, no core without buyback. Meanwhile, Navi Junior have the buybacks, right? They can essentially just throw bodies at Mouse. Surely, with 2 deaths apiece, they can take down some of these cores.
The problem is, low skill has a ton of damage. Like a ton.
I would, if I were the TA right now, I would expend in a scepter. So you place down a trap, you go all in. Even if the TA dies, you buy back and you can come back into the fight.
I'm glad you're not the TA.
What do you mean, man?
Because then I wouldn't get this amazing insight from you. Who else is going to tell me these great winning strategies? That involved the TA having to farm 4,000 more gold while they're trying to capitalize on a 6-minute
He
slot,
has the
and
gold. Okay,
He
he doesn't
ha-
have
he
to go
wants
for the
buyback.
buyback.
Yeah.
Listen. We've been through this. My maths, not that good.
What they're actually looking out towards is this Aegis timer. When you get the Aegis, you still have about 2.5 minutes left, maybe just 2 minutes before the buyback from Mouse Sports is going to be coming back online. That's the timing window. And for Mouse, they have to make sure that the Aegis is contested. You cannot give up a free Roshan.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
But
when
how
is
do you do
Roshan?
that without
1
giving up
minute.
your life?
Has fallen.
Yeah, and with your racks falling here as well, how do you mount up a defense? And do you even mount up a defense, or do you just give the megas away?
Roshan's banner is down. You have to give it away.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
It's
One
just
rack's down.
super creeps, not megas. It's fine. It's not the end of the world when you've got a Phantom Assassin, an Ember Spirit, and Timbersaw. Right, these are all great heroes that are farming out and pushing out the lanes. One
The
lane of
wagon's
racks
alive.
is nothing right now.
The wagon is alive. Over on the mid side, they can just keep that wagon alive, and they
I
can
mean,
just
there's also a
continue
full
on
wave
pushing.
on the bottom lane if you haven't seen that, but yeah.
Okay, no one's clearing. Okay, no. The reason I got confused is because Mouse, Pugna, and Fly were doing such a great job at pushing out the lanes, but yeah, I think the bottom lane creeps are,
Yeah,
you gotta
like,
push those
sorry
out.
sorry to break it to you, buddy. That wagon really isn't that important. It is going to be a TP back. They want to fight before the Aegis. This is a bold decision. X's Vampire's gone. He's gone. He still has the buyback, but it's going to be the Timbersaw who doesn't. He's been caught out, and 120 seconds with your offlaner on the side. Fly's about to be giving him company in the grave, even if temporarily. Both supports have buyback, but they don't want to use it yet. They're hoping for overcommitment, one that will never come. The silence, the RP, Supreme, what are you doing?
This is over. Mouse Esports running uphill without vision, getting caught out by all of these heroes, getting caught out by that Ricky, Maru, and Navi Jr. got all of those kills without having to expend any of those ultimates. Sure, the RP came out, but it was just for the solo Supreme.
There's one chance over here. Only one. It is the best Phantom Assassin performance ever, and that chance is gone. Low skill, taken down. GG is but 2 letters. It is a state of the game, and Mouse Sports are living in it.
Yeah, Navi Jr. just playing a very clean game overall. Now, it got really shaky there in the middle, particularly when they essentially gave away the second Roshan and tried to fight in a very lackluster way. Sure, they got the Aegis down, but it was shaky. Mouse Esports did put up quite a bit of fight, considering the fact that they were, in my opinion, outdrafted a little bit. That Ricky Maru pick just countering all of their heroes out. Supreme just dying way too many times, right? And he couldn't do anything against that smoke. Even when he got that BKB, the reverse polarity was just a step too ahead. The Templar Assassin just got too big, too much damage, and low skills simply did not have enough firepower, did not have enough backup either, because the Pugna, sure, Excess Vampire did amazing, but he did start falling off later on. So, very well played.
I hate to point fingers, but really, Supreme just was not providing what he needed to on the Ember Spirit. It was so many deaths where it's not just to the RP, it's to the Ravage. When you have the BKB, it's overextensions, it's getting caught out even towards there. It's things like this which are going to cost you if your mid laner is already having a, if he start, then he starts to come back, he's doing all right. But then all throughout the game, we were missing an extra puncher, and that was supposed to be the Ember Spirit. Low skill puts up a performance on the Phantom Assassin. They get a chance because Navi were a little bit uncoordinated in the middle at times as well. They made some mistakes. They gave Mouse Sports way back into the game, but Mouse just simply couldn't crawl through that little rabbit hole. Still, we have more gaming to be had, we have more Dota to be played, and we're going to be playing it after a short break. Welcome back to CCT Series 6. It's going to be game number 2 between Navi Junior and Mouse Sports. Navi Junior looking a little bit shaky in game number 1, but they still bring it all together. Mouse Sports, however, losing out on some potential timing windows. They're hoping to bring it back as we head to game 2 and force number 3. Can they do so? We're going to find out. Until time, he's Teltris.
Another Phoenix ban. Sorry, I just like to get into the game. You know, I'm all about the game.
Yeah, all about the game, not about any of the feelings of these players who are trying to strive towards their ultimate dreams. Their hopes are being materialized in the CCT, the lower bracket where they could be eliminated right now. Mouse Sports, a roster constructed from just 2 players, one of whom, not doing that strong. Come on, Teltris, you gotta have a little bit more empathy for these guys.
I mean, the good thing is they do have Fly, right? So even when they're down and feeling feeling like they're out of it, you do have that veteran experience, which, to be fair, it matters. It matters a lot, like psychologically in Dota, when it's so high stakes. We've seen on-cam players when in TI, when they make mistakes, they start really feeling it, right? You can see the tears as well in some of those times.
It's also very easy, I'm sure, for players like Supreme, when you are around someone like Fly, who you probably looked up to most of your Dota career, to be overwhelmed, to make these mistakes that he was making in the previous game, to have these issues. And you know what, these 15 minutes or so between games, you chill out, you have a conversation, you try and fix it. Now they lead into the Magnus, a hero that they did have trouble dealing with. Navi was able to put it to very good use. Some fantastic RPs coming out in that game between the Mag and the Tidehunter. It really was clear that they had Mouse Sports' number with the initiations, at least.
Is Navi going to go for another Ricky? Because does very well against the Magnus, right? And if you position this Magnus as a core, then the support Ricky, Zaya can do wonders with it.
We might be more likely to see maybe a Dragon Knight being pulled out, to be honest, for me.
For Navi Junior?
Yeah.
But then you leave the Phantom Assassin open, right, for Mouse to pick it up, and the Magnus Phantom Assassin might just be too much for the Dragon Knight. We have seen teams shy away from the Dragon Knight. It's very, I don't think I've seen the Dragon Knight being banned out all that much anymore.
No, definitely not. Especially not in the CCT, that's for sure. We've seen it maybe a couple of times. Zero Tenacity was one of the teams that was still banning it out as well.
Yeah.
I don't think there were many others that were trying to do the same. Pango's a good pick, though, from Navi Junior. It would be a great mid-contest if it ends up being a middle Magnus in the hands of Supreme. Navi can continue to put the pressure out over there. It's also some good damage if you want to pair it up with that Ricky, right, that you mentioned. It could be a possibility to come through. To be honest, I would just love to see Mouse Sports ban it out at this point. It was such a pain in the behind for the entirety of the last game. It was some great Ricky support work being put in.
And not to mention, I really love the mid Pango versus the mid Magnus, because this is something that I mentioned yesterday and the day before. Pango needs to be careful not to get skewered in, because if you use the swashbuckle and if you use your abilities, then you have that threat of the skewer. And we saw quite a few deaths from the Pangolier in yesterday's game, so that's an interesting mechanism that we have to keep an eye out for. But Navi Junior going to go for that Lich, that Frost Shield into that Rolling Thunder. Very decent combination, but it looks like we might just see a Phantom Assassin. Yeah, it's going to come out.
The PA Warlock.
As soon as I saw the Warlock, I was like, this is going to be a Phantom Assassin, right? You want those Fatal Bonds plus the Phantom Assassin crits. It's going to be deadly.
PA does not do well versus the Warlock is the thing. Like, that's what I am a little bit concerned about. The Fatal Bonds just destroys through your refraction charges.
Now, Navi Junior did go for that Ricky Maru. It does seem like, the refraction charges, it's not being prioritized as a very high value ability by Navi Junior, because even in the previous game, you did have a lot of ways to deal with that refraction, the Frost Shield, the Frostbite from the Crystal Maiden, the Ember Spirit's shield, and Syrian Chains. So you had ways around it, right? Navi Junior, they're just going for straight out damage output with that Daedalus, with that MKB, and it looks like they're going to try and replicate that same success in the previous game to this game.
The only issue is for Navi is that the way they play their TA, it really does put Juice in a 4 protect 1 situation. Not in terms of how they're playing the map, but in terms of how they end up playing these team fights. Juice is the one with all of the resources. He's the primary farmer, and you can't do anything without him being alive. And this is not a great TA game so far, and Mousesports can make it even worse if they want to. So I am curious about what these next few picks are going to look like. And for Navi Jr., what is the offlaner you pair up with it to try and make up for it? Supreme will be getting his Ember Spirit again. He gets another attempt to try and make sure that he can, recover some. And without the Tidehunter, without the Magnus, there is at the very least going to be a lot you can find as an Ember Spirit here. It feels like Ricky, yes, does counter you, but that is really the only hero that has any sort of disable against you. I'd love to see a Tidehunter ban coming through, and to be honest, I might even go as far as saying maybe try and take out another control hero over here. Yeah, the Earthshaker makes a lot of sense too for that.
They haven't banned out the Invoker either. A very good pick for Navi Jr. for that control that you were mentioning. But, I mean, of course, they do have the Pangolier. It is going to be their offlane pick. I'm surprised that Mouse are not banning out that Tidehunter. And both of these teams, they're choosing to play it the exact same way compared to the previous game. I'm sure you do have a few differences. The Magnus over on the Mouse, and you have the new Pangolier pick over on Navi Jr., but it doesn't change the way that you play the game, right?
I think the lack of the Magnus for Navi does. I don't agree with you at all about this one. As much as the Rolling Thunder can be very much a controlling ability, the Magnus was giving so much AoE anti-initiation as well as some of these critical plays that they're going for. I think this is going to be a much more difficult style for Navi Jr. to make work off the back of the Pangolier. Again,
particularly
just ban
because
the
you had
Tidehunter,
that.
man.
You had that BKB piercing ultimate in the form of the Magnus in the
Yes,
previous game,
exactly.
right, for Navi. So this Phantom Assassin is going to be doing a whole lot more because you don't have that BKB piercing stun. So the pressure is going to be on Navi, certainly. And not to mention this Templar Assassin. Is he going to be able to get off those melt strikes against what is going to be, the BKB piercing stun from Mouse this time around?
I'm curious about what this last ban looks like because they're definitely considering the Tidehunter, but to be honest, it doesn't feel like Navi actually get what they want with the Tidehunter ban, but rather with the Tidehunter pick. I don't actually know what else they can go for here, though.
The Night Stalker is still in play.
Oh, that's true. Night Stalker would be a great pick, especially with the Magnus and the Ember Spirit on the other side. That's a great call.
I think it's the war. I mean, just the ability to blink onto the Warlock simultaneously with the Ricky Maru.
Do they think this is an offlane Pango?
I mean, I do believe that Navi Jr. played an offlane Pango in yesterday's game, in fact. Oh, so Mouse picking up the Night Stalker for themselves.
That's really scary. That's a thing.
Yeah.
I think this is a bit of a difficult lineup to execute for Mouse because they do not have any simple stuns. Their really largest frequent disable is going to be the Searing Chains and the Blinding Fair, I suppose, from the Night Stalker as well. But you could say the same for Navi. I don't know what they go for here at all. The Tidehunter just doesn't feel great, and with the Night Stalker now in, with the Dark Ascension making it much more difficult to get these big AoE initiations out on you, it does feel like it's going to be even more difficult in that sort of situation. Oh, okay. I thought I might have been the one to time out. Think that Dultrus might have instead. But yeah, so as we sort of look over towards this last one, I'm just really curious about how exactly this one does end up working out. So for me personally, I'm thinking the Tidehunter could be coming to play. I don't even hate something like a Centaur, even though I know it has fallen out of favor a bit more. What I'd love to see is just a bit more brawling, a little bit more fighting in a situation like this. So yeah, Dultrus, welcome back. I think you had a quick little disconnect. It's all good. You want to try getting a couple of words in?
Hello, is my voice going out now?
It is a Tidehunter in the end of the day. You said a lot of things that didn't go out to the viewers before. Do you want to quickly summarize them now that we have the Tidehunter being picked?
I'm not exactly sure what parts were not going out, but I will say that, the Night Stalker on the side of Mouth is an excellent pick. You know, you're taking away much of what Navi Jr. were trying to go for, and you're grabbing it up for yourself. Not to mention, the Dark Ascension is going to be providing a lot of value in the sense that the Tide Hunter, you're going to be able to see the Tide Hunter before he pops in that Ravage. You're also going to be able to see where the Templar Assassin is. Just overall, the amount of vision you're able to provide, the amount of anti-vision and that vision, right? Your Phantom Assassin is going to have an easy time to blink in. You have a very nice setup for your Warlock as well, as a very nice setup for your RP. So overall, things are looking pretty difficult for Navi Jr. What was supposed to be an outdraft in the previous game, this time around, is actually, I would say, 60-40 going in favor of Mouse.
I might even go further than that, to be honest, because I genuinely don't understand how this Navi Jr. team is supposed to function without that Magnus. The Pangolier just doesn't provide the same things at all, and while Zayak is going to be a little bit annoying towards players like Phantom Assassin and the Magnus or low skill Nexus Vampire in these situations, I'm still very worried. Not to mention, I mean, this is going to be a full-scale position for Magnus, right? This is going to be a Phantom Assassin that is going to be farmed much more quickly. Your TA isn't going to have the same flash farming opportunities where she can just completely run away with things. You're not going to have the extra 4 minutes or so that you had before where the TA could be dominating the map before PA comes into play. Yeah. This is a much narrower window for Navi to execute on.
And I think much of it is going to come down to Niku and what he's able to get done with that Pangolier. Should he get that early Diffusal Blade and be able to rotate around the map is going to determine whether or not this Templar Assassin is going to be successful, right? So it's less about the TA now in this game as it was in the previous game, less about the damage output and more about what Navi Jr. can get done in the early to mid game, and also how they deal with the pressure of this Night Stalker and Phantom Assassin once they get going, once they come online. Because once the BKBs come out, there's not a lot that Navi Jr. have outside of the TA, right? No stun, no ability that can pierce that BKB.
It's very similar to what we saw before, right? As the smoke is dissipating up for Navi Jr., we have Maus now looking to maybe get a fight through.
30 seconds to battle.
It still is the high ground that Navi are defending, so to try and fight into it would be foolhardy, even at the best of times.
My favorite.
Yeah, level 1, I don't think that you fight into this, but I will say this Night Stalker pick, man, I'm kind of just a bit fixated on the fact that it's such a good pick.
It is very good. But at the same time, the lane it has, you know, it's a Night Stalker plus a Magnus going up against a Lich plus Templar Assassin. Do they have kill potential?
It all depends on the position, really. The Lich, Ridis, very easy kill to grab, right? The Templar Assassin, if you get skewered in, you're absolutely dead because the refraction charges don't hold up against the silence, right? The DPS coming out from the crippling fear.
Nice block from Juice as well, just to make sure that he, of course, will be A-okay when it comes to farming up this wave, not underneath tower. Top lane, I think, Fly's got a better support as well this time than the Crystal Maiden, as important as she was as being one of the only disablers. This makes it
a nice courier snipe from Excess Vampire. He's going to be dragging the creeps away as well.
Who's the number one now?
Might have been extra region as well coming over, so would be troublesome. Mid lane at the very least, I am curious to see how Niku versus Supreme does end up shaping out. Niku's started off a little bit lower this time over. It's actually underneath the tower that Supreme is going very deep in just to try and get some of these denies. He is doing well. Zayak will die to fly. Thought that he would get the deny, but he doesn't.
That is not the solo kill I was expecting, to be honest. And even in the previous game, Navi Jr. were a bit lucky because they were supposed to go down, but the Tidehunter ended up getting that first blood. This time around, they won't be having the same luck as Mouse will be able to finish off that Ricky. And this is something that, you know, is a bit dangerous if you're Navi Jr. because you want your offlane to go well. You want to be playing off of the fact that Ricky can get that experience, can get that smoke cloud up earlier on, so that he's able to rotate onto towards some of these other lanes because you don't have the same catch mechanism. So you have an increased reliance on that smoke.
Well, Fly ends up killing himself in the neutral crease while there's still a fight going on top lane. Zayak will be the likely casualty. It's a Stifling Dagger refreshing very soon, but Zayak stays alive. Low skill diving very deep. This is dangerous. He's being blocked up as well. A little bit more damage, but it's the stick to keep him nice and healthy.
Yeah, no gush available means that he can dive pretty far, but okay, this is not the possession where I expect the Magnus to be.
I think X's Vampire was trying to get the... Oh my god, he is a menace!
Yeah, that's
You can't keep getting away with it. Lich is going to be low on mana now for a very long time, by the way. His use of Stride Hunter is not doing the best, but at the same time, there's a lot more pressure on the TA this time than last game.
yeah, particularly when Ridis' courier has been sniped twice in a row right now. The TA does not have any regen items of his own, so you know, if this Night Stalker, if Force decides to force the issue, he can bring the TA very low. But it does require Excess Vampire to be in position now. He does have his skewer at the ready, does have the shockwave as well. So I am predicting that there's probably going to be an attempt towards that bot side.
Zayak, though, on that top lane continues to be chased down. He's dead. There's nothing he can do over here. Suddenly, things looking a whole lot more difficult for him now than they did in the previous game.
Yeah, and it's not having a good lane. Even in the last hits department, the Tide Hunter, he's just not that far ahead right now. I think this dual lane from the side of Mouse is hurting them in this bot side. The two melee heroes, it's very position dependent, but you're not able to get much done. The good thing is, Night Stalker should be able to go 1-for-1 with the Templar Assassin, right? I don't see how he's pushed out of the lane, particularly as Excess Vampire is keeping Ridis busy. But it seems like rotation's coming all around. They want to be securing these runes for their respective mid players.
I mean, the problem is Zayak does literally nothing in these positions. Zayak will just have to run away. They will be giving up both the water runes. Excess Vampire can just pick that one up. In fact, he might be giving Supreme a secondary bottle up. Oh, that is rough. I mean, Niku doesn't feel good about that at all.
Death's bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is
DMA on the top lane is not going to be feeling the safest. There is already information that this Rikimaru isn't nearby. Low skill without the mana though, and suddenly there's a Lich coming in. They weren't ready for this at all. Fly's going to be having some real trouble. Fly gets taken down and out. It's low skill now in a 1v3 with a big wave coming out underneath him. That's a flag creep and 2 range that he could be zoned away from, but all in the meanwhile. Got the juice, is going to be found out by a sentry. It's late though, and because of that, maybe there's a world where he can get away. No, that world is not one we live in. Force will get the kill, so a 1-for-1 across the map and a carry for a support. They take that any day of the week.
Yeah. Templar Assassin, obviously not the most valuable in the mid to early game for Navi's Junior's strategy, but definitely slowing down his farm is going to be a major boon for Mouse.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Force is going to be caught out now. This time over, it is action in the bot lane, and it's daytime. You know what that means. Nobody's scared of the Night Stalker. But that doesn't mean Night Stalker is not scared of anyone else. He's running away.
Structures are fortified.
Oh, he
Well,
had the
scared
face
of
boost.
me,
He was
but I
able
am
to
scared of
just
you.
walk through the Lich to get out to safety. No real disables over on the side of Navi Junior outside of the Sinister Gaze. So once you use that, you don't have much. Now Niku is level 6, and the 6-minute rune is coming out. Now Mouse are recognizing this, go try and grab the rune up for themselves. Will be able to give the DD away to Supreme.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So at least the threat of any potential rotation is gone from the side of Navi Junior. They can relax a bit. The Phantom Assassin can farm, and Zayak is just doing Zayak things. Oh, but rotations towards the bot side tower. Templar Assassin Juice, you're way too far out. Just one more hit will be able to clean him up. Niku coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Can they get
Level
anything
6.
in return? But
Dark
it looks like they're
Ascension.
just content, just farming, just running away from this fight. But the Ascension being popped, they want to chase. Force wants to be going in on towards Zayak. Ridis, it looks like he's going to be the one caught out.
Force just got enough XP to be able to get that level 6 as well. That is incredibly unfortunate. Zayak is still being pursued. It's going to be another kill found. Exodus Vampire and Force have found so much in this aggressive double melee offlane. Juice continues to be caught out, and this is not going to be that picture-perfect PA game that we saw coming out from him in the previous map.
Yeah, double kill for Supreme, a kill for Force. He's 2-0-2 right now, this Night Stalker. Just doing very well for himself. He's doing so well that he can forgo the early Blink Dagger in favor of a fighting item and then go for the Blink Dagger up next. Because the Templar Assassin won't be having that damage output. There's not a lot of kill potential on towards this Night Stalker early to mid game, right? Apart from the Chain Frost bouncing around a few times, the Rolling Thunder is pretty easy to dodge out as well because you have flying movement, and you know you have like 450 movement speed. Nami Junior though. First Rolling Thunder did fail, but now with the 8-minute rune coming back up, will Pangolier be able to grab it? But no rune for him, and it looks like he's going to be in a bit of trouble. He's expended the mana, does have the Rolling Thunder to thanks to the stick, is going to be expending it now, but the Sleight of Fist is going to be dodging it out, and Niku, he's in a world of trouble. Will Mouse be able to finish him off, but he's just going to barrel roll away.
And it's not to say Ridis isn't still in trouble, though. He's been caught out by the Sleight of Fist chains. He's gone.
Yeah, Ridis just keeps getting caught out in these positions because he tries to help out his team, but his team just leaves him in an awkward position. And
Ridis, buddy, I played a lot in, that 2K bracket. If there's one thing I've learned from it, it's you leave your team behind. No, but on the serious note, this is getting very scary for Navi Jr. You look at what this PA has been able to accomplish. She's got enough money for her Claymore very soon. Actually, buys a broadsword first. That's not great, but whatever. It's okay. Wanted the TP as well, so I understand.
Is highest in terms of net worth, though, because they were able to get Juice down twice now.
Yeah.
If he's able to get the Battle Fury up soon, then I don't see how Navi Jr. can amp up the pressure quick enough for this to disable the PS farm.
Oh,
and it
Juice
looks
is caught
like
out again. It's even got the extra... got the extra damage because of the fatal bonds. That's not going to feel too good. Ultimate use, a rock dropped, and although his damage is really good, it's not enough.
Got a bit hairy there for Supreme, though. But a third death for Supreme. Meanwhile, low skill just continuing to farm up. It's getting a bit problematic. And I'm not seeing the rotations come out from Navi Jr. You have the Tidehunter, you have the Pangolier. Sure, your Lich isn't level 6, but he's so far away from it. He's only level 4. You need to make a move. You need to open up the map for your Templar Assassin to farm. But it looks like there's not going to be any opening as Niku is forced to pop out his Rolling Thunder just to be able to get away from all 5 of Mao.
Force has the Dark Ascension. This is going to be troublesome. If they wanted to use it in Pursue, they could have decided not to. Of course, it's going to be the extra movement speed from the Thunderbolt facet, which means that it's going to be still pretty comfortable coming out from Niku. But again, Mao Sports just keep getting these objectives, they keep getting these kills, and most importantly, Phantom Assassin is getting involved in these fights. That's the difference between her and the Juice. You can actually TP in and get stuff done.
He's going to have a very early Battle Fury. And there's no real clear plan coming out from Navi Jr., right? They're content just farming up for now, but I'm not sure if that's a strategy that's going to work out for them, as Mao's, they do considerably better as the game goes on. The Rikimaru is primarily a hero that's supposed to snowball, even on the support position, but Zayak, instead of snowballing, he's just going to get rolled over.
Oh, wow. Goodbye, Zach. I'm really sorry. But Ricky doesn't always feel happy.
Yeah.
And speaking of not feeling happy, he really doesn't. It's going to be level 5 on 11.5 minutes. Same for the Lich. Ridis is not going to have that level 6 till about maybe even 13 or so.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
2K network lead up, but it's the map control that's scary for Mouse. They can go anywhere, try to pick off anyone, Syringe chains on towards the Pangolier without any sort of punishment. Tidehunter is very close towards his Blink Dagger, just 200 gold shy from it, and that's going to be the key. That's going to be their opening, their small window in which they need to get a good Ravage off, otherwise the game just might slip further away.
But can they even get a good Ravage off without the Lich ultimate? You don't have the damage to follow up with just a Rolling Thunder.
I mean, if you wait a few minutes, it's going to be 15 minutes daytime. You'll have the Lich level 6 and you'll have the Tide Blink Dagger, and I suppose that could be the window that they're aiming for.
Yeah, but it's a 12-minute Battle Fury from the Phantom Assassin as well.
Yeah, it's not good.
You feel like there just needs to be a bit more priority for these supports, but who's going to give up that priority then? There aren't enough resources on the map for Navi Jr. to pick up the levels.
And giving away all of these towers is not helping them, and you can see just how bad of a position Navi Jr. are in, being forced to give away everything. This Pangolier is 0-0 and 0. This Tidehunter PMA has just 1 assist. It's the only kill Navi Jr. have managed to get for themselves. And it really doesn't seem like things are going to change up until, you know, you start making moves of your own as a team. You start playing with that Ravage, you start playing with that Chain Frost.
RP doesn't catch out much. It's only Zayak, and he's happy to give his life up for it, even getting a little bit further away. Elsewhere, though, Force is pursuing. This could be problematic, as Force on the Night Stalker has found the Pangolier, has got the Great Silence as well, so Rolling Thunder can't be used. Now comes the Chain Frost. Gets the slowdown, and it will get the kill. Riddis from Beyond the Grave assists his team in a 1-for-1. An important fight, considering the TA continues to farm.
Yeah, and perhaps this is the best window that Navi Jr. is going to get in a while. The Dark Ascension was popped, so he won't be having that for quite a while. You do still have that Ravage. Sure, you expended that Chain Frost, but it's time to go right now.
They don't really have the mana for Pangolier to be able to do anything with this window, though. Unless he picks up the rune, maybe then you can think about it. Oh, there's the follow-up, blink through, but it's actually a blink in, and Excess Vampire brings back the Ricky. That's asking for too much. Force makes his way over. He's got the 2-man silence, but it doesn't actually stop the Rolling Thunder from going off. And as it continues to zone the PA away, it's being a menace, but so is Supreme. Supreme's got a quick remnant backwards, and in doing so finds his 5th kill. Riddis now hitting the deck, and the Zayak is trying to run away. A dust will prevent him from escaping. Now found out and brought down. Low skill picking up the quick kill with the dagger as well. The rock has been dropped, and Negru's the one to receive a 3-man Ravage, but where's the damage? Got the juice spot in position. Can't even kill the Warlock until an extra few last hits, and with that, it's an absolute disaster.
Yeah, the Pangolier's Rolling Thunder just simply did not work out. He was trying to find a target, but there was no target there. In the end, he ended up going for that Ember Spirit, who just simply managed to just remnant out. But Navi Jr. losing quite a few kills there. But low scale, it seems like he's in a bit of trouble. Silenced Up will find the blink on towards that Magnus, and will be making his way out.
I thought that was going to be a bad initiation from Excess Vampire, but in fact, it really ends up working out for them. That's a great skewer backwards to just get the fight started, and when they're all so close together to the tier 1 but split apart from each other, like you said, Rolling Thunder couldn't find anything.
And it was unfortunate that Templar Assassin was not in position when that Ravage came out, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, he could have done a whole lot more. The Ember Spirit was without mana, so perhaps that there was something to be found there, but Navi Jr. just not capitalizing well enough.
I mean, that was the dream scenario for a Chain Frost and some Psyblade action to come through, but now the dreams have turned to nightmares. The Dark Ascension has been pulled out, and Riddis wants to run, but where will he run to? His life is forfeit. He knows it as well. He might as well try and get out a quick disable, but that disable is going to be insufficient. The silence protects Tidehunter for a while longer, but it's really the Magnus RP that they're worried about. In comes the Rolling Thunder. It's being turned around. Dark Ascension will not matter. He's down. Fly as well. Going to be falling through very soon. Is that a remnant in? Supreme has to be careful. He's going to end up falling over here too. Can't get away. There's no buyback either for him to consider re-engaging. Low skill will be able to get away, but can you say the same about Excess Vampire? There's nothing to interrupt these TPs, so I suppose so.
But still, for Navi Jr., it's completely worth it. The Templar Assassin this time around coming in with that Desolator, and they were not able to finish off that Tide Hunter. Very tanky target to get. The RP not really landing on towards anything, and the Rolling Thunder from Nico this time was absolutely perfect. Just catching everyone out. The Ember twice as well, with Supreme making a slight error in that Remnant play. And they just gave away so much.
Zayak actually dodged the RP with his tricks of the trade, and now you're even getting the Roshan. That's the advantage of having a Templar Assassin. Roshan is never safe.
6 and 16 now, and with all of these skills and Mouse was accruing, Navi Jr. seem to have found their way back into this game. With this Aegis, with the Desolator, TA has the damage.
The problem is the map control, right? But that's what these 5 minutes are for. Re-establishing it. You have taken a lot of tier 1s, funnily enough. It's not like it's been completely a mess. It's just that you've been struggling to push Mao's back from your own river side, but that might still be a struggle. TA is being ganked. TA is being caught. Deuce is being squeezed up right now. Aegis or not, he's a goner.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And I don't see a way he's going to survive. This is going to be the second death as well. His team just simply too far away. Zeus, they managed to get the lead, at least in the form of the Aegis, but simply botched it later on.
Precious bounty.
18 minutes in now, only a 1k net worth lead. Keeping that in mind, right? The Phantom Assassin also does not have that much farm compared to everyone else. Over on the side of Navi Jr., the TA is going head to head. So it's still anyone's game, and it's a game that's coming down to these initiations. And speaking of initiation, it looks like there's going to be another initiation on the screen, but the smoke cloud this time around is not going to land.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Minutes. All of the ultimates are up for both of these teams. The Ascension is going to end up getting popped. Redis is going to fall immediately. And it looks like Navi Jr. are going to completely disengage from this. They simply can't be fighting in the Dark Ascension.
The thing is, though, I don't know if Navi realizes this. They really aren't far behind. It just doesn't feel like Bango's offering much. Nigu's hero just can't get involved in these fights. He's not getting good rolling thunders. He's not getting multiple swashbuckle, whereas he's, getting the lucky shot, the diffusal blade in. It just seems a bit lackluster from him, considering he is one of the most farmed heroes in the game, especially for the Navi side.
They will still make these attempts, though. Ember Spirit, no more mana of the Warlock Golem is going to end up dropping. Ravage to come out. But is it going to be enough? They will clean up the Ember Spirit. Supreme down now, and with that, no Dark Ascension available. Mouse are forced to scramble.
That could have been a little bit more dangerous. PMA still once more, that's for sure. But they will disengage successfully. Supreme getting caught out, but Zayak has done the same, and his errors are not going to be punished. No skill. Caught by the Lich. The RP won't matter. Where's the damage, buddy? Where's the damage? You can get a kill on the support, but you've lost your carry for it, and that tier 2 in mid is looking a little bit fragile.
Close Warlock exit, but I'm not sure why Mouse chose to go back in. They lost their PA. Sure, you had that 4-man Ravage, but you can't be giving this up. And I feel like, as you mentioned, that Navi Jr. don't realize that they're not that far behind. I don't think that Mouse realize that they're not that far ahead either.
Yeah, they're looking at the top of the score, like 19 and 8. Boys, we got this. Let's go. And just as every bad night out starts, maybe not recognizing that their worst enemy is themselves.
Oh no, my bad nights. I recognize that completely.
I know. But you're a doctor, right? You already know the worst enemy of anyone is themselves.
Oh man, but Mouse, they need to be careful. They need to make sure that this Phantom Assassin get those green swipes in, and for that they need the Dark Ascension, right? Every single time that Mouse have been successful, it's been at the back of that Dark Ascension, just getting that vision, making sure you know exactly where that Ravage is going to end up, exactly where that Pangolier is crucial to your ability to fight. Otherwise, there's just too much chaos, too much disruption, too much knock back from that Thunder.
Actually, I'm gonna put a pause in that, put a pin in it. As Tidehunter's trying to blink away.
Radiant's
Force's build on this Night Stalker is kind of interesting. He went for a Midas and he started making a BKB, and now he decided, actually, I can't finish the BKB. I need a Nullifier.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I've seen a lot of Night Stalkers go for that hand of Midas because you do have that early advantage, but personally, I think the Blink Dagger earlier.
Oh, he's
on-
got the BKB. Sorry, I didn't see it coming over towards him on the courier. So he does have the 9-second BKB. Now it's an Nullifier coming up.
but no Blink Dagger though, so he's forced to walk into the fight.
Or flying. Not them wings.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I don't think the Warlock has wings, but he will float up high in the sky, watching
Yeah.
over us all. His name is Fly, right? You know?
In easy tower as well for them. Mouse are going to try and trade, but is this going to be the right decision? No TPs coming in. There is one coming in from
Radiant
Zayak, but
structures are fortified.
The
Still,
thing is,
Mouse.
they're going to be intercepted.
yeah.
If the Dark Ascension doesn't go off, this is going to be problematic, but at the same time, Navi cannot initiate easily either. Ravage is all they have, and as the silence comes through, the Dark Ascension on the side won't matter. It's a Ravage! It's on a 2. It's a big target as well. That Dark Ascension completely mitigated, and now it's time to go on further and further. What are they
want the
looking
PA.
for? Low skill spotted out. PA trying to turn it around, but it's an RP on 3. He doesn't have the blink. He doesn't have the Phantom Strike. He keep these away.
Yeah.
That was the wet dream of every Phantom Assassin player ever.
And I have a feeling that was... I don't know. I do not know if that was the right decision to be TPing away. Perhaps it was a team decision that they made. The RP did end up buying enough time for the Phantom Assassin to get out because the BKB, he had popped it, so he had no way to get out after the fact. So,
was
but
wrong,
Navi
by the way.
Jr., you know, Dark
He had
Ascension
Phantom
not...
Strike. It was just on a 1-second cooldown, that's all. Could have gone back in, that would have been... Of course, it's a coin flip, right? You're hoping that the Empower and the Battle Fury is enough to destroy those 3 heroes, but at the same time, you are potentially giving up a lot, and unfortunately, they've still given up a lot.
Look, they still want to fight, recognizing that the RP is down. Leash on the force. It's going to keep him in place, but not for long.
I mean,
As
it's
Ridis
going to
is
be a
going
kill
to
on
be-
Ridis.
Yeah.
But he's so happy to give this up. This is what he lives for. He's a Lich.
I think for Ridis, this game, he's a bit too happy to be giving this up. 5k net worth lead for Navi Jr. this time around, and I have to say, Mouse, they're in a bit of trouble.
Is under attack.
Just as the Dark Ascension is absolutely crucial for them, Navi Jr. recognize that the Ravage is crucial for their own ability to fight, particularly to take down Supreme, because there's just no way, there's no other way to do it.
I mean, you could
Phantom
always smoke
Templar
screen.
Assassin, though, will require a bit of time to get that next power spike up. Is going for that MKB to deal with that Phantom Assassin. Meanwhile, low skill is actually invested in Untouched.
What's kind of crazy is that Ridis and Ricky,
Radiant's middle tower
like
has
the Lich and the
fallen.
Ricky, are both level 12. The Night Stalker is level 13.
Oh wow. Even with the hand of Midas, by the way.
Yeah. And it's not like Force has died that much either. It's only 3 deaths in 25 minutes. That's really not the most.
Going to TP towards that bot side. You know that the Roshan is going to spawn in 10 seconds, so they want to be prepping up for this, but they need to be careful. Mouse, they're completely encasing Navi Junior's squad right now.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, this could be a moment for them to fight back in, but the Magnus is linked away. That's 10 more seconds before that RP can really come into play. And as he's still so far up, there's really nothing to do. Ravage is back off of cooldown, don't forget. So when these BKBs expire, it does become problematic. No skill has his own 8-second BKB still at the ready. Wants to try and get an initiation with it, but
They needed more. They really needed more. That's a BKB Dark Ascension used. So by the time that Ricky comes back online, Roche. Okay, so Roche is still 1 minute and 30 seconds away. That's the good thing.
Radiant are scanning.
But that's what
Radiant's bottom tower
Maus
is
were
under
hoping
attack.
to get out of that fight. And unfortunately for them, it's a bit unlucky as RNG is not in their favor.
yeah. I mean, I think it's actually not that bad of a spawn because it's 9 minutes or so, if I'm not mistaken.
The Warlock Ultimate will be online, but the thing is, you don't know exactly when it's going to. Oh, Supreme getting cleaned up, and that's going to be a free tier 2 tower for Navi Junior.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
13
tower
and
has
21 right
fallen.
now. Are they going to contest Roshan is the big question in my mind right now, because it's going to spawn in about 30 seconds. The Warlock Ultimate is going to come online there. So is Mouse needs to know that the exact second that the Warlock Ultimate comes online, then the Roshan will spawn at that moment as well. So it's a very tricky decision to make.
I mean, Roche spawns in 30. Warlock comes back in 75.
Oh, this is just another one of those math failures. I saw 116 on Warlock, and I was like, same time, yo.
Yeah, I'm sorry to break it to you, but sorry.
Even the Dark Ascension is not going to come in time, right? 30 seconds for Roshan, 46 seconds for Dark Ascension. This looks like it's going to be a very simple Roche for Navi Junior. A very
If they
complicated
want
decision.
to immediately set up for it.
They should. I mean, because if they're keeping track, and hopefully if their maths is better than mine, right? They
Oh
know
God,
exactly
please let that be
when.
true.
They know exactly when that golem dropped. They know exactly when that Dark Ascension popped, and they know exactly when Roshan is spawning. So with all of that information, do some maths, guys, and just go for that Roche play.
Maybe that's why they keep pausing. They just have to pull out a calculator. Like, guys, my phone's a calculator without a battery. No, that would be against the rules, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not implying that they're breaking any rules, guys. Don't worry.
27 minutes in, and who would have thought Navi Junior would claw their way back into the fight in such a big way? Templar Assassin is now actually ahead of the Phantom Assassin. Pangolier is ahead of Supreme, who is doing so well. And the TIE Hunter is ahead of the Night Stalker. So all three cores doing better in their respective roles from Navi Junior compared to the cores over on Mouse. Bloodthorn, of course, ready up for the Phantom Assassin. Still quite a ways away for the Nullifier to come online for the Night Stalker.
I'm also curious about what the Shard is looking to accomplish over here. For the PA.
For the PA. I mean, you can straight up just kill off that TIE Hunter, right? I don't think anyone else I don't think it's of much value towards anyone else. But of course, you do have that 25% max HP, 28% rather, max health damage, which can straight up obliterate anyone else.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's still a very effective tool just to add a little bit of extra damage into the fray. 1400 is not too heavy a price to pay.
Not to mention, it synergizes very well with the RP, right? You get a 3-4 man RP, you blink in, Fan of Knives, 28% each max HP damage onto everyone. I mean, that's essentially like 1500 2k damage that you can do.
One of the things we haven't talked about is the Wombo combo potential for Mouse. It is very straightforward, right? Like, even if you don't have the chaotic offering, even if all you have is basically the crippling fair and just a blink in from the PA onto an RP, use that Fan of Knives. There's no way that Mouse are taken out of this game, right? Like, you are always going to be able to put up a decent high ground showing. You will always be able to get a potential turnaround, even if you're like 15,000 gold down.
That is true. I mean, and the ultimate high ground defense with that Magnus, with that Ember, with that Warlock, right? You can just spam out those Stifling Daggers as well. The Dark Ascension. In the nighttime, you have just so much vision, and in that Dark Ascension, you just can't push against the high ground. But I will say that despite how straightforward Maus are in their execution with their ultimates, they haven't been able to mount it up as successfully. We've seen them try numerous times. They pop that Dark Ascension, they pop that Golem, they pop that RP, but it's always been a bit lackluster, right? Particularly in the last fight we saw with that 4-man RP and a Templar Assassin having that blink strike at the ready, almost at the ready, but deciding to TP out. And
I
that's
mean, even
something
after that, we saw the Dark Ascension using the Nexus Vampire was forced to blink away. But right now, action on the bottom lane. It's all much though. And Zayak will just be forcing out TPs.
And in contrast, Navi Junior do have that instant, instant fuel injection, right? Because we have seen them in the previous game and in this one, just straight up collapsing onto Supreme and taking him out very early on into the fight. So the synergy from Navi Junior is, I would say,
they have a great
better.
go button. They have a very good go button, I think is a fair way of saying it.
Dire are scanning.
Everyone's got a big red button, and if one person presses it, everyone presses it.
A tool to teach.
MKB now completed out for the Templar Assassin.
So Roshan is online, and unfortunately the mats did not line up, as Maus are in full preparation for this, have all of their ultimates up. The Warlock will be getting it in about 10 seconds as well.
This could be fantastic. That's exactly what they needed. Force needs to pop the Dark Ascension once the smoke goes over. What a turn! What a turn! They're fighting back. Low skill can't keep me away from this one. Mouse Sports walk into the jaws of death and they clamp down on their faces.
Yeah, that's just absolutely getting hammered there. When they thought they had the advantage, it was go time for them, had everything at the ready. Then came in that Loch Ness monster, just that Ravage, just absolutely decimating Mouse. It looked like they couldn't do a single thing. As soon as they popped that Dark Ascension off, the Ember Spirit not in a good position. Ridis with that Chain Frost grabbing that double kill. I mean, 2 and 2, that was perhaps the cleanest execution by Navi that we have seen in this series so far.
I hate to be a Maxi King. I just didn't feel like the greatest place to be initiating when you have to expect there's going to be a ward there. It completely negates the advantage of Dark Ascension.
I mean, sure, they were in the smoke, right? So they were probably expecting there to be a ward, considering that both teams were going for a Roche play. But great read by that Tidehunter just to pop in that Ravage as soon as you saw that Dark Ascension come out, because you know that they're going to be somewhere in the woods.
I mean, it's another fight where, guess what? RP's not used. Chaotic Offering isn't used.
And it was a bit of a preemptive attempt, right? Because the Golem was still a few seconds off of cooldown. So, I don't know, you might have wanted to wait for Navi Junior, draw them into the Roche pit.
If your mag is caught out, though, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. You really need that RP to land. And the problem with this itemization from the Phantom Assassin, this Bloodthorn, it's really not doing anything. I don't think we've seen much value off of this silence. I mean, who do you even silence? Who are you going for with that one? Because you're getting initiated upon, you're getting jumped from that Tidehunter, from that Pangolier. By the time you land that silence, you've already lost.
I guess if you... Maybe you can get the Fan of Blades into a silence onto the Tide because he doesn't have a BKB, but that's just such a niche case. At the same time, what else do you really go for in this spot that makes a difference? It doesn't feel like it's necessarily the Phantom Assassin who is the reason why they can't get anything. You genuinely never see Supreme being able to get off 2 or 3 Sleight of Fists in a fight. You never see Excess Vampire being able to put himself in position where he can get an RP and have follow-up damage come through before his team is already dead.
Oh, another wraparound though. It looks like low scale, he's in a bit of trouble. Another Ravage straight on the face of Mouse, and they're going to collapse. Phantom Assassin and Warlock both down. This time around, it doesn't seem like they even have a chance to think about what they want to do.
There are no buybacks whatsoever on the Mouseboard side. They cannot defend this. They have to just give up 1 Linden Barracks, maybe more.
Yeah, it's looking dire. It's looking grim. Night Stalker Force had such an amazing game in the early phases of it, but right now he's fallen so far behind. He doesn't have any item apart from the BKB and the Blink Dagger.
Navi Junior have played this impeccably. I can't even necessarily blame Mouse for this all the time. It just feels like PMA has been the guy. He has continually been finding perfect ravages, great counter initiations, and always making sure it's in a position where Juice is nearby enough to add the damage necessary. They extend this game long enough to get out of this crazy deficit that they seem to be in.
Has fallen.
And then afterwards, just wonderfully played. Mouse, literally, just getting outplayed. This is pure skill difference that we're seeing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to go away anytime soon. I'm not sure. I mean, if you get initiated upon, right, it's a game of initiation. Whoever initiates first ends up getting ahead. And if you simply get outmaneuvered and out-executed each and every single time, it's tough.
But the problem, there's a problem. He's gone. The game might be over. It might be over, Teltris. Na'Vi Jr. are not going to give them a single chance. Supreme has nowhere to go. A remnant that only leads to more death and dismay. Mouse will be eliminated. They will be taken out of the CCT Series 6 here and now unless there's a miracle. And I don't know if they put their hands together and pray to the right god. Because right now their prayers are going unanswered.
No buyback available.
I mean, this is gone. This is over. You lose another set of Raxes over here. This ends up being a, 26k gold deficit at that point. The one good thing is your heroes respawn really fast.
I mean, but you don't even have any ultimates, right? The RP was expended, the golems was expended.
Deuce is
The
also
Dark
just gonna
Ascension.
regen up, by the way.
And the Magnus is dead.
And the Sages has finished in 6 seconds. TA just regens up back to health, full health.
You simply can't stop the mega creeps at this point. And I mean, if you try to force the issue, if you try to defend that last Rax, you might just be giving up the game.
I think you've given up the game anyway. From what was it? 18 and 8 or something?
10 and 1 to 18 and 8, yeah.
Now 24 to 22. Na'Vi Jr., what a turnaround. What a performance.
Aghanim, Scepter, and Basher up ready for the Bango. They don't even need the damage from Juice at this point. They can just play with the Ravage and Bangolier and just straight up finish this.
Does feel that way. Team is still waiting. Continues that aggressive line. Mega Creep's already gone. They have one last hurrah and it'll be without the RP. 15 seconds before that comes back in. So Mega Creeps will be given away. And right now with the fear onto the Magnus, his buyback comes in, but it's insult to injury as a Ravage chucked out for good measure. It's Supreme caught on the tail end and his tail has ended.
No buyback on the Ember Spirit, just impossible. The Dark Ascension going to be popped for one last hurrah. Will they be able to find anything? Warlock going to get executed towards that back line. It looks like low scale is trying to put up a fight, but it's not going to matter. The Templar Assassin just going to clean him up. Buybacks coming from Na'Vi Jr. to close out this game. And it looks like Excess Vampire is going to be the last one to fall. He didn't even grab the Wisdom Rune.
Even the Wisdom Rune. What a performance coming out from Na'Vi Jr. Exactly what you expect to see from a team on the cusp of greatness.
Radiant victory.
Absolutely. I mean, Na'Vi Jr., hats off to them. Last game, sure, they were simply quite ahead. This game around, things were not going their way and they were supposed to from the get-go. You had a Ricky, so you want to be snowballing, you want to be gaining all that experience, but quite simply, the early game was a disaster for them, but the execution from PMA, from this Tidehunter, was just simply too much for Mouse. I mean, those Ravages, and the simple fact that Mouse got out-executed each and every single time, they didn't have... I don't think there was a single time after the mid game where Mouse got the initiation that they wanted.
And unfortunately for them, it felt like it was a two-step initiation that they were trying to go for, right? And that was always the problem. Step one was Dark Ascension, go in, find enough chaos, and find a room for the Magnus RP. Then comes in the PA. It's this staggered, layered initiation style that they just couldn't get to work. It's far too complicated, especially when the counteraction from Na'Vi is simple. Hey, you pull Dark Ascension, we go in with Ravage, we stun you all, and we make you look like chumps. Na'Vi, that's exactly what they did. Despite losing out in the early game as massively as they did, they always maintain the network. They always manage to get a tier 1 tower here or there. They always manage to put themselves in a position to come back, and then it's one fight that just turns everything around.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, very well played by Navi Junior. Mao's obviously having a few issues that they need to work out, but hopefully, we see them again. Their founder has mentioned that Mao's esports is back in the Dota scene for the long run. So, a few roster changes perhaps, or even Fly just leading them with his experience, just picking them back up, and it can be a team that can have a lot more success going forward. But Navi Junior, I will say, I made the comparison with Passion UA, doing extremely well, so has Navi Juniors. Both of these teams just rising to the occasion, and it's looking really good for the overall scene. It's looking really good for them.
Navi Junior reminding everyone why they are an invited team, even if they did have stumblings early on. That's not to say that we don't have more invited teams who are going to be coming up, as we have a couple of more matches coming your way as well. Coming up next, it'll be lower bracket quarterfinals number 2. It'll be Jiggling going up against Nine Pandas before we finish out the day with Night Pulse and Passion UA. For now, though, we've got to be saying goodbye. This has been Tea Time. He's been Teltris. Thank you all for tuning in, and we're going to see you guys in the next CCT, or if you're going to be sticking around, then in Twitch chat. Peace out.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to CCT. We've got another series coming up next, and it is the Jiggling Boys versus 9 Pandas. Super excited for this one. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. What's up, Zach? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I'm ready to see see some jiggling boys here.
I just can't refer to them as anything else. I know they like, they got picked up by ITB, but they
Very
really
briefly.
are just the jiggling boy. Yeah, briefly, I guess. An unfortunate announcement that just came out from ITB
Straight
like a
back
couple
to
days ago.
jiggling.
Yeah, so we back to the jiggling boys. Yeah, this should be a fun series. 9 Pandas. They actually looked a little shaky here and there, but Jiggling, I think, has been this team that has been surprising a lot of people.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see how they're going to do versus 9 Pandas here, which their starts look good. The lanes, seem strong, and then they seem to be a little shaky in the first series they played. Seem to have cleaned it up a little bit versus 4 Pirates in their last one. And we're going to see if they've continued that improvement here today. We got V-Tuna, Race, Lace, Loopsy, and Solo. So some experienced players, especially Solo, with some of the newer talent, especially like the middle of those boys there.
Mm-hmm. And their opponents, of course, is going to be Jiggling. They are comprised of 423, Copy, Mind Control, Lelis, and SE. And it's just such a bizarre combination of players to me that I just am such a fan of how this team even came together in the first place, right? Like Copy and Lelis both previously coming from Nouns, and then just Mind Control somehow makes his way onto the roster. It's awesome. I love this.
All came together in the name of Jiggling.
Mm-hmm.
I want these guys to find success. I would love some new talent in 423 and SE to really pop off. They were on Secret for a bit. Now they're over here. So they're getting some competitive experience, but none of those huge wins quite yet, which is very normal for new players. But it's always awesome to see new players find that success. And they're going to be in good company in Mind Control, who previous TI winner, tons of experience there. Copy and Lelis, although I don't think they've had like the big wins they want quite yet. They have been playing at the tier 1 scene for a bit longer, so I feel like they are now fully from the newer rising talent to like, okay, pretty experienced, just got to get that huge win under the belt. And sometimes you just got to find the right team for that to click.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And as we look at, what's going to happen in this series, I always like to point out like who wins coin toss every once in a while, if I ever like remember to see it in times. Because a lot of times the game starts and I'm like, dang, I wish I saw which team won the coin toss. It does go to Jiggling, and they actually choose second pick, and that's kind of why I wanted to mention it. It's not something we see that often, but they prefer second pick. So we're going to see Radiant for 9 Pandas. We've been seeing a lot of certain heroes kind of rise in the power rankings as of late, and it does seem like the Lich is becoming a very much tier 1 support pick. I don't know how you feel about it, but the hero seems absolutely bonkers.
I'm still a little on the fence about it. Not that I don't think he can be good, but I think the situations in which he's good are still... It's not like Clockwork. You pick, and it's a good Clockwork game, period. I think Lich is a little bit more specific on when he's good, and especially a little bit later in the draft, because I think, for example, Lion, very popular support right now, just kind of ruins Lich's time in the lane. If you get Dispels, the Frost Shield suddenly doesn't do anything. So I think Lich as a strong support needs to be a little bit later on into the draft, and then he can be good. And kind of like evidence of that, although we've been seeing him more, his win rate's actually, every time I check, every time there's like a major tournament and we see a lot of Lich picks, I look, his win rate's always like
Not
low
good.
40s, despite having a large amount of picks. So I feel like that's people taking him too early, thinking like, oh, I want a strong 5, let's go Lich. But I don't think he's an opening strong 5 type hero. He's a gotcha strong 5 type pick later in the draft.
Yeah, so I was actually going to pull up some stats from that hero because I was a little bit surprised myself. He currently is sitting at like a 41 to 42% win rate in one of the other like major events, but there's a lot more actual games played with this hero. So yeah, you're right. It's like we're seeing the hero picked a lot more and people really like it, but it doesn't seem to be winning, which is kind of weird. Speaking of heroes that is winning, though, is Tiny. Probably the highest win rate hero of the current meta. I think last time I checked, he was at almost 90%, which sounds insane.
It does sound insane.
Yeah, he was at like 88.5%. I'm pretty sure it's gone down now, but yeah, now it's only 70%. So, you know.
Why even pick it, honestly?
Yeah, not even worth it, really. Yes, I mean, Tiny is seemingly like this unstoppable mid lane force.
Yeah, it's kind of what you get with the first pick, which Jiggling, I don't know if it's because the meta is shifting a little bit, but you know, sometimes there's, we talk about like, oh, these are all the really good heroes, these are the power picks, whatever. And then sometimes teams go for it, but sometimes they go for like the next thing, you know, the like clockwork, whatever. Yeah. It's like, it's not technically broken, but it's pretty good. Jiggling actually just takes like OP heroes in their early picks that they think define the meta, the ones that are often in the first phase. So I was excited to see that, but they did go for the second pick this time, which I expect some kind of really strong counter pick there then, if that's what you're going to prioritize. For now, they're going to grab the Morphling versus the Tiny. I think this can go both ways a little bit, where Tiny provides some of that instant catch and high burst damage in the early game versus the Morphling, but that assumes that Tiny is having a good start, which when you reveal him first, he usually does because he is Tiny, but sometimes you can counterpick him, perhaps from that second pick that we were just talking about. And then if he's having a slow start, Morphling should cruise through, get to the mid to late game where you get too tanky to be burst down. You can copy Tiny, get your own massive boost in damage since you're Morphling with insane stats, and you just get to have your own tree toss and all that. So pretty stable. I expect to see some like carry bans to protect that Morphling pick.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good matchup most of the time. You just have to make sure that the Tiny is not like balling out of control, and they should have, you know, the ability to pick up a mid lane hero that might be able to slow him down. Because, you know, a Tiny that gets like really farmed and like is starting to like snowball the game can just like pop your Morphling if he's not paying attention. So there's always that, like Morphling will have to be playing on a little bit extra HP, but I'm with you. I think Morphling, especially if you're confident on it, there's no reason to like hold back on picking it. They do ban the Phoenix, one of the best position 5s, and there's the Doom ban. So it's probably a carry Morphling at this point.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised about that. I think Phoenix is really good versus Tiny. He hates attack slow because he's already so slow, and then it looks like his animation's broken. Like if you hit him with a strong attack slow like Fire Spirits, he literally looks like he's not even moving. And then suddenly the attack slowly starts, and you're like, oh no, I better get out of here within the next 5 seconds before I get hit for 600 damage. So it's pretty good.
Slowest reaction time ever.
Yeah, along with the max HP damage from Sunray, he can't really deal with Egg. So it's a really good support pick in response to Tiny. We're going to see the Enigma pretty early, which is a little bit surprising. Gyro's in the pool. I thought we might see that as a pretty quick counter pick, but I guess they don't feel rushed to do it since, I mean, you see a Morphling there. You don't usually pick a Gyro at this point. So instead, they're going to go for the ET and Lion. 2 supports, classic counters to the Morphling. ET because you remove so much armor. Lion because you provide that instant catch and high burst damage to get a couple Morphling kills in the early game. And, you know, the instant catch always good throughout the game. And they both have ways to cancel Black Hole, at least until the BKB comes out. So
I was going to say, does Earth Splitter cancel BKB Black Hole? I feel like it has a mini stun effect, doesn't it?
I kind of forget on that one.
It's like that one I feel like has been changed many times, and it's like, yeah,
that's one where who is truly an ET player, right? There's a very few of them out there, and it's not me, so I can't remember that one.
I guess there's no mini stun. It's just a slow and then like the movement change. So I don't know if it's gonna disrupt channeling, but it does pierce BKB, so we'll see. I don't think. I mean, based on the tooltip, it shouldn't interrupt BKB Black Hole. They grab the Clockwork for themselves. I like this hero a lot. Great against ET and Lion. They both really struggle against this hero. Now, you did mention the Gyrocopter. I honestly don't even hate like a position 4 Gyro here when you have like the Elder Titan as the support. Like you can very easily just kite the Elder Titan. He can play with the Enigma lane. They're gonna grab Chen instead. Okay. So that's Clockwork 4 then.
Yeah, with an Enigma, I think that works out really well. Enigma is very self-sufficient. You just need to get the initial equilibrium back, and then you really just, like, if he just wants to farm, that's it. You just prevent pulls. If you want to play aggressive, you just need someone who slows and stuns, and the Eidolons do so much damage. That's exactly what Clockwork does. He's got the battery assault, the power cogs. It just means you can eventually get away, but it takes like 8 seconds to finally get away from Clockwork. And that's tons of times for the Eidolon to split and then hit you a couple times, which is pretty straightforward kill on someone like Lion. I feel like Gyro is not bad for 9 pandas if they want to grab it, but looks like they want to keep pushing it off for now. They're going to get the Night Stalker, which the AoE silence is quite nice, but I feel
Shard
like...
is good this game too. For
Yeah. I guess we do see it versus the Chen, especially if you want to take Night Reigns. Chen's such a strong position 5 that kind of need a strong offlaner to deal with it, and Night Stalker with Night Reigns could be that answer.
So I wonder if they're hesitant to pick the Gyro just because of the Morphling counter, right?
That's
like
true.
I wonder if that's like, because the whole time I'm sitting here, I'm like, why are they not picking the Gyro? And it realistically just could be that they're afraid to pick the Gyro into the Morph, because otherwise, like,
It's a really good matchup.
I'm wondering if that's actually just the idea behind the Morphling right into the Enigma. It's a pretty smart opener because it does cover the Gyro pick, and there's not many heroes that counter Enigma in lane. And I think realistically the only one we've seen do well is the Gyrocopter and the Morphling. So I am a little bit curious what their idea is going to be on the carry pool here. They might just leave the Gyro in as like they're like, okay, well, we only can pick a Gyro now. Yeah, they're actually going to ban the Drow. And in terms of what else, I have no idea. Spectre, maybe?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe like TA.
Oh,
'Cause
TA
I
would
feel
be
like-
not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, where Morphling versus Gyro, the later it goes, the better it is for Morphling. Gyro has very good like AoE damage, but in terms of like the one-on-ones, he's not as good as other heroes. So when you can be Morphling and have better one-on-ones, copy the Gyro, and then have equivalent AoE, like that's not as good. But I think Gyrocopter does come online sooner, especially if he had a very good lane matchup into like an Enigma. So I think you could go for a timing play, try to win before the Morphling is super strong, but maybe 9 Pandas doesn't want to put themselves in that kind of situation where they're on this timer. So looks like Drow, Naga are out. I don't know, like I'm trying to think. You gotta have a good matchup versus Enigma and have a decent time versus Morphling. Luna, we
This
don't
is
see
not a
her
hero
very
we've seen.
often.
Yeah, dude, they're scraping the bottom of the carry barrel right now if they're going for a Luna. I feel like this hero we just haven't seen since the Conda nerf and the change to her 20 talent, because, I mean, let's be real, it gutted the hero.
The talent change especially. Because
Yeah.
you'll still see, like, for example, we'll probably see 2 Condas in this game, Tiny and the Morphling.
Yeah,
But Luna, I mean, she might get it still, but I agree, it's the talent change that mostly hurt her. Though if you do get to the late game, it kind of evens out at some point. But she was more of an early game active hero into a strong mid-late game timing that was just earlier than other heroes. I don't feel like it's particularly strong versus the Morphling matchup. In fact, I feel like we often see Morphlings picked in response to the Luna when Luna was the meta carry. So I feel like it's still very similar to the Gyro matchup we described earlier, which is that you will come online much sooner and you can do a lot more sooner, and you got to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna fall off and you're gonna lose to the Morphling in the late game.
Okay, they still go for the Earth Spirit matchup into the... Dude, I feel like my brain is like decaying with the amount of Earth Spirit versus Tiny mids that I've been seeing over the last like week and a half. This is probably the 10th mirror matchup of this that I have seen, like of games that I've casted, just Tiny versus Earth Spirit every game. There was like 2 series I covered that was literally just Tiny followed by Earth Spirit, picked 1 and 2, but it just kept swapping teams because one team had priority. And I was like, okay, so I guess these are the only heroes people want to play anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I feel like Jiglin's draft is great. The Enigma is going to be really hard for them to deal with. They have like decent timings on 9 Panda because Luna is a fairly early hero, like you mentioned, but I just don't believe in this hero right now. So I'm a little bit curious as to like what their game plan is with it. Yeah, the 20 talent change was just devastating. Her 15 talent doesn't seem good that she got in exchange. So I don't know like where this hero's like power spike is anymore.
Yeah, I feel like the game plan is similar, which at the start of this, I was saying 9 Panda seems like they have good lanes and their early game seems good. And it's later on that there seems to be some issues. So maybe they're leaning into that. They're going for that earlier draft. With that in mind, I'm not really sure what Luna offers over the Gyro. I feel like Gyro's in a better spot and can follow that same game plan. But I maybe, I kind of do think Luna's late game matchup into some of this is a little better because of the damage reduction from the glaives. So maybe that's some of it. I'll see what they can bring. What V-Tune, I'm sure he has a strong say in what carry he's going to play here. Like what he sees in the Luna versus the Gyro or any other carry they could have gone for.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a plan and they believe in it, so I'm not going to think too much. I'm just mostly curious what the talent options are going to be now, because the 15 talent being changed to like Lunar Orbit Glaive or Eclipse cooldown. I mean, I feel like most carries are going to be forced to take the Eclipse cooldown so that you can fight more often. And then the number 20, like Lucent Beam cooldown or Lucent Beam damage. Probably Lucent Beam cooldown. Like, I feel like both of the talents that you used to take on this hero are just gone.
Maybe some of it is with the ET. ET removes both armor and magic resistance with his natural order. And Luna is one of the best hybrid damage carries out there, I would say. So maybe we're going to see a cool combo there.
I could see that. That actually does kind of make sense. Against a Clockwork, though, I kind of feel like I want the Glaive Orbit at 15. Like, if he jumps you and you just, like, summon 5 Glaives, he just gets destroyed.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing the Glaives. I guess we'll see.
All right. We'll see what happens. We got ourselves game number 1 here of 9 Pandas versus Jiggling. And because it's daytime right now, it's, Night Rain, Night Stalker, the classic.
Are you ready to rumble?
Do you think as far as having aura builders on your team to counter natural order, you got some of the best in the Chen and the Enigma. We got 2
That's a
late
good point,
smokes. Who's gonna
I
run
feel like
into who?
Enigma this game, I would not hate if he just goes, since he has a Chen, if he just goes like the early Blink Dagger into BKB, I actually would be totally okay with it.
It's true. It's an interesting idea. Do you just like all in every single aura by 25 minutes, or do you diversify a little bit with that blink? Because you can maybe just leave Earth's Spirit and Clockwork to do the initiating.
Yeah.
What is this wraparound copy? Gotta be careful how he rolls out of
The
here.
battle begins.
He can't roll out of there. He's got Boulder Kick, which he should be fine. He's got Lelis walking in next to him. Gonna throw some cogs here as they just get farmed up.
It does end up being a 3-for-1 in the bounty runes for that, though.
Oh, really? Who got the 3? I guess 9 Pandas.
Sorry, 9 Pandas. Yeah, 9 Pandas
Yeah,
got the 3 runes.
All right, well, this should be a fun mid lane to watch once again. Earth Spirit versus Tiny.
Don't lie to me. You just told me you were losing your mind seeing this match.
Oh, no, yeah, that was definitely sarcasm. I've seen this matchup too many times. We have the Night Stalker off lane with a Lion. Fairly strong lane. That being said, you do have a Chen who has gone for the Satyr. So mana burn going to be super annoying. especially against Lion in these early levels, who doesn't really like to go mana drain at level 2, right? A lot of times it's Hex at level 2, so you have kill threat, and especially with a Night Stalker, you want to be able to take advantage of that. So that mana burn is actually going to provide a lot of value in this early lane stage.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a Harpy creep. That might be what helps tip this lane over.
Yeah, Lupsi is actually completely out of mana.
What a twist. He is the one being mana burned.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to go mana drain it too, I feel like. I don't know how he can play the lane without it. Bottom lane, though. Solo in some trouble. No battery assault yet on Clockwork, though. Not quite level 2.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of that as the lane continues. Once the battery assault comes online, just battery assault, power cogs, maybe a blood grenade, Malefice, Eidolons whacking away.
Dude, Chen is such a ridiculously strong lane hero. Oh no, Lion was so close to being able to cast a spell there. Nice toss back on mid though from Erase, forces a rollout from Copy, but he's got water runes to pick up. MC's crushing bottom on this Enigma already. Doesn't have a ton of denies, but he's borderline free farming.
It gets easier as you get more points in demonic summoning as well. I'd say the bigger surprise is mid. Usually I feel the CS goes the way of the Tiny to start.
Agreed.
But Earth Spirit here picking up a slight lead. Copy, very experienced mid laner. Might just be outplaying Erase a little bit here.
Yeah, I kind of agree. A lot of times we see Earth Spirit not only struggling in CS, but kind of getting bodied as well in the health department. Like, there's a lot of times Tiny can, like, rather than go for CS in the first couple of waves, he just bonks you with the giant tree over and over. And Earth Spirit doesn't have, like, as easy of a way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Just because he's got more range.
Yeah, usually that matchup is Tiny wins the early game with the first few waves and minutes with just higher damage, more last hits in CS, but he needs a blink to really do anything. So then Earth Spirit eventually hits level 6, and he can rotate as soon as he has that. Even without it, like at level 5, he can do things, and you catch up via those rotations, and you see how many successful ganks you can have before the Tiny has his blink, and depending how that goes is then where that matchup ends up. But if you're just straight up winning the lane, I know it's not a huge amount, but going at least even, if not a little bit ahead, is already a lead in that matchup. And then you can also rotate sooner.
And solo, like, anytime you play Elder Titan, you have to, like,
hit.
Oh my god. I was going to say, like, you have to be very careful of the Clockwork, but really good patience from him and waiting to throw that Spirit until after that battery assault is done. Nice bait from him overall. I think for a while it looked like you might go down there, but gets the waited until the Eidolon split, and then the Clockwork battery assault ends and just bops them.
Yeah, that's definitely something I overlooked here, and maybe Jiggling got caught off guard as well, since we don't see too much ET nowadays, but the Spirit getting a bonus from all the Eidolons is actually so good in terms of the fight, if you do wait for that battery assault to end, like you said. They will eventually get a return kill, though.
Yeah, he definitely overestimated. Oh gosh, they're wrapping. They're looking for V-Tune here. The Tornado, Blood Grenade is out, the mana burn. They just need someone to get in range. And the Enigma might be able to cut him off, and instead they're just going to turn around, look for Solo here, who's TPing in. Kind of just a sacrifice to the dire gods here to save the Luna. But that's a costly one. That is going to be a back-to-back death after a TP, so he's going to have to walk all the way back to lane. And Chen actually gets a movement speed creep as well.
Speed creep almost dies to Roshan coming down here.
Classic Rosh.
Yeah, it's a cool call to go for the ET instead. It's more guaranteed. Like, Luna's so fast. She has boots already, so there's no guarantee they're going to catch her, even if she's the more valuable kill. But by killing ET, no TP back in, then, I mean, what can Luna do here on her own anyways? So, in a way, it's like you killed her farming speed. So, you can see her back in the jungle for now. while ET is walking out. Looks like they want to go for the power runes. Unlucky for 9 Pandas. It's top.
Yeah, but nice toss back. Lelis in a little bit of trouble, and yeah, will get picked up by Erase. Nice tree toss to do enough damage there.
I say unlucky. At least Loopsy, he was actually there for it, so it still goes to them. Although maybe a shield rune line is not that scary. Toss back mid. He's hexed under the tower and an earth spike. That is well played from Erase. He avalanched the earth spirit in the middle of like 9 different creeps and still gets the toss back to the lion. That's really well done.
That's huge. Yeah, I mean, that's super huge. Like we were saying, like Earth Spirit was kind of winning the lane, like pretty handedly. And with this, you can already see about 1,000 gold difference now going the way of the Tiny. So really big win there. Solo should be killed here in the bottom side. Cogs come out just in time. Blood Grenade gets dropped. Now he's got a lot of spirit from that, a lot of movement speed from the spirit, but it's just not enough. The Blood Grenade will take him down. Dude, it's crazy how much Blood Grenade has changed the game.
Yes, it's offered way more kill threat on heroes that didn't previously have it, because it's essentially your free, I was gonna say free, a 50 gold gap closer that, I mean, it's like buying another skill. I'm okay with it, but it really did shift up the meta into way more aggression in the early game. It's part of the reason we don't see as many like chill and go late type drafts.
I feel like I'm okay with that because otherwise Dota would just be heckin' boring, especially with how big the map is now. Like imagine there's just like less aggression and they increase the size of the map, you know? It'd be like we'd be in a game where it's like similar to League where the final score is like 4-7 at like 40 minutes and then the game just instantly ends and you're like, nice. We did it, guys.
If only we had blood grenades, we wouldn't be like this.
No, I think anything that increases the kind of aggression around the map and ooh, a little bit of a fight behind the tower potentially. Oh, never mind. They're just playing around. Now, I think anything that like speeds up the game, allows supports to play more active is just good.
Penitence with the Eidolons, pretty sick.
True. Plus, now he has the freaking Warpine Raider to tank the tower, so that mid tower, if they do not respond, is just gonna die to summons. And they're wrapping around, trying to get into the or into the jungle here, where the Chen and the Enigma have been hiding out. Great stun out from the Lion. The Avalanche comes through. They're gonna be able to clean up the Enigma first, and the Chen second. I feel like they saw this coming and just did not react in time. That Lion stun absolutely owned them.
I think he got caught off guard by the Night Stalker coming in, because I think if you can get the black hole off, then you have ways to fight. Earth Spirit can join you with the Magnetize. It's going to look really good. But, no, I guess just...
Yeah, I think you're right. Night Stalker
didn't
was the difference.
Expect how fast Night Stalker would close the gap on them.
Whoa, Night Stalker's got an Orb of Corrosion.
It's pretty cool with Natural Order. Like, any small amount of armor reduction is actually way more meaningful when you're comboing it with Natural Order.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's got decent stats as well, considering like the cost, right? It's no longer just a like, oh, I removed some armor. Like it's got actual like valuable stats in it now.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, for all we were saying earlier, Erase has managed to find several good fights without his blink. And he has got Power Tread, Soul Ring, Bottle, and the blink is just about to finish. And it's only 10.5 minutes. This is
That's
a
actually
really
so
fast blink. This is crazy, yeah.
Oh, well, they find the Clockwork Lelis. Not gonna be able to pop the hook shot to get away. And they do see Copy on the backside with the Spirit. Yeah, I'm surprised how farmed Erase is all of a sudden.
I mean, he's 3-0-2 with like 80 last hits. So the rotations, a 9 Pandas bringing both supports to that 6-minute rune is really what started to shift this. Getting 2 kills off that play really brought Tiny into the game.
Now Vtune on the Luna. Farming up on the bottom side of the map here, which, to be fair, Luna is a hero that prefers the Radiant side jungle over the Dire. When it comes to like being pushed out of your tower position, just because she actually doesn't need the health. Like, she's a Mask of Madness builder, so a little bit of mana regen from the well is actually pretty nice. So she's actually managing to kind of stick with it in terms of farm.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
We'll kind of see where she goes, though. I was gonna say, okay, so with the changes to the Luna, one of the things I wanted to mention earlier, but I was like, maybe this is too dumb or too insane. Oh, Lelis walks into 5 heroes, roll in from Copy. He's actually alive for now. The Magnetize is out. He does have an amplified damage as well. Does Copy get out, though? He will not. The Magnetize ends, and with that will also be the hopes of Jiglin's team fight. You need that Magnetize. Okay, I want to finish my point, but I'll let you talk about that real quick.
No, I don't have much to say. It's just they're killing things really quickly. They're bringing all 5 heroes, and they have the synergy between each other. So if Jiggling could live just a little longer in these last few fights, then you can actually see the combo come in. The Hand of God come into work, the Black Hole, the Magnetize. You need longer fights, but these are just ending so quickly, just because, I mean, that's the strength of 9 Pandas draft.
I'll pick off onto the Lion mid. Yeah, I think that fight actually puts them in such a good spot because they are already really farmed on their cores, and it's still nighttime for a couple more minutes. You'll have Dark Ascension up when that's here, so you're going to be pretty chilling.
Yeah, I think you just have to hang around till you get Pipe on the Enigma, and then they've already got the mech on Chen, and then he's working on a Pavis. I think as you pick up these items, you start to counter like the natural order a little bit more, and you can deal with some of the quick burst coming out from 9 Pandas in the form of Tiny, Eclipse, Lionfinger, right? There's a lot that you have to just survive through, and then you can take the fight. So they just have to avoid these until these items are done. And it's only like a 2k difference right now. That's not too bad for Jiggling, so long as they don't lose another, like, I'd say 1 or 2 fights before these items are done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Have you taken a look at the Enigma items and seen if he is going to go BKB or not?
For now, he's just finishing the Pipe. Doesn't have anything else queued up yet, so we'll see what MC decides to go for. I think, yeah, if you want a Black Hole to come out for more than a second, you're going to need a BKB this game.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of surprised that he's going the Pipe, but another Avalanche toss from Erase. Finger Dust out. Lelis surviving, but there's going to be the Earth Splitter to secure the kill. In comes Copy, but team a little bit afraid to actually commit. They'll just back out. I mean, this is like the 5th time this has happened, where Lelis is sitting on the front line, he gets ganked, and then there's no follow-up.
I mean, that's a clockwork with Pavis, 1400 health, you know, plus then the 250 barrier versus physical damage, and you see how quickly he dies. That is just, that's the nature of what I was talking about. And I think why he needs to get this Pipe. You need the barrier, you need the resistances. You could get a BKB and then be the only one channeling Black Hole because the rest of your teammates are dead, right? Like, you need to keep them alive. And I think that's why he's gonna go with the Pipe first.
Hey, dude, would you rather win or hit a sick 5-hero Black Hole and lose?
Oh, you know the answer to that. Only one of those gets you on Reddit.
There's only one thing that gets you the Reddit post, 100%, yeah. Lelis, hook shot, this time flies solo, and with a roll in from Copy, this should be a pretty easy pickup for the 2.
Yeah, for now, these are the small pickoffs you want from Jiggling. That way you don't have to deal with the full combo that 9 Pandas has. Which is funny to say, because usually the team with Enigma and Chen are the ones that want the big team fights. But I think ET especially is the one shifting that up.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're gonna see a nice fight break out here, but at the moment, Copy's still surviving. There's the pipe you're talking about, the Earth Splitter. It's gonna get dodged, so all right.
Are scanning.
They survive the initial burst, and Copy actually still somewhat healthy. Meanwhile, this is a sick Roche attempt, but they scout it out, and now 9 Pandas will take this for free.
That's
How did
unfortunate.
they know?
Roshan
I'm
has
not
fallen
fully
to the
sure. They might have just wanted to do it off of that play mid. Maybe there was a scan we missed in the middle of that fight.
Hookshot was actually off the mark, but in comes the rest of the team. The Avalanche toss stolen from this Morphling. They're trying to finish off Erase first, and now they will get themselves the Night Stalker. The Luna makes it through the portal. Wait, where's the Aegis?
It was on the Tiny.
Oh, so he just respawned bottom. I see.
Couldn't see it. There was so much junk around the portal. It was hard to see the the respawn, but yeah, okay, that actually ends up being okay for Jiggling, I think. I thought that was a really nice play from 9 Pandas. You make the mid fight happen. It looked like it was going to be a trade-off, Earth Spirit for Roche, but Jiggling thought they could get both. They got punished. They were going to lose everything, but not a quick enough retreat from 9 Pandas, opting for the Twin Gate rather than just TPing out. And yeah, it cost them. You lose 2 heroes, lose the Aegis.
Yeah. To be fair, if that hook shot didn't miss as well, like if he didn't hit, I don't know what he hit, I think it was a creep, they get the Luna in the process as well, which would have been a disaster for 9 Pandas. Luckily right now, V-Tune's in a really good spot. I finally get to make the point I was talking about earlier, which is the fact that Luna, like you mentioned, being a very good hybrid hero, and they did change her talents a lot. I'm curious if it's not insane to go Aghanim Scepter as a carry Luna now. And he has it queued up, or at least he did. So
He's got the point booster. I mean, he's pretty
I think
committed.
he's going it.
Well, I
mean,
guess you could still do Phylactery.
You could, but like, there's no way you go Conda on this hero anymore. Like, it's pointless. So
Radiant's bottom tower.
You still can, but I am up for
oh,
the
wait
Ags.
for him the moment he blinks in, but he just goes right into a silence. What a disaster for the Morphling. Punished behind the tower with no backup Lelis. He's going to try and TP on out of here, and he will make it. MC, no way. Nice Avalanche toss. Cancel that one.
Lace looking for one more in the mid lane. Chen trying to buy himself some time with all his auras and all that, but not enough to get away from this Night Stalker. He's been having a great game. He actually has a Radiance.
Yeah. I thought he was going Nullifier, but he went Radiance.
Dire's
That's
bottom
nuts.
tower is under attack.
Great against the Chen and Eidolons, right? Like, you have a bunch of summons that are going to get a ton of attack speed, and now they just miss.
Yeah, and you can always disassemble it for the Nullifier later. You don't need it that badly right now, and Radiance is way better for his
Dire's
farming
middle
speed.
tower is
So
under attack.
a cool idea. You know, maybe you farm up, I don't know, like the BKB, maybe another item, and then you break it for the Nullifier. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, he's having a good enough game to do it. You know, if you're struggling on Night Stalker, I think it's way too greedy. You got to go smaller items to have impact. But they've been really successful allowing him to rush this Radiance.
Yeah. So Luna is now 1,000 gold from the Ags, and she also has a Conda queued up. So that part's a little surprising to me, but the Ags should be done relatively soon. And once you have that, I'm sure you're going to Lucent Beam damage at 20 over the Lucent Beam cooldown. Because, right, like, what's, like, your Ags is your Lucent Beam damage, is it not? So I feel like that's your talent choice.
I think it makes
guessing.
sense, especially natural order. In the early game, easy to apply. Later on, the physical damage is around ET. The magic is around wherever the spirit is. And it's much easier to apply the magic reduction because you can throw the spirit in safely. So the cool thing about this Aghanims is that you can drop it on the Tiny who jumps in with the spirit. And it's very low risk for both your carry and your position 5, while your very tanky mid Tiny is at risk, but it's not that much of a risk, and you're putting insane burst on whatever target you're jumping with that. So it's kind of it's a really cool idea. I don't think we would see Ags if it wasn't for this ET, but I love the creativity of it. We'll see if
maybe
it
we wouldn't
works.
see the Luna at all if it wasn't for ET.
True,
But,
true.
You know, like I don't know where else you'd pick this hero, but it works because the natural order, and he's gone deconstruction as well, which is where the longer that spirit's on top of you, the more of your magic resist it's gonna drain, 1% per second. So double smoke here from both teams. Lelis once again on the front line, going to put his body in harm's way, but here comes the Night Stalker. He finds a great target in the Chen. The question is, can he find the kill? It doesn't look like he's able to get out for now. They take down the Lion. Hookshot actually off the mark as the Magnetize on the backside is zoning everyone, and they just rip the black hole as a result. The Luna Ags almost finds a kill, but the creeps absorb so much of it. Magnetize still going here on this Earth Spirit, but Solo will be able to back away just barely.
Yeah, that is maybe the major downside of this Aghanims is you can't take a fight too near creeps, or they have to be cleared, which I thought, some glaives, radiance, some tiny bursts, maybe you kill the creeps quickly enough, but between Hand of God and the various auras, it's proving to be a bit difficult. And that was the first fight where 9Pandas was not so successful in removing a hero right away and then just sweeping the fight from there, which makes me feel like Jiggling, I mean, that's essentially a 4K gold swing, I feel, that 9Pandas had, and they just lost that fight. This might now be the timing of Jiggling, right? They finished the pipe. They have, Boots of Bearing even on the Enigma. The Clockwork, which we saw just straight up die at the start of every fight so far. He's 5 deaths. Not that time. He's now tanky enough to live. The Earth Spirit BKB got used to remove the Lion right away, which is part of the reason they weren't able to find the pickoff.
Yeah.
So just finally a nice fight from Jiggling with everything they need.
We're going to see them go once again as they head right into the Dire Triangle, and there will be a connection onto the Earth Spirit, but big Eclipse coming out, but now the creeps able to try to absorb some of it. The Magnetize from copies out the BKB as well, and they get erased to start things off with the help of the Lion, and now the chase continues. They find V-Tune. 3 dead, and, 9Pandas, they felt like they needed to get something done during this nighttime, and Jiggling just called it perfectly.
That was a very fortunate Invis rune on the Earth Spirit as well. He got to walk.
What it was?
I'm pretty sure, unless I'm misremembering. I think he had an Invis rune which allowed him just walk in, see a bunch of heroes, and then initiate that fight. Which Tiny does not have his BKB yet. So when he's hit by that silence, he can't be the jump that he needs to be for his team.
Yeah, they need BKBs very bad. Luna and Night Stalker and Tiny all need them.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Which it looks like Night Stalker is actually relatively close. He's like 600 away.
And Night Stalker will get his.
Yeah. I really hope Luna doesn't go for this Conda. The Eclipse, you see it in the fight and you're like, wow, that's actually pretty good damage. But then you were right. You pipe the creeps and then suddenly 3/4 of the Eclipse damage is just wasted.
I think prior to this, the first 15 minutes, the group fights were going really well for 9Pandas off the natural order and the fact that Jiggling had no items yet. I think we're now at the point where it's swapped. The team fights now go towards Jiggling, and you need to look for the smaller fights where you do the combo, the Ags onto the Tiny as he blinks in with the Natural Spirit and just instantly delete 1 or 2 heroes. But when you take these full team fights, we're just seeing the creeps get piped up, Eidolons are there, everything's being absorbed, and then that was what you itemized. That's what your carry built for, and it's not working, right? So you need to switch it up. You can't keep looking for these, which 9Pandas might not be looking for it, but just the last 2 they keep beating. They keep beating Jiggling in a 5-on-5.
Solo going to be very upset about that ward getting taken down right away.
He's pissed.
He's like, oh, I needed that one. We needed to see that bottom side of the map.
This is where Roche is going to respawn in another minute 40. Pretty long Roche spawn.
Yeah. That being said, I don't know if they're actually afraid to just go high ground. after the last couple of fights, I think they feel pretty confident to try and force 9Pandas back. And if they do manage to get a... Yeah, I mean, if they do manage to find a good hook shot as the opener, they could just continue the dive. Like, V-Tune is here on the front line, no BKB. They could very well just commit onto him, but looks like instead the Earth Spirit is hunting in the mid lane. He's going to go try and deal with the waves.
Yeah, I think you can poke for free, but I don't think you want to commit too hard into an Elder Titan and the classic tossbacks, things like that. Some of the reason these fights have been working well is because of the various creeps that have helped absorb a lot of damage. And when you go push the enemy base, well, there's really not many creeps on your team in the enemy's base. So you got to be very careful about that. So I appreciate Jiggling just waiting out this.
They find the big target that they were looking for. It's the Tiny.
He died so fast.
Yeah, she just doesn't even look tanky at this point. That is the Aghanim Scepter for Lelis now as well, so good luck trying to stay hidden from this guy.
Now, one other thing I was a little worried about is when they were making that push, Chen actually didn't have a lot of creeps. They died earlier. Usually you can just throw creeps to like chip the towers or have them rat other lanes, but I think this game versus Ag's Luna, you really do want your creeps alive and near you. And he actually found a troll creep. I think you want even more of those because you just keep summoning skeletons, and every time a skeleton tanks a lucent beam, you're winning. Like,
yeah.
You know, just get like 50 skeletons to tank for you. Not usually their purpose, but pretty good versus this Luna build.
Did she end up going the Conda, or did she have a BKB?
She got the Phylactery and now has a BKB queued up. I don't know what she'll... Oh, she has a Mithril Hammer being delivered, so yeah, she's switching over to the BKB.
Well, they can very easily just deep push mid lane with the Clockwork, and they will grab themselves Aegis and Roshan's Banner. Copy scouted top lane by this ward on the Watcher, so not on the Watcher, but on the Twin Gate, so they should know he's here. Does get the BKB. Okay, yeah, he's like, yeah, I need a BKB Blade Mail this. There's no way. That would have been a nice pickoff, but a little bit jump in the gun there on the Luna instead of waiting for the Lion to initiate.
Yeah, maybe I thought the Lucent Beam would be long enough mini stun for Lion to get there, but unfortunate. It's not that bad to attempt, though, because with that talent, Eclipse is only 70 seconds, so
yeah.
I do like the idea. Like you said, maybe slightly better execution nets you an Earth Spirit kill there instead of just the BKB, which is not too bad, I guess. But
is under attack.
You might need more as they come barreling down your base with this Aegis.
And here come the flares. Lelis is going to find someone eventually.
I actually really like this idea to get the Ags versus a Night Stalker, who usually has vision superiority in a team fight with Dark Ascension. Now you just light the sky up with fireworks, and you can relatively see what you need in these fights.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, no outer towers now remain for the side of 9Pandas, and with an Aegis on the Morphling, I feel like we could just see them go high ground soon. Your Enigma, what does he have now? I'm curious.
Aura Master, Boots of Bearing, Crimson Guard, Pipe of Insight.
Crimson Guard, wow.
Yeah, he's now working to the BKB, but we haven't really even needed a black hole, right, in these last couple fights, so... I think
that is a very selfless game from Mind Control. Couldn't be me by any means. I would
certainly not going to make it to any highlight clips with this build.
Yeah, I don't know. Not going Blink BKB Aghanim Scepter.
But if we see the way they've won fights, it makes total sense, right?
It totally
you just
does.
walk in and you don't even need the black hole. So good on MC. He's above being highlighted. He just wants the win.
I mean, hey, he could Boots of Bearing and walk in. You never know.
There you go.
Who needs Blink Dagger when you can just be very fast? Sonic the Hedgehog would like a word.
Chen's got a Wild Wing Ripper. You can Hurricane him in.
Oh, huge. Earth Spirit can kick him in, you know. Tiny might toss him in, you never know. They're smoked out, they're gonna walk right into Copy. A Blink Hex out from Lupsy, a nice ward drop to give him the start of the fight, but 423 deletes the Lion, and well, it's hard to even tell if the Eclipse went off at that point, but it did.
I think a lot of people are going to be like, LMAO, Reef build. I think the idea is really cool.
I agree.
And I think it could have worked. I think they just found
back.
the wrong targets.
Yeah, I agree. They're on to this Morphling. They do manage to take down his agent, and he has no BKB. You will need to respond. Here comes MC, a Black Hole solo on the backside. No way to stop it as Copy zones the 4 heroes of 9 Pandas back into the fountain with a beautiful Magnetize. And well, he's keeping it running here on the V2, the Flares as well going to zone them back, and they have to respect this. Clockwork almost kills the Lion, apparently.
If he did not have a shard giving him some magic resist with that mana drain, I'm pretty sure Magnetized Rocket Flare would have killed him in the fountain. I'm a little surprised that Jiggling did not, like, with that Magnetize and Rocket Flare zoning, they didn't feel comfortable committing to the barracks. Maybe worried about a buyback potentially.
I feel like the Morphling definitely could have taken it. Like, this guy does so much damage. He could have at least taken the range racks, but maybe they're focused up on different things. You know, stuck up, trying to like communicate on what they wanted to do. Scan's gonna come out here. They jump up out of the high ground. The Hex out from the Lion. It looks like it's found mind control. And a hookshot buys him a moment of space. The pipes, the pavis, everything trying to keep him alive, but he will not be able to survive this one.
Auras, actually.
Yeah. They'll get themselves a nice 2 kills on the side of 9 Pandas.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I think it's that Eclipse right there that they might have been worried about. It is such a low cooldown, and with the threat of buybacks, you know, breaking the high ground is already pretty good. I guess they want to play it safe. Didn't actually retreat fast enough, though, so they do eventually get caught out. And
Nice blink from Lupsy. That was a free kill for an Amplify damage or a Spirit if he connects. He would just hit him with the boulder and then just kicked him for 900 damage. Something like that, I'm sure.
I believe it. Math checks out.
It's the NA school of math. We kind of just make up our own numbers. So Tormentor taken here by Jiggling goes to the Enigma. In my opinion, one of the most underrated shards in Dota. This ability is really difficult to play around, especially as supports. So I love it. I think it's really strong.
If you don't have BKB or a way to dispel Malphus, the stun is so annoying.
It's just like, it's really annoying for heroes, but it's also just so good to like throw on like a random side lane, like melee creep, and then it just like shoves the lane with like a single Malefice.
Yeah. I guess extra value this game too against the Eclipse. Just another Eidolon to tank. Tank another shot. They're on the hunt as night gets close to ending.
See what they find. They should. Oh, I think they see the solo now. Yes, they do. Lela's actually off the mark with a hook shot, but still manages to catch him in the cogs.
Hey, no mind.
Did they
it's not
find
necessary.
his gem? Oh no, that hurts.
A little bit of a mistake not having the Spirit out scouting ahead, but I guess just really caught off guard by that smoke. Didn't even expect to need that trick.
Yeah, it was a good smoke rotation, and they actually back for their own Wisdom Rune to make sure that they get it. So they got double Wisdom Rune, both Tormentors, and the enemy gem off of that smoke gank. That's pretty dang good. And Copy is the one that ends up with the shard. So now can grab his allies if he needs to.
Maybe kick in the Enigma. No blink needed still.
Let him black hole, then grip him and pull him back to safety. Pog.
Dude, with so many creeps and the eclipse going on, it is hard to see a remnanted hero. It's a sneaky play if you kick in that Enigma. I mean, these are pros. I'm sure they'll see it. My old man eyes. I struggle, man, when a team fight happens. Where'd that hero go? He's gone. The health bar's disappeared.
They're trying to gank Lelis here in the bottom lane. They think he's going to the right side, but he's actually gone left. Oh my goodness, the Watcher scouts, Lelis juking up through the trees. They know he's here somewhere. He's going to pop the jetpack. Dude, there's no way he gets out of this. Oh my
Race
goodness.
should have had him. I'm not sure what happened there. In the meantime, they just broke the top tier 3 with the space Lelis gave them. That should have cost them the clockwork.
Wow, that is such a huge play, actually. I cannot believe that worked. Like, that's how desperate they are for kills right now in 9 Pandas. They're like, all right, let's 5-hero rotate. Maybe we can kill the clockwork, you know? And you still don't get them. I guess 4 heroes. They didn't bring the Luna. But, like, you don't want to overcommit to kill the clockwork either, you know? It's not like you want to drop the Night Stalker ult just to find him.
Smoke bottom. Hoping to find a kill before the next Roche. Well, it could be up, but it's not for another minute 30. So they're hoping to find a kill here. They're scouting with the rocket flare, but they're going to see 9 Pandas still in the base thanks to the creep waves. That's why it's good to push in the waves. And like you said, the Malefice, just drop it somewhere, have it shove in lanes, give you so much information.
This is like an almost max duration Roche respawn. It's like 2 minutes and 50 seconds, so they are set up bottom here to try and find third Roshan, but for them, it's a little unlucky. It's still going to take them another minute or so to respawn. So they'll get it just before 39 minutes, I guess. So they should be able to kill it on Radiant side if they want. Otherwise, they could wait for it to move to the Dire side. And then maybe go for an Aghanim Scepter if they prefer that. But this is like one of those games where Refresher is actually just better. Unless you want the Aghanim Scepter for your Enigma, but I say that Copy's just on the high ground, drops a Magnetize, trying to finish off solo. The Hex actually should get him away. He does. All right. He's forced to BKB and roll out.
Maybe that's a window for 9 Pandas. The Earth Spirit is a big part of the team fight, being able to go in and survive. You really need the BKB for that.
Oh, that hurts. It's all right. They're doubly aware of what's happening on the high ground here. Lelis with the flare is going to make it really hard for 9 Pandas to start this fight. He will see everything. He does have the nullifier now on the Night Stalker, so he did disassemble.
This sustains, gold remain.
I'm surprised they haven't just
Spirit
denied
moving.
one of those wards, but, you know, it's fine, I'm sure.
Double the vision. You got to kill 2 wards
Yeah, I
in
was
a
going to
team
say, now
fight.
you have to kill 2 wards in the fight, right?
The
Clockwork
Spirit
with the
moving up
jetpack.
does let them know that 9 Pandas is shifting up in this angle.
Oh, that flare right on the money, sees the Tiny. They need to cut the wave here on Jiggling. Or they just need to go through the Roche pit, like, or go to top side. They know the Roche is here. Oh, they're just going to commit. Here comes the Night Stalker ult jumping in, looking for an opening, but Lelis in a good spot here. He hookshots and actually finds the Tiny by mistake. Erase with a BKB trying to get out, but just gets ripped through by 423, and now MC, the Black Hole on the backside, solo once again onto the Night Stalker. And with a full 5-hero team wipe. A little bit,
Clip that.
little bit
Send
of the
that
end
to
here.
Reddit. That is the luckiest hookshot I've ever seen. He was hookshotting to escape, and Tiny blinked into it with his BKB. That just won them the fight.
He was
I
hookshotting the
mean,
Night
they're
Stalker.
suited to win anyways with a big lead, but that is the perfect way to start.
Yeah, the Night Stalker was flying over, and he threw the hook shot to get out of where he was to like stun up the Night Stalker, and then hit the like you said, the exact frame that he blinks in. That is absolutely wild. Well,
Oh, they-
Aghanim Scepter now.
Yeah.
I'm curious who takes it. I mean, I'd give it to MC. Why not? He deserves it. It's one of the best Aghanim Scepters in the entire game. I don't feel like you need copies.
What about even stronger Chen creeps?
Nah. Dude,
To absorb Eidolon or copy solo killing solo. I guess I could just left it at solo killing. I really whiffed that.
Okay, that was half his HP. He's dead. They give it to copy. I find this to be not as funny.
Agreed.
And I'm all. Dota is a game of humor, you know. That's why we all play Dota.
Here comes the buyback. Final defense.
Oh, bottom side, kickback. Okay, now I kind of see why you put the Ags on, the, you know, the Earth Spirit. They do manage to get a toss back onto Lelis, but he has a BKB apparently. Lelis is fine. He flies away from his problems. Roll in once again, nullifier out, copy with BKB being forced and thinking about popping the magnetize, but we'll just back away.
I don't think Enchant Remnant should work on Tiny.
Because he's already a stone?
Yeah, what are you doing? It should be a buff, if anything. Same with Stone Gaze. Write this down, Ice Frog.
Dude, this will bring us back to the times when like elemental damage was like a thing for a week in Dota. When they're like, what if Cinder Brew only ignited by fire damage?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, Face's Void isn't affected by Stolen Chronos, you know? Because it's his thing.
That's
Tiny,
true.
Earth Spirit, they're already rocks.
Yeah, what if Tiny, like, when he gets turned into an Enchant Remnant, he just becomes, like, double the size because you're adding more, like, rocks to him? And it's just a double damage rune? Double health?
Confirm.
Just literal BKB? You just, like, Enchant Remnant your allied Tony, and he just walks around as, like, the size of the Ancient?
Mm-hmm. I have great news. Luna has exactly enough damage that when she crit... I forget what she crit. I think it was an illusion. She did 777 damage. That's lucky.
Nice.
That's the way back into this.
Okay, is it lucky enough to overcome 30,000 gold, though?
If you literally just crit for every single attack in the next team fight, yes.
Ooh, okay. She's going to Divine Rapier as well, which I do not blame her. I feel like that's kind of the situation you're in. Copy goes in, gets the Magnetize off onto both Elder Titan as well as the Night Stalker, and connects to the rest of the team. He's just destroying them. They're all dying in the fountain. They can't get away, and now Enigma with the Black Hole solo onto the Luna. I mean, that was level 25 Earth Spirit. You can't dispel it. That's GG. Really well played from Jiggling. Off of like, well, it was kind of a slow burn from them early on, but really good decision making in the mid game. Itemization absolutely on point. And yeah, they managed to take game one.
Yeah, very nicely done from Jiggling. I appreciate the idea that 9Pandas went for. I do think it could have worked, seeing how the game went. I think they had some really good early game rotations. They built a lead, I think it was like 4K, so setting themselves up for the right pace. They finished some key items, and then I don't think they were looking for the full team fights, but that's what they kept finding. And unfortunately, that timing lined up with having the pipe, the mech, all of that ready. So then the big power play reveal, you know, Luna Ags with the ET Aura, Conda on like Tiny, it just never amounted to anything. And then from there, we got to that late game that we were thinking like, okay, Morphling wins the late game. You got the black hole. Like, how do you fight into that? That's what happened for the rest of it. Maybe if you pick a different hero, you have an easier time in the late game. Maybe if it's the gyro, it's easier to execute in the way we were potentially talking about. But I thought it was a cool attempt from 9Pandas. Good job on Jiggling, though, for seeing a creative draft and knowing exactly what they needed to you know, overcome it.
Yeah, I think that's the really cool like adaptation. This game is like 9Pandas did try something new with the Luna and the Elder Titan. It's a pretty cool combo. but they literally dealt. It was perfectly dealt with by Jiggling, and the fact that they have all these creeps, and they're like, well, what if we just buy pipes and auras, and we just like make it so these creeps can't die to Eclipse, right? And even if they're only absorbing like 3 to 4 beams in these fights, like that's about 1,000 damage in terms that you're removing from these fights on your heroes, and it adds up big time. So yeah, really cool draft from Jiggling. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen in game 2 to see if they're going to just ban out the Morphling or the Enigma early on, because they chose second pick, and the Morphling into Enigma seemed really cool, and I don't think you can afford to give them that. So yeah, I don't know. I think really good stuff from Jiggling. They're impressing me every single time I see them play.
Yeah, I liked it too. Good draft, good execution. There was a couple slip ups in the early game. Like once they were behind, I feel like they were probably also not looking for that type of fight, but they gave up several kills that made their games a little harder. So maybe that's something they'll be talking about here, like making sure to avoid those types of fights going forward, what they need to do. But once they were online, I think everyone was playing really well. Very impressive, like you said.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of 9 Pandas versus Jiggling in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Welcome back, everybody, here to CCT Series 6. We've got game number 2 of 9 Pandas versus Jiggling about to start. We're in the draft, and I'm curious how things are going to change because Jiggling are once again second pick. And one thing I mentioned in the last time is, like, I imagine you're going to either be forced to ban out either the Enigma or the Morphling if you're going to give them second pick. So we'll see what they do here.
So far, things are lining up to be about the same. I don't know. I guess you could ban Morphling instead. Last time they banned Lycan in the first phase. You could switch that to Morphling if you want to do the same opener. Jigglin's done the exact same bans, so if you still want that Tiny, still there. I don't have an issue with Tiny specifically, right? I think it was fine.
Okay.
Run it back.
I feel like we're going to see a very similar Morphling pick here. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they don't think they're likely to get the Enigma if they pick the Morphling again. So, with the 2 bans still for 9 Pandas?
I mean, that's fair, but there's still other things you can do, right? Like, if you're banning Enigma instead, 9 Pandas last time banned out Magnus and Phoenix. Both of those are great picks.
True.
So if you want to ban out Enigma, you get one of those. Now you have Empower Morphling, or you have Phoenix versus the Tiny. So I don't hate it, and it might be what they're debating right now. It's like, do we actually just do it again? Like, it worked the first time. Do we think 9 Pandas learned enough to now counter it? No, we don't. Lock it in, boys.
I'm fine with this. I think it works. Like, we saw last game, like, how good the Morphling into the Enigma pick was. And I feel like if they do not ban for this Enigma right now, we'll just are likely to see it again. Maybe they don't even think that was the issue with the draft. Maybe they think it was something else. But like you said, the Magnus and the Phoenix were banned here. If you ban the Enigma, you're going to have to give one of those up. We'll see what they do.
I would be interested in seeing the Gyro, because we were talking about it last time and we were saying, okay, the matchup isn't great into the Morphling later on, but the early game could be good. I feel like that's the way 9 Pandas played anyways, but with a Luna who is very much out of the meta, which I'm always a little open to, but it didn't really pay off there, you know? So looks like they're going to actually ban the Chen, which he did play very well, had a lot of impact, won the lane, and then he was all over the map.
We're back to where we were. I do think the Chen was a pretty big deal in last game in terms of how much it offered. They do go back for the Elder Titan once again, which it's a great Morphling counter if you can actually get to the Morphling and do damage.
Here's where you change things up. Well, I guess you could do the line if you want, but I think your 18 and 23 pick have to be different at that point. I guess maybe not, because Chen is out of the pool, right? So it's Jiggling who's going to be a little different. Clockwork is honestly still fine, and
I
then...
think it is.
Who do you want instead of Chen? Yeah, like you could do potentially the Enchantress instead, or any other strong position 5 potentially. I kind of wish we got to see the exact same lineup a second time. It's rare for that to ever happen. Rare is an understatement, but it would be cool because like we said, I legitimately think 9 Pandas idea was kind of cool, and just if the execution was a little different, could have gone their way. But
I'm trying to think what other support they'd want to go for.
Yeah, these guys are playing for money though, not the science experiment. So they're not gonna just do it again. In terms of strong 5s, is Bat Rider out?
Yeah, Bat was banned.
Who
I know we don't
else?
see it a ton, but there is something like an Abaddon. Okay, they picked just the Pango for now, so they actually want a mid lane fighting hero, and they are not going to be going the Earth Spirit this time around.
Interesting. Maybe thinking they weren't going to be given the Earth Spirit again, and that Tiny, we've seen move to the off lane, and sometimes you then counter pick the mid. So if you pick the Earth Spirit here, maybe you get Huskard in the mid lane, and you just do a Tiny off lane. Something like that.
Now, do you feel comfortable enough picking something like a Bloodseeker here, or is that too sketchy into the Enigma? because it would definitely help shut down the Pango, and it's a pretty strong hero in team fights, but I feel like if you run towards the Enigma, he just black holes you. Similar to what we saw last game with the Night Stalker. Night Stalker like pops Dark Ascension and goes in, and Enigma's like, yeah, I'm just gonna solo black hole you. I don't care.
Yeah. That lane might be a little tricky. If you had a support a little bit better at dealing with Eidolons, it might be okay. We saw ET is not bad, but I think you need help. They need to mostly kill the Eidolons on their own, which ET does not. And then I think the Bloodseeker could work. With that in mind, I'm not really a Bloodseeker player, so if they think it could be done, that is... I feel like it's one of the few times we ever see Pango is Bloodseeker is verse the Pangolier. I'm still okay with just doing the gyro though. I feel like the gyro plus ET is still not bad, and you do well in the lane, and you just have to win early, which I know is easier said than done, but it seems to be 9Panda's strong point anyways, and it's kind of what they went for in the last game as well.
Okay, back to the Night Stalker we go. Wow, they have the exact same draft at the moment.
Okay, wait. If you do Luna... Okay, at this point we have Pango instead of Earth Spirit, but if you do the exact same build and exact same play, removing the Chen creeps and the Chen auras is actually a massive difference compared to what we had last time.
True.
So, it could be an interesting... Maybe they are playing the science experiment. I don't know. It's really interesting to me. I kind of want to see this. At this point, I'm up for the Luna again. Let's go. Let's do it.
So do you think we're gonna see the same bands out of Jiggling here? The Drow, and I think what was the other one they banned? It was Drow.
Drow and Naga Siren.
Naga Siren, yeah. Which Naga Siren's actually a pretty cool counter this game, so I'd be okay with both of those bans again. But maybe they'll opt to ban the Bloodseeker if they're really worried about it.
What would you even... I guess Enigma support Pango offlane and then Huskar mid?
Or Huskar offlane.
I feel like only a few people do that though.
Yeah, not very many.
Do you think
that.
mind control Huskar offlane? Like, I'm not so sure on that. I know he's
yeah, I agree.
He's so talented. I guess he could. But I feel like you have to be a Huskar player, you know? You have to be all in, Huskar spam and Grandmaster, and that's when you just pick it in these officials and you go, IDC, I Huskar. You gotta be that kind of guy.
He's also just a Grandmaster Enigma, so I imagine like you just give him his Enigma. He knows what he's doing. Show me the Luna. I'm actually really curious if we end up getting, because if they run back the exact same draft and they're like, yeah, it was just the Chen creeps combined with Pipe that caused the problem. They banned the Earthshaker.
Do it.
So they're really expecting this to not be a mid Pango. I mean, maybe it is a support Pango. Maybe it's like 4-position Pango, 5 Clockwork. Have we seen Lelis run we saw Lelis on the Clockwork last game, but have we seen a Lelis Pango? Because I'm sure you don't run 5 Pango. They actually
We're
do.
back! I'm pretty hyped.
I'm mind
excited
played right now. They actually just picked the exact same draft 2 games in a row in the exact same order.
I love it. Let's do it.
What did Jiggling pick here last time? It was the
This
Earth
is the
Spirit,
Earth
right?
Spirit last time.
So
yeah. It's pretty different now. Earth Spirit and Pango are kind of similar in how they would be affected by the build and spell order we saw last time. It's really the Chen that is the massive difference, which is maybe suggesting like who's another aura building creep hero is a position 5? Enigma, right? So maybe we can get another zoo hero. Beastmaster, I don't know. Maybe that's similar.
What if you do Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord?
Chen Light.
Broodmother? Yeah, they go back for the Enchantress. So this is exactly what we said earlier. It's like they could just pick the Enchantress 5.
Funny. This is so funny. Okay, Enchantress is, I would argue, a lot worse than Chen versus what we saw. because she
100%.
can't have as many creeps, and she is not as fast of a farmer, so she doesn't get the auras. She can
Doesn't have as
sort
much
of do
healing
it,
either.
but she'd prefer to do the damage. Yeah. So it is different, and she is a lot more susceptible to being burst from the Tiny Conda, the ET Eclipse Aghanims, if we see that again. So I do think this, at least if we assume they're doing the exact same build, this is better for 9 Pandas. But I do think the strength is that Enchantress is stronger in the early levels than Chen, which means maybe the Morphling is coming online sooner. She can still rotate really well. And last time we saw, like, I feel they got a kill with ET. They got the first blood. You've now played against that. You've literally played against it at the same draft, right? So you learn, you're like, okay, overestimated the ET or underestimated the ET a little bit, overestimated our strength. Let's make sure, like, we now learn from that matchup. 9 Pandas did too, right? So, you know, we'll see if they also adjust the way they play. But man, I don't know. Jiggling has the experience of playing versus this draft, but now slightly different heroes. A very rare situation.
I would say that part is just so funny to me. The fact that we actually see a run back of the exact same draft, and we pointed out during the game that it really did feel like the Chen's army was limiting so much of the Luna's actual damage output in the fights. And they were off to a pretty decent start early on. We'll have to see what ends up happening. It's going to be really funny, no matter what. I think this might be the first game of Dota I've ever cast where a team ran back an identical draft.
It's happened in the past, but not. I don't think we've cast one. So let's see it. I would actually love for 9 Pandas to win this game. It's such a statement to go for the literal exact same draft and then win with it instead.
All right, they smoke up. Again, it's daytime thanks to Night Stalker's Night Rain, so it's a little bit hard to find the team fight with like just the amount of bonus vision everyone has.
Do it, copy. Level Swashbuckle and go pick up that Iron Branch he's dropping. Oh, he picked it back up. He's baiting. He's like, do it. Swashbuckle, take my Iron Branch.
I'm kind of surprised he went double jump on the Pango. I feel like Thunderbolt has been what people have preferred lately, but
it might be for the lane. Also, I suppose Thunderbolt versus extremely fast heroes in the Night Stalker, Luna, even ET is maybe not as good. So maybe a strength in the laning stage with a double jump.
that's true. All right, well, I guess we kind of know what to expect out of this off lane since it's identical to what we saw last time. Solo did manage to find a kill early on off of a Eidolon split and like kill the Clockwork, but after that, it seemed a little bit difficult. There was just a lot of damage coming in from the Enigma, from the Clockwork, and it kind of just bullied him. Bottom lane, you have the Enchantress Morphling up against the Lion and the Night Stalker. So you've mentioned Enchantress versus what last game we had, it was the Chen. A little bit of a stronger lane presence out of the Enchantress. We already see Lupsi being forced to TP back.
Yeah, this should start off better. I think it's the mid game that's very different. Enchantress might get the Solar Crest again, but you won't have the mech that Chen can build. And that mech burst heal was important for those early fights to keep creeps alive.
Yeah. I absolutely agree.
We are in different halves of the map this time. Like the Enigma versus Clockwork. Or the Enigma Clockwork versus the Luna and ET. It is different halves of the map. I wonder how that'll come into play very much.
Yeah, like how the safe lane actually makes a difference.
Yeah, I think it's a little easier for ET to maybe get multiple creep camps in the Spirit if they're actually alive on this side.
Mid lane is not looking super hot for Copy, and that's why I'm kind of surprised with the Pango pick here. Is he absolutely bodied the Earthshaker in the early parts of the lane. He ended up falling a little bit behind due to some rotations, but he was absolutely owning in CS as the Earth Spirit. Now this time, definitely struggling more as the Pangolier. This hero not nearly as good at securing CS. Dude, it feels so bad playing the ET in this Enigma. Like, he just pops Malefice and you're like, oh, I guess I won't get aggressive.
At the same time, you're forcing it out at least, so it's not being used on your Luna. And then once it's down, you now just get... I'm going to, let's see. Call that Spirit back. Let me see how much you get here.
I mean, that's a
With
double
all the
damage Spirit for sure.
Eidolons and both heroes, plus 66 damage, and that's level 1 Astral Spirit, so
Yeah.
practically free double damage. I was actually wondering if we would see Enchantress go play versus the ET, because you can actually remove the Astral Spirit buff.
True.
But I suppose double ranged, and then double range wouldn't have been as good, and then Clockwork versus Lion would not have been as favorable for you.
Yeah, I mean, they did like good enough in this lane last time. Like, there's really no reason to swap it up. I like the one death Lelis had was just a slight miscalculation on the Spirit cooldown, I think, and I don't think they're going to make that mistake again. Like, he hasn't yet, right? And the longer this goes on, I think the better the lane gets for the side of Jiggling.
I think one improvement they might need to make, Jiggling, compared to last game, is that I think their early lanes were going all right, and then the 6 minutes when 9 Pandas brought both supports.
Oh, that is a really nice kill in the bottom lane. Just not expecting that silence to come out. Top side, they managed to trade the Enigma for the Elder Titan. A great kill there, and Lelis, he's not sitting super healthy either.
Vitoon took a lot of damage from Eidolons for that, though, and the lane is pushing up, so not a total loss for Jiggling up there, but a good start from 9 Pandas so far. Right there, we see the split. If the split had come a little sooner, then I bet he gets the kill, but so far, somewhat similar to last game, and the 6-minute rune is where I think things started to shift towards 9 Pandas. I think Jiggling should try to put more emphasis on rotating in, especially with an Enchantress. There's no real excuse not to.
Be knighted.
All right, well, 9 Pandas probably fairly happy with how the game is going right now. It is going to be daytime in just a few seconds, so should be good for the Morphling. Now, if they can actually get another rotation out of that early Night Stalker roll like we saw last game, I think they'll be pretty happy about that. Top lane, though, Enchantress wants to come through the gate, and she's going to bring a creep with her, and they're going to try and just pressure out this tier 1 tower, it looks like. But yeah, this gank not nearly working as well as what we saw last game.
Yeah, scouted out by the Observer this time, and they're positioning safely on the other side. Should be okay. Copy, going aggressive here. Doesn't have much mana, though.
He has enough mana, it looks like. Just needs one more auto attack. The toss, but he has a swashbuckle still. That's just a straight up solo kill in mid from Copy. He has been doing really good in this matchup. And top lane, it looks like we're going to see a lot more aggression as they're looking to just dive everybody. Enchantress goes down behind the tower, but... Okay.
In a way, that bought the space for Copy to feel confident enough to go for that solo kill. So you kind of get something out of it. At the same time, 9 Pandas also gets to feel like they got something out of it. Oh, the boots.
That is a really rough thing to lose as Night Stalker as it's daytime now, and Lelis is just going to walk at him, force him out of the lane completely. So it looks like they've swapped the lanes, and now they're going to have the Enchantress top, the Clockwork bottom, which you talked about it earlier, very good against the Elder Titan, and maybe they're a little bit worried about Elder Titan. And now that it's daytime, you don't really need the Enchantress bottom.
Yeah, I think Clockwork's just here for the rune and will soon head over back top. They're fighting for the Wisdom rune right now. Earth Spike from Loopsy should secure this. Yeah, there you go. But it's going to cost him his life, actually.
Yeah.
I guess both people get to feel relatively happy about how that goes, though maybe not so happy if V-Tune ends up getting killed here.
Yeah, V-Tune really not happy about what's going on top lane right now.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Another
Like, these are-
kill?
Dude, what?
Radiant's courier has been
Well,
It's a, holy... Wait, that's
full
way
treads
better.
kill.
The boot and masker. Loopsy's
Poppy's dead.
stun. I guess it wasn't blind to Creeper there. He's got
He
roll.
did
I think he'll live.
swashbuckle? Okay.
But
He didn't have mana. Dude, actually really, really good heads up play. I would have been like swashbuckle into roll, but
Dire's
he actually
top
realized he
tower
did not
is
have the
under
mana.
attack.
Laying around.
Top lane. Clockwork Enigma once again finds the Elder Titan, and they will take down the tower with this one. The Luna has completely abandoned the lane. Really no way to fight this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dude, imagine Night Stalker's courier dies again.
Dire's top tower has
why
fallen.
you doing that to them, man? They're already 2k down.
I did not even realize.
Trying to put some pressure on Copy. I mean, without power treads, it's like he's dirt poor right now. So
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
He needs to be very careful, actually. Yeah, he'll back away. I mean, very different game from the lanes here, right? This is when Nine Pandas was actually starting to build some momentum. The Enigma had taken the top tower, but your mid lane Tiny was
Radiant's
doing
middle
quite a bit
tower is
better
under
than the Earth Spirit. And like you said, that was kind of because of the rune rotations. Didn't really happen as a result of them putting so much pressure top. So some slight adjustments to the lanes have put Jiggling in a pretty good spot. Ooh,
agree.
hook shot in. Lelis is level 6 to the level 4 of the Elder Titan. He actually should get this fairly easily. Yep. That is level 3 battery assault. Good luck.
Lelis again having a great game. I wonder if he'll do the exact same build. I feel part of it was that he managed to have such a good game to get the Ags early. This time, I mean, we'll see. He's having a good start, but will he be able to rush in Ags at the same pace?
Yeah, I'm curious what he will do. He might just do the Solar Crest,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
or maybe we see him
Yeah.
pick up some of the items that we saw the Chen grab last game. But I
Yeah,
feel
I was
like
just thinking that.
part of the reason they had such a good game was the Ags from the Clockwork.
The Rocket Flare was so good, especially with the Magnetize, actually. That was really funny to see, like, supports 5 miles out of the fight, being like, maybe I've lived.
Dire's
Like,
middle
no.
tower is under
No.
attack.
Magnetize
not
and
today.
Rocket Flare spam.
All right, 10 minutes. It's nighttime. We're going to see the Night Stalker trying to get active here with this Dark Ascension. They're going to find both supports. This is literal deja vu.
Dude, I was thinking that this is the exact same thing.
That happened last game, except it was on the Radiant side. They were sitting mid lane. They were sitting in the jungle there. Both Chen and the Enigma, now it's Enchantress and the Enigma, and they both just died to a Night Stalker ult and a hero stun from the Lion.
That is too funny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's big. I mean, that's a lot of space for their team. Some good experience for their supports who were definitely struggling.
Also space for Morphling, though. He's been left alone for a lot of this, besides that first death that got caught off guard by the silence and the stun combo. Since then, he's just peacefully farming. Saw how much work he can do in the last game.
Oh, Lelis from downtown goes in with a hook shot, looking to try and get on top of solo MC. Does he throw a black hole, holding it for now? There's going to be the Rolling Thunder to just zone off and find Lepsy, and yeah, he's going to be able to take down both of these supports with that. Now, Erase needs to be a little bit careful.
Dire's
Morphling
middle
is
tower
here.
has fallen.
The black hole is still not going to copy. Still has an amplified damage. He's going to pop a really nice stick. Avalanche, though, comes out from 423. And with this, they have to back away completely on the side of 9 Pandas.
Luna's here as well with Eclipse, but
Erase. Does get a bottle refill, and Lelis maybe in a little bit too far. Does pop the Pavise to try and survive, but with the Night Stalker TPing back in as well, will get themselves a pick off.
My waters rise.
one thing I want to highlight to compare to last game, Heine was having such a good game that he had a blink at 10.5 minutes with the exact same build. I think that he went phase boots this time instead of power treads, but it's about the same cost, right? He is still about 700 gold away from his blink. So this blink is coming in 2, maybe 3-ish minutes later than the first game, which is pretty big in the amount of plays you can make on Tiny, who's a very low cooldown playmaker. You just need the blink.
Yeah, to put things into, like, to kind of build on that, I remember when you pointed out his blink timing last game, like just around 10 minutes, he had 5,700 net worth at the 10-minute mark. So it is 3 minutes past that, and he is still at 5,300. So he's really struggling compared to where he was. Smoke top side, they are looking for the Luna. That is a deep wraparound with the Clockwork and the Pango. They get the tier 1 tower, but they're going to find themselves a very big kill here. Oh, so close on the TP out, but Lelis will get her with the battery assault, and they're bringing in some more heroes. They want to fight. They did drop a good ward that actually scouts a lot of this, though.
Again, you don't have the blink to make the play, though, so Night Stalker actually just cancels his TP.
Hook shot in, Lelis looking for an opening. He got the battery assault off. The Avalanche, though, trying to buy some space. Not enough. Dude, Lelis is just destroying them on the Clockwork this game.
Now, well-deserved tips from his team. It's going to help secure him the shard later on. Misses. Thunderbolt, I think you can go for that. Double jump. Yeah, he's just not even going to bother.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, they just got top tower at 14 minutes. The tier 2. 5,000 gold lead here, just 14 minutes into the game. Your Pango, Morphling, very farmed. It's the Clockwork that is becoming problematic. He's got his Solar Crest, and he is, in fact, going for the Aghanim Scepter.
They're going to go for a really fast Roche. You can do this if the Enchantress starts tanking for you later on with the attack slow. Yeah, apparently not. This is so many summons in here. It's a mess.
Yeah, look at these trolls, baby. Earth Spirit scouts out just not Earth Spirit. Elder Titan scouts out just a little bit too late with the Spirit.
I really feel like Enchantress should have tanked that actually, though. Like, he had a salve, I guess, but I thought he had Tranquil, so it was, you know, oh, tank it, and then he'll just heal it with Tranquils anyways. Why not have Enchantress tank that?
It's all right. You know, I'm sure he'll dig up another salve right now. It'll be perfectly fine.
I guess so.
This sustains, good remains.
There you go. Second salve dug up. He's healthy.
Did he actually get a salve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Calculated.
just have to ask. People don't know that, but you simply say it out loud. You just declare what you're going to dig up, and it's required to give it to you.
That's true. Worst case scenario, he could have dug up a water rune, right?
That's true. Get a little bit of healing. You water root for your mid and ask him to bottle you.
Exactly.
Another hook shot on the solo top.
Yeah, just likely going to be a solo kill. The Clockwork is way too strong. Oh, actually, did he make it back? He did. Mid lane, they actually find the Morphling. He's silenced up, but he has an Aegis, and you do not have the damage for this. He's going to go ahead and morph himself into the tiny Avalanche, toss back the Lion, and just destroys this guy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nice stomp, but there is no follow-up coming for this.
Yeah, this time, Jiggling did a much better job in the lanes, and then also not giving fights back to the enemy team. I remember their early Roche attempt last game got very messy in the play that happened mid, then they lost the Roche, but then they won the fight, so it kind of worked out. But this time, they cleaned all that up. And so this first Aegis still got 3 minutes on it, and they've already been very successful with it so far. They should get this mid tower in just a moment, and then there's 2 towers in that bottom lane. Get you control there for the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune later on. They're going to back off for now. They're a little worried. They don't want to throw another fight at this time.
Yeah. I hear Rolling Thunder. They're jumping on the backside. Lion with the Finger of Death as well, but who do you have? There's just no real follow-up, and the Rolling Thunder completely disrupting any team fight that 9 Pandas can go for here, as the Night Stalker's just forced to fly away.
This 7k gold difference means a lot at this stage of the game. It's not like last game where 9 Pandas actually had the lead by a little bit, like about 4k, I think. So in that fight, we kept seeing, you know, Lelis get destroyed at the start of every fight. Whoever they found was being deleted. But this time, I'm going to show you the difference. They even commit Finger. They jump a target. It's Lelis, actually, again. Doesn't die. In fact, I don't think he even dropped below half health.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That's a great rune for the Pango to pick up. A little bit of regen, keep their push alive. As they take the tier 1 bottom and are now looking for the tier 2 bottom. So they're eliminating all towers on the map with a minute left on this Aegis.
Very systematic from Jiggling. At this rate, I don't think you even have to steal their Tormentor, but they could come back to do that. They're trying to make a sneaky play top with the ward they have here. They see a race. He's already struggling. Get him again.
Am I seeing this right? Does Lelis have 0 points in Rocket Flare?
That is correct. I don't know if that's the build he went for last game. I'll double check real quick.
It's definitely not. I feel like he didn't expect to get to Aghanim Scepter this fast, and he's like, oof, I'm going to have Ags before I have level 4 Rocket Flare now.
No, he did the same build last game.
Did he really?
Yeah, so it gives you a lot more aggressive potential. Usually you only get like 1 point in Rocket Flare, at least, and then you can either choose. If your vision's more important, you get that. If you have a lot of solo kill and farming potential, you can go this build he's done, max Q, max W. And I can't say he's not put it to work, right? 4, 1, and 4. By the time the Ags is done, I'm sure he'll get the... You only need 1 point in Rocket Flare anyways for the Ags to be useful, but by the time he gets it, I think he'll have several.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the power cog cooldown and damage scales pretty well, and we've already seen him like basically solo kill off heroes with this. They're smoked up here on 9 Pandas. They are going to go ahead and pop that Dark Ascension. Who did they find to start the fight? It's going to be the Pangolier. That's quite nice. Lelis on the backside does get the hook shot onto V-Tune, but he's completely isolated. Finally, 9 Pandas getting on the board. The question is, will they get the Enigma? MC running for his life right now. They have complete vision of him. He's not making it out of this one. All right, 3 kills for 9 Pandas. Very nice.
Big gold swing. They really needed something like that. It was getting out of control. So this will secure them their own Wisdom Rune and Tormentor. I actually think if you lose that, you're not going to lose the game right then, but it would have climbed to a 15k gold deficit if you lose your Wisdom Tormentor and then they secure their own as well. And then you have to go fight for the second Roche at that 15k difference. Now, second Roche, still a minute and about 40 seconds till it reveals the spawn, but at least, you know, as long as you don't fall further behind, you approach the second Roche fight with, actually they close it even further with this farming time. You know, this is a much more even Roche fight potentially. 4k gold difference.
Dude, they brought this back like 6,000 gold. Like, that's actually wild to me. Lelis is going to be the one that gets the shard as the Morphling takes the Tormentor for free. Who got it for 9 Pandas?
Solo on the ET.
Okay.
That one's not as good when you're behind.
Yeah. But either way, Nine Pen is at least showing that they still have what it takes to try and win some of these fights. The BKBs coming out from the side of Jiggling is when things kind of probably get difficult. We saw that last game. Oh, they find the Enchantress. She's gone. Is that an Axe reveal on the Luna?
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe not the greatest target, but considering how far behind they were, I'm sure they'll take anything they can get.
Rolling Thunder coming through. Who do they... Okay, Lion gets
That was
one-shotted.
so fast.
They also find the Night Stalker. Hook shot into the cogs. He can't get out. He got scouted on that ward that, I mean, placed a long time ago here from Lelis, but it's paid off so many times now.
They cancel a TP, so they're going to have to use a Fortify to make sure they don't lose their base right there. They go and cut mid.
As well. Yeah, Nine Panda's forced all the way back to their base. I mean, I don't think they can go high ground necessarily, but we're going to see the Roche respawn here in about a second.
And you just want to force them back. Since you saw the TP cancel, you know if you apply pressure, they have to walk back and waste their time. And once they fall back, that's now set you up to go get to Roche, which we're paused literally a second before we get to see how long it is. But if it's a fast spawn, then that's going to be great for Jiggling. Long spawn, I mean, it gives Nine Pandas a better chance to set up for it, but I don't know. The longer it goes, you're going to have a hard time when you can use the Eidolons to keep the lanes pushed in. You're already at an 8k lead for Jiggling, so you have an easier time playing the map. So if it's a long spawn, you might just end up fighting at a bigger gold disadvantage. Which I guess is neither a good case for Nine Pandas. They need a convenient spawn. Whether it's short or long, they need it to spawn right after they get a big kill with the Aghanims.
Yeah, I am curious to see what they're going to be able to do, like contesting the next Roshan, because like you have Night Stalker, he should be one of the best heroes at contesting Roche, but
for Vision, yes, but once you actually get there, I mean, it's a roll from Pango and Black Hole from Enigma, right?
Exactly.
Like, until you have BKBs, which they are being worked on, but I don't think they're going to make it in time for, well, let's see. Oh, it's such a fast, you don't have your BKBs.
Yeah,
I don't think
definitely not going to have BKB now. Morphling's the only one with a BKB at the moment, and he's already working towards his Daedalus. He's got the Chrysalis on his courier. There's a Blink Dagger now for Copy. Like, they have everything they need to actually take a Roche fight, and, well, Nine Pandas, they're going to smoke, actually dodging out the ward, and they're going to be walking right into MC potentially. Enchantress caught in the crossfire as well. The Avalanche Toss just deletes two heroes. This is the exact same duo that keeps getting caught together.
Okay, wait. I said Nine Pandas needed a convenient spawn, and that is exactly what it is. They need to go check Roche right now. They can get this. They're taking too long, though. They're trying to, like, push out ways. Ah, no, and V2's checking bottom. I mean, he kind of has to, but oh, I guess he could TP in, maybe. This is the only way you get Roche. I think if they don't capitalize on this right now, I don't think they're getting another shot.
I think it's too late. They have a tier 1 top. Like, they can just TP into the tower.
That's true. It is scouted by Solo with the Spirit. The fact that there's not an immediate TP tells me they don't think they can do it. Okay, they're going to smoke again. If you can find another kill, then you know it's up. Then you beeline straight there. You need one of the team fighters. If you can get Copy instead, though, I think the Night Stalker Vision gave it to the...
Yes, they get the toss back. Pavis, he's dead now. Lelis pops the jetpack, trying to get away, but they should have the chase for this. These are just going to be multiple deaths back to back now on the side of Jiggling, and Nine Pandas are in a really good spot. The Dire, they actually scanned the Roche. They're like, all right, are they trying to sneak it?
Oh,
did he just die to summons? What?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Where?
In the mid lane. I missed what happened. I caught it at the very tail end. Copy almost could have gotten out there, actually. I saw the Lion blinked in, and before he could do the instant blink hex, Copy actually blinked, but in the panic, it wasn't like a max range blink in the best direction. It was just a panic blink as quickly as I can to get away from the instant hex, but it wasn't far enough.
Dire's
Lion
top
straight up
tower
took
is
1,000
under
damage
attack.
from Eidolons. Well, that's wild. Eclipse is out, deletes the clockwork now.
Doesn't it
Oh
buyback?
boy.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, good play from SE though. Forces them back with the troll in the top lane. He actually takes the top tower. I don't know if you should have backed though. I'm surprised 9 Pandas wasn't able to get Roche in either of those fights, and it looks like they won't at all now.
I mean, they still have Dark Ascension, but Luna is really far away. She's trying to zoom back down here. Enchantress
little
kind of putting her
scared.
body on the front line. Clockwork can, of course, come in a moment, but there's the Dark Ascension. They smoke immediately. Who do they find? Right now, it's nobody. Man, that smoke disengage actually so clutch. Now, they are going to lose their vision, as the Roshan's now going to be started here by 9 Pandas. They do have a flare out from Clockwork. You need to be very careful. Rolling Thunder, it's coming through. Who does he find? Well, right now, he's just looking for the backside, trying to take down this Earth. Yeah, okay. They managed to take down the Elder Titan. In comes the Eclipse from the Luna. Some of it being tanked from the creeps, some of it from the Rolling Thunder, and they're not getting a ton out of it. And now Lupsy. Oh, hold on. Lelis looking for more. Pops jetpack. 423 actually pops his BKB, trying to get on top of V2. And a toss in from the Tiny. They just delete the Pango. Jiggling are split up completely. They just can't find their targets, and now they're going to lose the Enchantress. They might lose the Clockwork. It's going to be... That's a... 4 heroes dead here? Just 3. Okay, Clockwork gets out.
Kiss the good dude,
And he actually finds the Enchantress. I didn't even see where. Okay. This took a lot longer and was a lot messier than I thought, but 9 Pandas does end up with Roche. They were 10k behind at one point this game, but Jiggling is falling apart in getting caught off by the Night Stalker vision, setting up the Ags from the Luna. The repeated pickoffs has brought 9 Pandas back into the game. Now with the Aegis and a banner on someone on solo. I don't think you were going for high ground with this Aegis, but you're just hoping to repeat what you've been doing. Keep finding these small fights and push towers off of that. You still have to respect the team fight from the Black Hole and the roll, but they've done a great job in giving themselves a chance to actually win now.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked at how well they made these like series of plays, and I think a lot of it is just the Tiny getting a ton of pickoff on these heroes. Like the Avatosses have done so much work, and it's one of the reasons we see Tiny like overall first pick game after game.
Yeah, they're also playing really well around the Night Stalker vision,
Yeah.
which is kind of cool to have the Luna. Because when you pop Dark Ascension, you actually have 2 heroes who have really good night vision.
MC actually struggling a lot more in terms of net worth this game as well. Like compared to where he was last game, he is like poor, like very poor.
That's true. They've been losing the fights. His Black Hole got canceled immediately as well in that last engagement. If it lasts, I'd say even a second longer. I think it was the Night Stalker he caught. The Morphling would kill the Night Stalker in that time, I'm pretty sure. So that could have led to a very different fight. But great positioning from Loopsy. Pretty much instant cancel on that Black Hole. Which, MC dying quickly, not only do you lose the Black Hole, you lose the constant summoning of, like, the Eidolons to tank the Eclipse, but also all his auras that he's built.
Yeah,
you just
Pipe is
remove
huge.
them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Despite this Aegis, they are starting to pull back a little bit in terms of net worth, but they are so afraid to actually fight the 9 Pandas right now. They managed to get the bottom tier 2 tower. They still have top tier 1 and 2 as well as the mid tier 2. But 9pan is trying to put this Aegis to work. VTune has his BKB working towards his Conda now. Do you think Crimson Guard is actually going to help that much this game?
It is kind of good as a general aura versus the ET, and then 2 versus the glaives from Luna. The timing of it is pretty different, which when he started building it, they were doing a lot better. Now he's been struggling, so it's coming out a lot later. But compared to last game, you were able to just mitigate their damage with the huge lead they had and all the auras coming into play. This time it's very different. It's a much more even game. It's a later Crimson Guard. It will probably not be nearly as impactful because of that. But it's like with the power of hindsight, yeah, maybe you skip it and go BKB. But obviously they didn't think they would throw that many fights in a row. Currently ratting a ranged barracks top though.
This is not the first time this happened, right? Like, the Enchantress as well as the Morphling have done a really good job of keeping that tower pushed out. They're actually going to go mid. They see the Luna TP out and, well, BKB out. Oh! Oh, that hurts to see. Enchantress just blocking the hook shot. Otherwise, that was a very dead Tiny.
Quite unfortunate. That would have been a huge catch. Force the Luna Bat, get the mid Tiny and his BKB as well. At least you still got the BKB, I guess. But you got to be careful now, having used your abilities. You got to back off. Wait, where's that gem drop? What is that? Oh, he bought the gem, stuck it on the Courier of Night Stalker. Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, Clockwork Ags is online. I just hear the triple flare go out, so you have a little bit more vision to play with. Once again, you have a little bit more split push on top of the Enchantress that they already have. We'll see, though. They are sitting underneath their own ward here.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tier 1 falls and an immediate smoke out from 9pandas. Looks like they're going to head into the triangle here. And, well, Night Stalker pretty good in these scenarios. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder. He immediately pops the BKB on the Night Stalker, but he actually gets right on top of the Elder Titan. He's dead. They found the backline as well. V2 and Andy Race in some trouble. They need to help and bail these heroes out. And they do it, though. Here comes the BKB out from the Tiny. Clockwork looking for an opening. Will they block his hook shot here again? We'll have to find out. They just chase him down. He's got nowhere to go. 3 dead. Dude, 9pandas just felt like they didn't know if they could commit or not.
I think they were just a little... I don't want to say slow, because it's just a far spot to go. But the important thing is that the roll came out in time, and it actually killed ET with the help of Morphling. And the same way, losing Enigma with all the auras is really tough for the team fight. Losing ET, who has the natural order and the boots of bearing, losing him at the start of the fight also hurts the damage output from 9pandas. So as soon as that happened, they just had to go into retreat mode, and you're trying to retreat from Rolling Thunder, which is really tough.
Top barracks are under attack.
Enchantress seemingly uncaring about Night Stalker and Luna. And it might have just baited Lupsy. He's not in a good spot here. They're trying to find him.
Did that rocket flare see him? Oh, it totally spotted him.
It definitely will now. It's like they're gonna find him. The other thing is, like, they had BKBs on VTune and the Tiny when that fight broke out, and they just, like, the Night Stalker immediately BKBs, pops Dark Ascension, and the rest of the team kind of doesn't, and they just kind of decide, like, yeah, maybe we back away, maybe we fight. But they could just BKB TP'd, I feel like. Maybe without maybe because of Clockwork they're afraid, but like one of them for sure gets out, I guess.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Rolling Thunder here once again. B2 will be forced to BKB this time, and oh, nice clockwork. Cogs into the hook shot. Luna, that BKB doesn't have much time left on it, just enough to get to the high ground, though. All right. I feel like that's the first BKB from Luna we've seen.
Yeah, that is the first one she's used. They have a window to fight here, potentially. Though maybe you just wait for Roche. Let's see if it's a convenient spawn again. 50 seconds. That's actually just enough time for BKB to be almost back up. That's actually pretty good for 9 Pandas.
Where are we on the Enigma itemization? Does he decide to go for a BKB now?
Yeah, he's finished the 3 auras that he wanted from the last game, Boots Bearing Pipe and Crimson Guard, now going for that BKB.
Okay.
So this game has had its ups and downs, but we are reaching that point where it feels like Jiggling should have the late game advantage. BKB on the Enigma, you know, maybe like 5 sets actually a little long, maybe like 3 minutes depending on what happens. And then the late game Morphling being very strong.
Yeah.
Pressure's on for 9 Pandas to find a successful fight here, maybe get Roche, and potentially break the high ground, set themselves up to be in a winning situation as we get into the late game.
All right. Lincoln's on the Morphling is kind of nice. Helps him, you know, survive the potential blink initiation of the Lion. They're smoked up here once again. They do know Roche is up. They've got Enigma's Eidolon in there scouting it out. They actually find a haste rune on copy. Did they see the Luna there? I think they might have. Lelis. He's going to go in, pulls the hook shot, kicks back B2. Now in comes the rest of the team. The Eclipse is out. The BKB's in from 423. They're trying to finish off the Luna. She's trying to hobble away, but the damage from the Morphling isn't there. The Adaptive Strike is not enough, but Copy with the Nullifier will get her, and the Elder Titan joins. Now, will they be able to get anything else? Looks like, yeah, they find Lepsy. Not going to be able to grab the Night Stalker here. He's still got a blink of safety. But instead of going Roche, they're just going to high ground. They're calling the Luna's bluff. No buyback.
Even if she has it, right, get the buyback out of her. Huge economic win, but as they finish this Rax and move to mid, they're going to realize she doesn't have it, and this should just be the full Megas. I don't think you have to risk ending the game here. But maybe once you get Megas and you realize she's still not buying back, maybe you do. Oh, they just call it.
Okay, real question. Did he black hole once this game?
He had that instant canceled one at that Roche fight. It lasted for less than half a second.
Okay. I honestly didn't even see it, so I was curious. Yeah, who even needs black hole, honestly? Wow. 2-0 from Jiggling, looking very good. A couple slip-ups in that mid-game, right? The 2 pickoffs that happened back-to-back, first on the Enigma Enchantress and then onto the Clockwork Pango. Like, those 2 double kills allows the Roche on for 9 Pandas, gets them a ton of momentum to get back into the game, but we kind of saw the same eventual late game start to develop, which is Jiggling's lineup. If you don't kill a hero in a pickoff scenario with the tiny Lion, like, they just run you over in these fights.
Yeah. If 9 Pandas had, funny enough, we had a little bit of a swap from last game. They executed their combo a lot better this time, which is what allowed them to pull back a 10k deficit, but they had a worse time at the start of the game. Their laning stage just didn't go as well. Jiggling, learned from their mistakes from game 1. So if 9 Pandas had managed to reach that point and then execute this way a little sooner, I think they can win this game. But it wasn't soon enough, so we eventually see all the auras finish, and you're on the pressure, on the back foot versus this Morphling, versus this Enigma. Props to Lelis. I think he had a great game both games here, and just constantly found great hook shots, especially that end there. Finds the Luna, gets her isolated, gets her killed off before she can really do anything. She can't stand and fight at all. They don't have any saves, nothing like that. At least not once BKBs come out, which this is where they finally came out and had their impact.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. Really good stuff from Jiggling, and I'm honestly, we were talking about it early on, kind of happy to see a team run back a same identical draft, even though they lost with it in game one, feeling like the Chen was the major issue. And we saw a huge difference from the Luna's impact this game because there was no Chen. But I gotta say, to me, Lelis has to be MVP here. It's not a super like flashy game. The kill score is 23-29, but Lelis absolutely dominated on the clockwork. He found so many early kills. He had so many good rotations. He just shut down a lot of plays, and he's like almost the highest damage in the game. He's like only behind the Luna and the Luna and the Pango. He's actually in front of the Morphling. So impressive stuff from him on his clockwork, and Jiggling get themselves their 2-0. They're going to stay in the tournament for now, as they will advance in this lower bracket, and their next opponent, to my knowledge, will be Navi Jr. So that should be a fun series. Coming up next, though, is in about 45 minutes, and we have Night Pulse versus Passion UA, and that should be a really good series. I'm excited. I don't think I've actually been able to cast the Night Pulse new roster or Passion's new roster, so this should be a fun one.
Yeah, it should be good. I'm excited for it. This one was already pretty fun. Maybe we'll see the same drafts again. Who knows? That'd be a real twist. But I'll be looking forward to it just after this short break.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Stay tuned for more here on CCT Series 6. We got about a 40-minute break, and we'll be back with our final series of the day. We'll see you then.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to CCT Series 6. We apologies for the delay. We've been running some issues, but we will be jumping into our first game of our final series, which is going to be Night Pulse versus Passion UA. Very excited for that. My name is Cryptic here with Z Quixonics. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Can you guess? One of us is Ricky and the other Smoke of Deceit. Who's who?
I'm definitely the Smoke of Deceit.
I want to be Smoke of Deceit. What the heck?
Nah,
How
are
can you
you? I
not
have no
claim
idea.
Ricky, man?
I'm probably Ricky. I can't see nothing. I can't see any of this, so I don't know what you're looking at. But I'm taking your word for it. I'm probably Ricky. I'll take
Unfortunately,
Ricky.
we had some
That's
tech
fine.
issues, guys, but it's okay. We got the Dota. Will go. We're gonna be watching. Oh, this is actually the we just watched these guys play. They managed to pull it out this time. Like Ricky said, Night Pulse versus Passion UA, which should be a fun one. Night Pulse was bringing us some very creative drafts in the series we got to cast earlier. Passion UA, I feel like they've been playing more standard. Well, I don't know. They have like their own style, like following a lot of meta stuff, and then like something a little different than other teams. I feel like sometimes there's a Spectre, sometimes there's an Undying, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm always excited to see kind of what these teams come up with. Right, this is some slightly modified rosters from when I would have seen them. Night Pulse picking up Divine Llama, of course, was somewhat new, and then they also, if I'm not mistaken, picked up Kami, who, well, was he actually on Night Pulse the whole time? I think maybe he was. But yeah, it should be a fun team to watch, and then of course, Passion UA, a very different team as well, as they now have Crystallize, and he's been actually looking pretty good on this team for a while. So I'm excited to see how they do.
Yeah, I am ready for it. I think looking through it, I don't think I've seen them ban Magnus as much, but maybe it just depends on the team. I feel like Night Pulse would take Magnus if given it. We actually haven't gotten to see Magnus ourselves since all the games we cast.
Yeah, that's true, actually. A lot of the games we've been doing, there has not been a Magnus making it through the draft, so it'd be fun to see if we actually get one as we, jump in here. We'll take a look at some of the bans, and at the moment, it is the Alchemist, the Nyx, the Morphling, which we saw the opener of Morphling in this last series as a response to the Tiny first pick. Actually was super successful. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they decide to do with it this time.
Yeah, I think Tiny, not Tiny. Morphling, not usually as a first pick, but as a response to the first pick, is really bold, and I'd love to see that. I think you have to have a lot of confidence in playing it. Similar to, we got to see some like PA first picks and some qualifiers recently. You have to have a lot of confidence, ban out to protect the worst matchups, and then just pick a really strong 5 to win you that lane. But I do think it gives a lot of flexibility to drafts if you can actually pick a carry that early, especially in the current patch where like you never let Alchemist through. That's the one ban that so far has not shifted. And besides that, like, what are the best carries? It is the Morphling. It is the like PA, Gyro, Dragonite Bristle, and Morphling's kind of at the top of all those. So you can just pick it so early.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think because the carry pool seems so limited, like you might as well just like pick one of the good ones that's left in the pool early. And that's kind of what we see here with the Gyrocopter. So a little bit of a flex pick, right? Because it is one of the few carries you can see move to the support position if you really want, but it's rare. And Night Pulse will respond with the Night Stalker. So a little bit of a synergy buff, I think. That's why they go that route.
Logic. Yeah. We've been seeing more Night Stalker lately. He was not the most meta hero, but I think he's gaining some stonks. The vision with Dark Ascension's really good, and being able to start Night Reigns. I'd say there's a lot of offlaners that you can't guarantee have a good start. Maybe one like Beastmaster is like very consistent, but Night Stalker is somewhat in that vein where with Night Reigns, you're almost for sure going to have a decent start, and then with Dark Ascension, be able to take a lot of early fights.
Completely agree. Now, as we get into the next set of bans here, they get rid of the Lich, and the next ban we'll see from Passion UA. They have a lot of options here. They get rid of the Monkey King, a hero I'm actually kind of surprised made through the first phase. But apparently not something either of the teams prioritized super early in the draft. And the next ban from Night Pulse here. You could focus up, get something like a Clockwork or an Ogre. Those are typically like the best 5 positions we see played with the Gyrocopter, unless you have like a Chen or Enchantress. But instead, they're going to go ahead and just actually ban out the Lycan, pick up the Warlock. Good stuff there.
And this is another support that has... I feel like we were not seeing any Warlock whatsoever. And then in the last, I want to say week or two, starting to see a couple more Warlock picks. Now, I haven't gotten to see a ton of those games myself, or at least cast them, so I am excited for this one. I think some of it is a steal, where Warlock Gyro is a very strong safe lane combo because you just Fatal Bonds and Flat Cannon. But there's a lot of heroes who have some form of AoE damage to combo with Fatal Bonds, and it just gives you a really strong safe lane. And then he fights... I know in pubs, we think of him a lot as like Ags, Refresher, ultra late game, Warlock's the best. That's still kind of true in pro scene, but Fatal Bonds is actually so good in early fights as well for the pros. And then, of course, you have your ultimate, which pierces BKB. It's a short one, but at least you can stop like TP outs from like the quick BKB purchases we see nowadays.
Absolutely. I love the support duo pickup here from Passion UA. Both quite good. Muerta just offering Silence, a little bit of team control. Great lane partner to a lot of offlaners who are still in the pool at the moment. See the Ember picked up now from Night Pulse. We'll see where they want to go. Probably going to see the 4 position here if you have your Warlock picked. So something that maybe gives you a little bit more control. Because like you said, Warlock can at least ult to stop TPs, but you're actually really lacking some control for the most part. You don't really have stun from your offlaner. Your mid laner just has chains. Don't really have a stun from your support. So I would like a 4 here that kind of compensates for that. Yeah, there you go. Hoodwink, low cooldown stun, good burst damage. I think that works. Now, what do you think for Passion UA? Just the off lane here, potentially? Or we're going to see a mid laner that runs down the Ember Spirit? Could we just see them rip a Huskar?
That's what I was thinking. I feel like you need to punish this early Ember pick. They banned the Monkey King themselves.
Could just go Tiny. Such a really good Tiny game.
I wouldn't mind that. I think someone mobile is also quite nice because one of Warlock's strengths is the channeled slow, which for some reason I'm currently blanking on the name of, but I do think it's very good.
Mud.
The Mud. I do think it's very strong if you don't have the right tools to deal with it. This case, you actually do have Deadshot and Hookshot potentially to cancel that. But that's actually a little annoying to have to do, right? Like to Hookshot the Warlock just to cancel his channeled slow or to use your Deadshot on that. So I think a mid hero who maybe just doesn't care, like, okay, I just jump out of this, whatever, or I don't mind jumping in to stop you. It could be nice. Okay, that kind of works because you can jump around with the Aghanims through the Mud, which I will now look up its proper name.
I thought for sure that like Tiny would be the pick because it typically seems to feed better off of heroes like Warlock and Hoodwink than a Shaker does. But Shaker is a lot less of a commitment, which is, I think, the trade-off here is like he can actually get away from these heroes if he doesn't actually kill them, whereas Tiny's like once he's in, he's kind of just in. So I like it, and it should win the lane against the Ember Spirit. All right, upheaval, right? I believe is the name of the spell, right?
No, actually, it's officially the mud. They must have just changed it. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, they just
I
changed
didn't
it. A
know
little
that.
shadow
Yeah.
patch a moment ago.
Yeah, we can. I mean, we can call it upheaval if that's what people are used to, but officially, the mud. Who
I just
has?
looked at my warlock stats. Not a good hero.
Who's got the most basic spell name? Tree Toss is currently the one coming to mind.
It used to be Slardar until they literally changed the name on all of his spells.
What
right?
was it
Like
again?
Slardar's
It was
used to
just
be
like-
bash, sprint, and amplify damage.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, we'll change it slightly. So now it's Guardian Sprint, Bash of the Deep, and Corrosive Haze. But it literally, Slardar's spells were all just like one words that like single words basically that just were exact like definitions of what the spell did.
Keep it simple for a simple hero.
Yeah.
All right, we need a carry for Night Pulse. Probably into a gyro. I guess you have this. You could maybe do more to carry if you saw a really good matchup, but I don't think you have to.
You don't have last pick either, right? So it's probably just Muerta in the 4 position. Your offlane, I would actually kind of like something like similar to a Dawnbreaker here. You don't really have a good counter to it. They banned the Nyx, PA. I feel like we're about to see a Dawnbreaker.
Dude,
Yeah,
you're so
baby.
smart.
It's like, I feel like it's just too good. You don't have the commitment damage right now to get on top of the gyro and burst him. And the only like option would be to pick a hero that either has the burst damage or a hero that has the sustained damage that can like survive the fights and out. And so Lifesteal would have been really good. Now I am curious on Night Pulse on what they think they can do here. I mean, maybe you run Night Stalker carry and pick a new offlaner. That's like an option. Otherwise, you're
wild.
maybe something like a Spectre here would be your next best bet. You have a Warlock to sustain the lane, so it shouldn't get pushed out. Okay, TA. I'm not actually a huge fan of that pick, to be honest, into the Dawnbreaker lane. You have no stunts
I think it's
in this lane at all.
That's true. That could make it tricky dealing with the Starbreaker combo, but if you time the barrier well, you can absorb a lot of that. But you have to be careful, which fortunately, Muerta doesn't really have the greatest way of killing the barrier. She doesn't have like damage over time naturally. You do have to be careful of Celestial Hammer though.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this TA pick. I get that it's ranged, actually, and that will help out a decent amount, but you really are going to struggle in this lane. If she hits a single dead shot on you, you probably die. Because like Warlock is not going to help you that much in terms of keeping you alive. Like maybe he goes early points in upheaval to try and slow down the Dawnbreaker. We'll see. It just doesn't seem like it's going to be an amazing lane for the TA. I would like to be surprised, though. Like, maybe Warlock does more here than I'm expecting. But Dawnbreaker Muerta is a very aggressive and very strong lane. So if either of these two are in a bad position, like, they should die.
That's true, but thinking about it, we often talk about Dawnbreaker as this 100-0 kill threat. And if you're too low, you can't really commit to that. That's actually something Warlock is really good at doing to you, right? You just keep spamming Fatal Bonds, and then Psyblades was not the AoE damage I was thinking about, but it actually does hit multiple creeps, and possibly the hero as well. So if you actually keep chipping them down with Fatal Bonds and Psyblades harass, then maybe Dawnbreaker just never feels confident in going in that, oh, I'm going to try to burst this TA, and then suddenly she refraction melds you and finishes off the last like half of your health. So that actually could be an interesting way to deal with it. Like you said, though, if you slip up, maybe a step up too far before you do that harass damage, then they just, go, drop the calling, dead shot them back, do the full combo, kill them.
All right, we'll be able to see this Ember Spirit versus Earthshaker mid lane matchup. Again, I feel like it should be pretty easily Earthshaker favored. You do need to be a little bit careful on your positioning because Ember Spirit does have double impact Sleight of Fist. And like with the double impacts, like Earthshaker's always going for these denies, so he's going to be playing like more aggressive in the lane to try and like deny out some of these creeps. So he might be taking a little bit of extra spam damage. We'll see how it goes.
The battle begins.
Okay, 2 for 2 rune split. Nothing too bad. I like that while going for the rune. Oh, nice deny on there. The D ward mid attempt. I like that while going for the rune. Desire threw an acorn shot at the Earthshaker. He healed most of it by the time the lane started, but I do think any extra help you can give the Ember in the early game does matter a lot when you have to deal with all these totems.
Yeah, level 1 should be okay for this bottom lane for Night Pulse, right? Like Muerta and Dawnbreaker really come into their strengths at their level 2 timings. And if they can actually get them quite low, like you said, it actually punishes them. Okay, well I say that in Kadaro might just get solo kill, drops the branch, but it's not enough. Fernand's with a first blood on the Muerta, but will find a return kill at least on the TA.
A little bit of a panic placement on the Iron Branch. I think if it was a bit more to the right, it would have completely blocked vision and would have saved him, which would have been 6. But obviously that's very heat of the moment. You know, you got to do it quickly. They're just slightly off. I like the attempt, though.
Restraint from the Shaker. He's like trying not to actually hit the Ember because he wants to deny with the enchant totem, but he's doing all right.
Yeah, probably shouldn't see much of any kills going either way in the mid lane. Someone's gonna have to slip up for that to happen, but could see the Ember rotate, you know, at level 6, and that's probably the main thing we'll expect from this lane.
I could see the Ember finding a kill here.
You think so?
Or not the Ember, sorry, the Earthshaker. But part of it is just going to be like the Ember has to like play too aggressive, kind of like you said, like one of them has to slip up. But if Ember is like trying desperately to find CS, like it can be very easily punished by the Earthshaker, I think.
Well, he's gonna have a harder time of it because they are putting the pressure here. Hoodwink comes over, denies the water rune. So this is their counter pick, the Earthshaker into the Ember, but it's not the worst. It's not like the Huskar or the Monkey King types. You do have to win it over time, and when you get help with this, such as making sure you get runes and they don't, maybe we'll see bottle refills later, that's enough without having to get a kill or anything like that. That's enough to make this matchup more playable for the Ember.
Absolutely. And one of the benefits of the Night Rain Night Stalker, right? He doesn't need as much help in the lane right now. He's top of the CS despite, you know, having the Hoodwink leave the lane. So, yeah, good stuff.
Clockwork can't actually get close enough to do anything to him.
Yeah, and so we haven't really seen this bottom lane try to do much. Top lane, though, they will run down to Llama. The rotation in from... Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, he'll be fine top lane. It's Night Rain Night Stalker, right? But no, they finally get him. And bot lane, they're actually putting a lot of pressure onto the TA as well. Krekker, does he have another set of cooldowns? He's got the cogs. That's going to be 2 kills. And this is a lot of times why we say if you're gonna be able to open the gyrocopter, like a lot of teams will ban out the Clockwork or the Ogre because they're just too strong in the lane.
And that kill timing works out perfectly too, because now they can come for the water runes, try to fix things. I guess Hoodwink also came, though actually Ember's not here for the bottle refill.
And Krekker is going to do a lot of damage to the Hoodwink in that process. So he does get bottom water rune at least, so that's quite nice for the Ember, but Shaker is the one who just like finally needed to get a rune, you know?
Oh, TP in the mid lane? Niche is in so much trouble. I think he's dead here.
Oh, okay, that's a sick play. They just left him, and, well, he overstayed his welcome. Bottom lane tries to get the Templar Assassin, but not quite enough damage there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, I like it. We're
Divine
seeing a
Llama's
little
got
bit
us.
more action in these lanes. Pretty close.
Yeah, Divine Llama has his boots now, so he's able to just dodge the clockwork. Though it will change now as we come into the daytime. We'll lose a lot of
Crystallize
movement
is
speed.
really struggling top lane. He has so little CS.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You're right, actually. I didn't notice it was that bad. Should it be? Because usually you just spam Flak Cannon. And Night Stalker might farm a lot because it's night rains and all that, but I feel like you should be able to get a lot of last hits and then use the hard camp. Yes, Divine Llama does have a lot of denies.
Yeah, I was gonna say he has 8 denies, but I don't know if that's like enough to justify that because he also has 6
Yeah.
denies on the gyro. So,
Yeah.
because like Night Stalker's base damage is pretty good. It's one of the reasons he's like still somewhat pickable. But yeah, actually doing good. We'll see if Gyro can recover. He needs to get a lot out of this next few minutes here because he is seriously falling behind the Templar Assassin. Fear onto the Warlock, but no real ability to keep chase. They're just hoping for the bottled rune bottom, and instead it's going to spawn topside.
Radiant are scanning.
They're really putting the pressure. He's actually diving onto the mid lane with his arcane rune. He's got Echo committed. Who's gonna get who first? It looks like Warwick should win this.
I mean, he's bottling up. He's going to be fine. Warwick has to bail. It's going to be close. He gets him. Wow, that acorn shot actually makes the difference there. Now, bottom lane, they grab the TA, but Warwick is not done. He's actually continuing the chase into mid lane. They're going to be able to finish off Krekker. Nice cogs to hold down these two heroes, but a bloodbath across all 3 lanes.
Radiant are scanning.
Everyone going aggressive in this time. Crystallize trying to go for
nice
the wisdom
TP
rune,
though.
but I don't think you can do this in the daytime. So yeah, Warwick just TP's in. And now Crystallize, can he get out of here? Night Stalker's gonna
Not
respawn.
really.
He's gonna TP in.
Oh, he's
Okay,
not level
they're not
6
gonna
yet.
bother. That's true. I guess with the daytime, he would be actually too slow to wrap around. So just gonna bottle refill for the mid. Right back to farming.
Wow.
I-
All right.
Think in the end, that's overall pretty good for Night Pulse.
Yeah, I'd say for Night Pulse, that's pretty good.
I guess they did lose TA and Night Star. I don't know. The side lane struggled, but
Radiant's
Ember
bottom
did
tower
well.
is
And
under
Ember's the one who's going to rotate first,
Radiant's
which he might now be able to make the
fortified.
difference to go help those side lanes again. So I feel like it's okay so long as they get something out of it, such as this smoke. Let's see if they can read this and get out safely.
Well, they just TP'd the gyro back to the top side, but it's the bottom lane wraparound you're looking for. Divine Llama actually forced to ult here in the top side.
Hidaro 6? What the heck?
That's wild. Did he pop the Grimoire?
Oh, I didn't even notice. He did. He did
that
to
what
get the
happened?
fast level 6 because
Yeah.
he already had, I think 2 kills and 3 assists. But yeah, cool call. Didn't actually get the ult, the kill, which is too bad. But he's gonna try to use it to steal some
He
stacks.
steals a
This-
triple stack.
Yeah, I think that's actually worth it. I think
That's
this hard
super
camp
worth it.
too.
He's like 7 and he's like the highest level in the game.
I'm the mid hero now.
Top side, they will be able to finish off Divine Llama as the Dark Ascension finishes up. A nice little pick off there for Crystallize. Wow, I mean, that's huge for this Warlock. He's fat now. I'm liking this decision a lot more from Warlock players. We actually saw this the other day where, like, a Warlock was involved in a bunch of early kills, did the same thing, like popped the Grimoire and like ultied their offlaner as he TP'd back to the tower, and he was like level 7 when the offlaner was like level 5.
Yeah, we actually haven't gotten to talk about it because ever since the patch came out, that added facets. He's been good in pubs, but not really in the pro scene. But I do think the Black Grimoire is really cool on when you choose to activate it to get the power spike, which of course requires you to get a certain amount of kills. There's no guarantee he could have had enough to do the like fast level 6. But if you have a good early game, I think that's one power spike you can go for. I guess the rest don't matter because he's already used it. But if he hadn't used it, I think the next one is like the level 15 timing. After you hit level 12, you use it, you get really close to 15. So now you have a really strong level 2 ult plus your upheaval gives the attack speed buff. I think that's another cool one you can look for.
Yeah, I completely agree. Rotating here bottom, trying to find the Dawnbreaker. The shackles are there, and ooh, nice tree cut, but I don't know if he's getting away from this Ember Spirit. He does a lot of damage. It's gonna be close. The TP, 30 HP? No way, dude.
2 base attack time there makes the difference. Divine Llama falling again to the Gyro Clockwork. Now that Clockwork has the level 6, he can close the gap even at night.
I mean, you can see it in the net worth now for the Gyrocopter, like how free this lane has been. And we kind of knew... Oh, that is awkward.
You just did that.
Fast reaction times.
He just echoed an illusion. And now, looking for the Muerta. Slight chains, has an aggressive remnant if he wants, but afraid to chase too far. Still might get the kill, and he does. Oh my god, this is Max Shadow Ward, isn't it?
Yeah, Max Shadow Word. I didn't even realize. I thought he rented
damage.
it out. I looked over at the end of that. That was an illusion. That's too bad.
Yeah, he just echoed an illusion, and now mid lane, they find the Earthshaker as he TP's there to try and do some damage control. Gets picked off by a Desire.
That's where fast reactions actually hurt you then, because as soon as the Echo, the Dawnbreaker ult came in, they were like trying to wrap that kill instantly. Uh-oh.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, that hurts a lot. Top side looking for the Gyrocopter. They should have this. Now there is a hook shot to come in here and try and save him, and Krekker is able to do so. You have call down. It's gonna connect, a perfect stun. You're gonna hit double missiles onto the TA as well, but do you have the damage to finish the job? Warlock on the backside trying to just finish off Crystallize. He might just get the solo kill, but man, this Dawnbreaker doing a lot of damage here.
Another one where the TP finishes just in time. They're looking at Earthshaker. He'll be fine. I guess pretty even in the end with Gyrocopter and Ember being big winners respectively. I guess Dawnbreaker also got some kills before dropping herself.
Here's the Veil, dropped a lot of damage in from this Hoodwink, but can't really chase for more. He is by himself here on the Shaker.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He's really low on the net worth right now. Doesn't have treads or anything, just brown boots. And Warwick is just getting so much done on this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, they need to keep playing around Ember. He's the one who's doing really well. I mean, I know TA's net worth is also quite up there, but she has a harder time joining fights, as we see, until she finishes up a couple more items. I think Ember finishing up this Mage Slayer, if you just pair him with the Warlock alone, that's already a really strong combo. Fatal Bonds, Ember Spam with the Mage Slayer.
Ooh, Krekker, hook shots up to the high ground. He's going to get himself out of this one.
No hookshot for the 14-minute rune coming up, though.
Yeah, they do have Dawnbreaker ult.
This one's real.
To go in, the Echo. Okay, yeah, no illusion this time. They will finally punish that Ember Spirit.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, nice plays there from Passion. Now Divine Llama. Blood grenades, trying to slow down this fast Night Stalker. The jump in, though, from the Earthshaker. There's the Starbreaker. The call down, it's not going to connect, but it does find the Templar Assassin. A beautiful fissure. Fear back from the Muerta. And actually gets away.
Oh, no.
No. That hurts. And now the turnaround Warwick with a beautiful chains onto 2. And now Muerta nowhere to go. Triple kill for the Ember Spirit. Oh boy, that hurts.
Sleight of Fist chains did so much damage to those 3 heroes.
Yeah.
is under attack.
I actually can't believe they made it so Chains just can hit 3 heroes now. Like,
I know, right? What a buff.
like why?
Why? Well, he was pretty bad for a while.
Dire's
That's
structures
massive.
are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That Ember
Very
Spirit just
back
got like
and-
over 1,000 gold.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth on getting kills, but with this recent fight, now a 4K lead for Night Pulse. I feel like as long as you're careful while the Golem is down, you should be able to just maintain this lead.
Never refuse gold given.
Like, just get through this daytime, and I think you're in a really good spot.
For Night Pulse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Because, like, your TA has her Deso. She's probably going to be going for, like, a BKB or a Blink Dagger soon. They're looking to try and put some pressure onto Warwick, but don't even know how you do. Like, you just don't have good catch for this guy. Is Dawnbreaker going, like, an Orchid or anything?
Pipe.
Oh, okay. So, nope. Mid lane, that should be an easy pick off there onto the Clockwork.
Warwick, man. I just want to highlight, this guy is 7-1-7 right now. Ooh, Echo on
Blink
both
Echo
boards.
onto 2 supports the follow-up from the Dawnbreaker and just swipes him down with the
Radiant's
Starbreaker.
bottom tower is under attack.
Now the question is, can they get out of here? Because Warwick will easily continue to chase him down and apply pressure, and he seems very unbothered. Now has a haste rune, a trap on the backside to slow them up. They can't stop Warwick at all. He is way too far ahead. Great fear, hold up. He gets the blink out. What a dead shot.
Hook shot just missing. Okay, wow. I really thought Ember was about to 1v4 there, but great dead shot from afar, keeping everyone alive. 30 seconds till Warlock ult is back up and you have Dark Ascension. So you can go make a play, and by the time Dark Ascension ends, it'll pretty much be nighttime again.
Radiant are scanning.
TA does have her blink, and it's going to go back for the Pike now. So yeah, she is super farmed. On the Gyrocopter, do we have the Aghanim Scepter yet? I'm assuming he does.
It's close. He's a few hundred off.
Okay.
I think if you make
Chrysalis?
a play, whatever side Roche is on, which currently it's daytime, so head over there. I think as long as you find your play there, you can get it. Or in fact, even if you don't find anything, Golem at this stage is, well, I don't know. I guess, Call Down and Echo are pretty good. The Dark Ascension
Mud,
and
though.
the Mud, yeah, exactly. I think I favor Night Pulse's Roche fight, at least the first Roche fight.
I think with how farmed TA is, I agree. Because I feel like if she sees a hero, she's going to kill them. And I'm not really a fan of Dawnbreaker's build at the moment. Like, I don't really see it being super helpful. But she at least can still do a decent chunk of damage, like, when the ult comes out. Smoke over to the bottom side here, seeing if they can find the gyro, but Crystallize just barely dodging this out.
Right. They didn't find
That's
anything,
Roche,
but
though.
they do clear the area, so they should just be able to do Roche.
Dire are scanning.
Get
I mean, I was like,
scanned
I'm
right
assuming they see
away.
it.
I don't think you can, even if you want to contest, I don't think they can make it in time. So just confirming with the rocket flare, and they're going to get to, well, actually they're all heading to the Twin Gate.
Comforting wound.
It's not that fast, to be honest. Like, it's only at about half HP.
I did think this was going to go faster.
They're actually smoking. They're afraid. They drop wards up on the other Twin Gate.
Rocket flare. Are they going to see this rocket flare? Okay, Hoodwink was still there to see it. Huh? Okay, well, I thought that was going to be a free roast for Night Pulse. It might end up being a free roast for Passion UA at this point. It's going to go through the Twin Gate. And then, do you feel comfortable going through Twin Gate into Echo? I don't think so. Yeah, everyone has to TP and walk up here. This is too funny.
This is not going to be that fast. Like, Dawnbreaker doesn't have to show, right? Or doesn't have to be there because she can very easily just TP in. But they're going to pop Pierce the Veil, everything here to just try and finish this Roshan. And, well, Warlock's actually pretty close. He could get the upheaval plus the full combo. He does, but Rosh is dead. They just take the Aegis. Kadaro's dead. Now, here's the Fatal Bonds doing some work. The pipe, though. Cancel it out. They TP out on one, and this is... it's actually... okay. Dude, no way. He just TP'd on the Clockwork. Gyrocopter, not going to be as lucky, though. So they get crystallized twice. I feel like this is still good for Night Pulse. They get the Aegis, but you kill their carry twice. You get the Muerta, and you only lose the Warlock.
Yeah, that ended up pretty good. I thought it was going to go even better. How is Warlock the first one there? Warlock's the slowest hero out there.
The rest of the team didn't feel like they were actually like moving up there that fast. Like a couple of them were still like farming.
Yeah. Well, it worked out in the end, so I guess you can't complain too much. I feel like that could have gone even better. That could have been a full team wipe, and maybe you even grab the Roche yourself. But at the end of the day, I guess not.
Under attack.
Not too bad, minus the fact that TA would really love an Aegis right now. Or maybe even your Ember to allow him to continue playing extremely aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like if it was just even the supports, like if it was Hoodwink Warlock and you get that like ult into Fatal Bonds into a 4-hero Bushwhack, like I feel like you're right. It's probably a full team wipe. So a little bit surprising Night Pulse didn't think that they needed to bring the numbers, but that was the moment where, you know, you could have really pushed yourself into an advantage. I don't think it ended up being a bad play from them by any means. Like, they're still ahead in my eyes, and it's still nighttime, so I think they're happy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Get a couple Deso charges for TA2.
Dire's structures are
True.
fortified.
Yeah. Wow, first item SNY for the Night Stalker.
I mean, he had a rough start. Well, okay, wait. He had a good
Dire's
start,
bottom tower
and then
is
a
under
rough
attack.
post lane. Now it's coming back, but I think he did need a quick build-up item. You know, Sanj and Yasha, very affordable components.
Dire's bottom
Each
tower is under
step
attack.
is quite useful. It's not like saving up for, like, what did we see earlier today? A Radiance, right? You gotta,
Dire's bottom
that's a
tower
lot of
has
saving,
fallen.
so it was pretty good
Radiant's
here.
middle
There's also a
tower
ton of
is
little
under
stuns.
attack.
I think anytime you play versus an Earthshaker, you can make a reasonable case for SNY.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's just a good like damage item too. We're gonna see him pop the ult, try and find the Muerta. Does manage to stop her TP on out, and so this should just be a quick pickup. He's gonna go scouting for more and see what he can find. Did see the Shaker, but no real way to continue the chase, so they're gonna be fine on the side of Passion. Nice little freebie there for the TA though, and another Deso charge.
Double damage empowers me.
Do you have a lot of traps and wards set up bottom? So they see the Clockwork. I think they might have seen the Gyro. Yeah, they're heading back over through the triangle. They're making it in time, though. Ashen seems to know.
Yeah, I mean, they see Cracker here in the bottom side. There's the Atos. Blood Grenade. Big Echo, though. Is the damage turned around there? Absolutely, as the Dawnbreaker crashes down on top of her. Now, it's going to be close if this Clockwork makes it out. Die into the Fatal Bonds, but no more damage being spread across, so ends up being somehow a turnaround kill for Passion.
It does require the Echo, but I guess you're getting the Warlock ult as well.
Ooh, big 3-hero
more.
chains once again. The Crippling Fear is out, but the damage from the TA, it's still not enough to finish the job. Ember Spirit trying his best, stuck inside the cogs, actually out of mana. Warwick's dead. They've done it twice now. Passion punishing the side of Night Pulse. Now chasing for more. The missile is going to come through. It should connect here onto this TA. They will not chase for any more.
Finally, some decent help around
And
here.
in fact, TA is actually going to aggressively blink up onto the high ground.
This is so back and forth. It's really coming down to who gets the right spells off. And that time, a very nice series of spells from Clockwork to get the Ember kill. But maybe feeling a little too good about that goes a bit far, and forgetting, this is still a top net worth TA. She can easily solo any of the supports.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I keep getting surprised by how far ahead she is on the net worth. It just shows how good of a game she's been having. Now, Warwick, in this last fight, he ended up getting mana burned a little bit too much by the Clockwork. And that's what ended up doing him in. So he's going to have to be a little bit careful of that going forward. Now, Dawnbreaker will immediately ult bottom as they're going to try and turn and find a kill onto the Night Stalker. But unfortunately, she ults a little bit too early.
Middle tower is under attack.
You managed to get the stun anyway, and oh my goodness. Sends the body flying. Divine Llama goes down. Looking for more. The Atos comes out. And will find themselves the Warlock and another kill for the Earthshaker.
How did you even see the Warlock, actually?
That's what I was wondering. Maybe the heroes are on the high ground, just barely had vision. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm not sure on that one. But still, good find. That was a weird mistake, though. The Dawnbreaker ult coming too early before the hookshot connected. That almost cost them. Unfortunately, Earthshaker was close enough to do the rest of the work in terms of chain stunning.
Looking for an
Last
opening
blink.
mid here, but
Radiant's middle tower
with
is under
hookshot
attack.
missing there, I don't know if they will.
You find.
Refuse gold. Give it.
Yeah, I was like, who do they want to
Radiant's
find with
middle
this
tower
smoke?
is under
Obviously, I feel like the TA is their best option, and she is kind of farming
Dire are
aggressively now. The scan doesn't connect. They're actually going to walk right into the Warlock. Not the best kill, but for the side of Night Pulse, a massive dodge if they can avoid it. That being said, the TA, okay, they don't see her. Clockwork was looking, ends up going to the south instead of the north.
Gonna say, like, don't walk into your TA. Let her get out.
First rule of Dota, don't bring that over here.
Radiant are scanning.
Bountiful.
Oh, nice scan bottom, but she's still gonna get the Wisdom Rune here on the Hoodwink. Nah, that being said, they will punish her for it. Clockwork, as well as the Dawnbreaker ult, will take down Desire. Now, top side, they're actually looking for the Shaker, and oh, I don't know. Are they
Ult
just TP out?
TP's out. Yeah, ult TP out. Ends up being a pretty long Roche spawn. Otherwise, I think Night Pulse could maybe force the issue without the Dawnbreaker ult. Unfortunately, they're gonna have to wait a while.
Flames rush forth.
Oh, Night Stalker ult. For who? Oh, it looks like it's a Clockwork. Okay. Eventually, we'll wear him down, especially with the help now coming in from the Ember Spirit.
Looking for more. But good retreat from Passion UA. They don't know the Roche time, so they want to be very careful about how many heroes they lose, who they're losing, what spells they use. They know they gotta be ready to fight. smoking up.
With it being daytime for a few more seconds, this is be a great time to find an opening, and they get the Echo onto the Templar Assassin. The Dawnbreaker comes in as well. Oh, that is such a good find. Dead for 65 more seconds as the Roche will be up at that exact same moment, but that hurts a lot.
Can you get Night Stalker? Or sorry, can you get Earthshaker? Oh, he had a shield room.
It would appear not. Ooh, he's pump faking the ult here on the Warlock. He's finally going to let it go. Divide Lawn with a BKB to buy him some space. He gets force staffed the wrong way, and he's like, all right, I guess I can go in, but there's going to be the call down. Gyrocopter, a little bit scary. With the nighttime bonuses, he might be able to get away, but they really want to chase for this, and Shaker, he blinks in aggressively.
Great bushwhack. Gonna build some space. Might cost Hoodwink her life, though.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely blocked off by that fissure. Really well done. And Gyrocopter, again, chasing for more onto the backside. But we'll just instead zoning them out, and now they get to wait another 40 seconds for the Hoodwink to come up.
Bastion goes through the Twin Gate right now. I think you get Roche unless Hoodwink buys back. Crystallize is headed over.
All right, can they finish this Roche in time? It's going to be really close. Night Stalker ult is out. Gyrocopter does not have a BKB here, and the Night Stalker is providing all of the vision that they need. The cogs are down. They're going to just continue to do what they can. There's going to be call down the Ember Spirit. In comes the Night Stalker. Tries to, he gets
Steals it.
Gets the Aegis. He just walks in and grabs it. Now the Ember Spirit in some trouble. Does have those 3 heroes searing chains, but it's not enough to get him out. And the TA, she's just too low to get back in this fight. Fissure is going to catch the Llama, but they're all on the wrong side. Gyrocopter trying to finish off this Templar Assassin, and, well, that missile, it's going to chase. Kadaro doing his best to run away here. Multiple traps to slow them down. If they get out with this, it is, again, a massive win from Nightpulse on this Aegis. And actually, Krekker, he's dead. Well, never mind. Atos can't find the kill. How are they sticking around? Why are they sticking around? I feel like you don't have the damage. They're looking for Crystallize. Do they actually have this? He has a BKB onto Llama. He's going to die, but the trade-off for the Gyro, very worth it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Okay, it
attack.
looks like a full retreat at this point. These Aegises are not lasting very long this game. Pretty good steal. I think if Night Stalker doesn't grab that, then Passion UA should be able to just get Roche, get out, or take a much better fight, which it was looking really good, but they don't actually have the lockdown to keep the heroes from running away to finish up the kills.
I'm not sure what the Gyro did, but, like, he should be able to have picked up that Aegis, especially since there were cogs that actually bounced back the Night Stalker during it, and they still didn't pick it up.
Yeah. I wasn't checking his inventory. I wonder maybe it wasn't open. Or sometimes, oh, Echo, hook shot, everything.
They got him. Really good hold on the Dawnbreaker ult. Now, that being said, Dawnbreaker blocked off by the Fissure. They're going to try and turn around and nearly finish off the Night Stalker. The damage coming in from this Muerta is doing some work, but, well, there's your Fatal Bonds. There's the Mud. They're going to burn down both supports. As well, the Shaker now needs to be careful. Gets the Blink for now. Dawnbreaker TP's home, but Shaker, he will be BKB TPing now.
Where did the banner go? Night Stalker got that too. Okay, I thought maybe like Crystallize accidentally picked up the banner and that's why I didn't get Aegis, but I don't know, Divine Llama just out-clicked him on everything. So I don't know what happened there. But now finding another fight after that. I guess they got the Ember with the Echo commitment. Pretty good, especially considering he had a Sange and Yasha. So the fact that they managed to chain stun him through that and get the kill is quite good for Passion. But losing some extra heroes on the way out, not so good. Maintain their gem though. Help them to keep this map clean of the traps.
Tormentor grabbed by Passion. They'll grab it for Crystallize. Not like the best shard, but it's actually kind of sick against the Templar Assassin if that's who he uses it against, because it'll rip right through the refractions. Can prevent blink daggers as well. It's actually not bad.
Yeah, I think because of the TA, it ends up pretty decent.
I think Warlock might be in the wrong neighborhood. He was going in for a warding mission, it looks like, and he has ran into 4 heroes.
Very dead. So, Satanic in the works for Gyrocopter. Oh, TA just got a double damage rune. They gotta be careful for a moment there. I don't know, these last few fights, Night Pulse has not quite found... You want a very nice fight around the Fatal Bonds and the Chaotic Offering. So far, things are just messier than that.
Yeah.
Passion UA has managed to find like a quick pick off to prevent these straightforward team fights. Not that it's the easiest, since you also have Echo on the side of Passion UA, right? Like they don't mind full team fights either, but it really comes down to who is starting it. And the hope is that your Night Stalker or the TA traps lets you see the enemy team coming in so that you know how to navigate the fight. But turns out that's not the case so far. I don't know if you had this in the last fight, but there is a Shiva's Guard on the Ember Spirit, which will help with even more so getting the vision to find the fight you want.
Yeah, I don't think he did, and yeah, that armor is going to go a long way. Hook shot in, they find the TA, trying to force her BKB. I think he saw some extra heroes and was like, never mind. That being said, Dawnbreaker is in really deep, but a big Echo on the backside finds both of the supports plus the Night Stalker, and they're removed right from the fight. Now Templar Assassin's gonna need to get some help. She's getting it from the Ember, but wrapped around on by this Gyrocopter. 3 dead for the side of Night Pulse. They baited that so well. It looked like they were gonna back on PA. They're like, oh, oopsie, and then no, they're ready to go with the Echo from Shaker.
It's why it's so nice when Shaker is not your only initiator, because Clockwork gets to go in first. You bait it out. Maybe they did want to retreat. You know, they're like, oh, that's way too many heroes. But we'll see. Maybe they clump up chasing our Dawnbreaker, and we can then get the Echo. That's exactly what happened. They focused down the Warlock. Warlock did ult, but didn't get the Fatal Bonds out, and that's a huge part of the team fight. Though I guess it's becoming less meaningful now that more Dispels are entering the game. But still, you'd rather have it than not. Yeah. And all the other spells, the Mud, the Solar Crest. He's actually got quite a few utility items on the Warlock because he was having such a good start. Now it's starting to drop off, but it's still Boots of Bearing, Force Staff, Solar Crest, and even a casual Buckler. So you don't want to lose him too quickly.
Yeah, I agree. Warlock, being able to sit back in the fight and just kind of channel the upheaval is huge, right? So, nice find there from Passion UA to start that engagement. Gyrocopter, I actually like the fact that he's just not worried about getting a BKB this game. Like, it's really unnecessary.
I think the most annoying thing is actually the Mud, which you have
2 dispels
yeah, you have Force Staffs for, and then maybe eventually Boots of Bearing will finish on Muerta, so you can just run through that. And then you just trust your teammates to cancel it for you, so you don't have to care.
All right, we're a couple seconds away from seeing a potential Roche respawn. Now, it is going to be a dire spawn, guaranteed, right? Just based on how long of a, like when it was last killed. It's a super long respawn, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So Passion probably a little bummed about that. But as for Night Pulse, it is nighttime now. You have the Night Stalker. You're going to be looking to play aggressive. A bottled shield rune is picked up there. Call down comes out immediately. Templar Assassin blinks in all by herself, thinking the fight was going to go their way, but she is 5v1. Oh no, that hurts so bad.
I don't think you can fully commit like that, like blink that aggressively. You can't get too far ahead of the Warlock, who needs to be able to follow up with the Golem.
If your
I
Night
say-
Stalker doesn't Dark Ascension and provide the vision, there's no way you can blink in like that, I think. Plus, it was a shield rune on the Shaker, so you're not killing him.
That's true. Though they thought they were getting that, and then he picked up the shield rune. Yeah, I guess just unclear in that exact moment where Davai Lama was like, oh, I'm getting out now, and TA was thinking, like, maybe I can go in on this angle. They can get this Dawnbreaker. A lot of supports are coming
really
in.
tanky, man. We'll see. Oh, here comes the hook shot in. Davai Lama's going to pop the BKB and try to chase for her. Now Warwick chain stuns into the Dawnbreaker ult. He actually doesn't hit the ground, and as a result, he gets out. A little bit of a misplay there from the Dawnbreaker, but she at least survives.
Trying to get some vision. Davai Lama. Maybe slow them from heading over to the Roche pit. Everyone is back up before this Roche spawns, with it being such a long time. Hook shot misses.
Just barely off the mark. Nice dodge there from the Hoodwink.
That would've
Not
been
maybe not
such a good
intentional,
kill.
but you know.
Yeah, but it would have been a really good kill to get as this Roche is respawning. Need to get the Fatal Bonds off in this fight. Like, this has to be the proper fight. They're 14k behind. If you lose another fight and you lose the Roche, probably just the end for Night Pulse. They're doing a deep wraparound. They're siege pop dark.
I mean, they're going to get their opening onto the gyro. He pops the Manta. They do have the Dawnbreaker ult to buy him some space, and it's going to work. He lost the Huerta right at the beginning, but they find the Templar Assassin. She's trying to get away. Great Warlock ult from the back line. But can they get away from the gyro? It doesn't look like it. Crystallize, able to gap close, doesn't even need the BKB. They're going to double buyback on each team here and try and get back into the fight. It's a much easier way of getting in, you know, for Passion UA. The Warlock's going to go down. They do not feel safe coming back through the Twin Gate. Davai Lama's going to try and get something here, but a blinking from the gyro. He's chasing for him. He's fast. The dead shot, the hook shot, they got him. And they came through the Twin Gate. They're back into the fight. They got on top of the Dawnbreaker. Trying her best to get at the kill, but he gets a turnaround. That's a dieback onto 3. And now the Ember Spirit will be able to make his way out, but... Well, does he, actually? Hold up. He has one more Remnant. He's low on mana, though. The Chain Sun's coming through from the Earthshaker. They get him. Never mind. 5 heroes dead on Night Pulse. Roshan for the side of Passion.
Night Pulse is a... Like, this roster has come together relatively recently, so I'm gonna, you know, cut them some slack on it. But they have really been struggling to find the right fights, using the Ember and the Night Stalker to scout ahead, figure out how to approach the fight, and then, you know, TA picks a target, they go on that. So many of these fights starts with like one of those key backline heroes, Warlock or TA, being focused and killed, and that just can't happen. You just can't take a fight if you lose those heroes too quickly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Maybe a better way to put it would be like great target identification from both Niche and Krekker, just starting the fights, Dawnbreaker follow-up.
Radiant's structures
They're constantly
are
getting the right pickoffs to win these fights.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
With Crystallize just sitting on the front line now, this like
Has fallen.
Satanic Manta, he has the Swift Blink as well. Anyone that shows, he could probably just run them down pretty easily.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Get top lane of racks. They look for the tier 2 now in mid, can pressure straight into the next set of racks. You have one fortification left here on Night Pulse. They're going to use it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jump in aggressively. I don't know from who. Earthshaker doing something. Here comes the Dawnbreaker ult. All right.
Yeah,
Just going to be used to heal them up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right. Night Stalker trying to get some vision here. Let's see if they can disengage, but Night Stalker with a nice wraparound is going to find these supports. He does get on top of the Shaker as well. No BKB on him. He's in trouble. He's dead, but here comes Devilov. He's going to buy back right into this fight. Never mind. He wants to keep going. Now TA doing a lot of damage on her own BKB. Will finish off the Dawnbreaker, and he manages to clip the Gyrocopter. Earthshaker can't do it. He's going to die back solo to the Night Stalker. Wait a minute. Night Pulse is back. A almost 10,000 gold swing.
That's really impressive considering they were 30k down at the start of that fight. I suppose Passion had just taken the barracks, so they didn't spend all their money, but that was finally a fight that went the way the draft is supposed to do it. Night Stalker is in the back with the Dark Ascension, sees the entire team. They get the Fatal Bonds, the ult, not the ult, but the Fatal Bonds on the targets. Ember's in there with the Sleight of Fist, chains, Shiva's Guard, and TA is at the edge of the fight hitting the gyro. She was not caught in the middle being killed first.
Yeah, that was an amazing hold from Night Pulse. Now, they are still really far behind, but if they can do that again, they could be back into this game. You're only down one lane of barracks, and you're now finishing an MKB on your Templar Assassin. Your Night Stalker got a lot of gold and XP in that last fight as well, and this hero can scale pretty well. So we'll see what they can do here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that tower melts so quickly to the TA now. 22 Deso stacks. How long's on this Aegis? A minute and a half. So actually when your Earthshaker's up, you could still look for one more fight while you have Aegis. And you still have a pretty sizable lead in the 20k. I do think they just broke formation as they left that tier 3 and they paid the price for it. But I do think they're still pretty strong. If they keep finding the targets the way they have for most of this game, they'll still be able to win big fights and probably just clean up the game if it happens close enough to the Radiant base.
Yeah. So Ember Spirit has that BKB. We saw him pick up a little while ago, but now he's working towards the Aghanim Scepter, which I really like. One thing we haven't really talked about, which I've seen a couple times, Dawnbreaker went Bloodstone this game
Radiant are scanning.
for the AoE increase on her spells. Is that worth it?
The ult is huge, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not so sure.
Yes,
I'm
but does it
not
need to
so
be?
sure.
Dire are scanning.
Like, yeah, why not a BKB? Why not something else?
Like, there's been like 2 fights here where she would not have died if she had BKB. Or you could just build damage at this point, right? Build like an AC or something.
no.
Hook shot, hits a hero, but they still manage to try and commit here. And will be forced to back away. The Golem is out. Fatal Bonds are out. There's the Hex on the Dawnbreaker. No BKB to protect her, and she is dead. Looking for more. TP out on the Clockwork. Divine Llama continuing to fly through the trees. BKB TP out from the Muerta. And the entirety of Passion UA escape. But another big kill
Oh, they slipped up. I didn't see which teammate he hit, but that hook shot hit a teammate instead of the Ember, but without the... Like, you had to be so quick on it, right? It's like, hey, we're going to go on him, blink, echo, hook shot, all that. So they'd already committed, and then it whiffs. And now you're just in retreat mode after diving the enemy base. You get punished hard for it. And like you said, no BKB. So she just get hexed immediately, which I didn't even know a hex was done. Who had that? Warlock. Holy crap, this guy's rich.
Yeah, that is not what I expected either. I saw the hex and I was like, huh? All right, cool. I mean, I can understand things like Octarine and Pipe and stuff on the Dawnbreaker and Blade Mill wanting to go, stuff like that. I literally cannot wrap my head around the Bloodstone. The active is just useless. And it's like, that's what most people apply Bloodstone for. 75 AoE bonus is not that great.
I'm trying to think of a reason. Yeah, I'm not sure. The ult being really large and the fact that you can choose when to land and you can stun a huge like team fight area is kind of cool. Like you said, not sure if it's really worth paying that price just for that element. They must really hate the mud.
Refuse gold given.
I mean, I feel like you could just go Holy Lock it if you wanted to have like a little bit more utility on the ult, right? And then like you have just a ton of healing and you're not worried about anyone dying during that. But you could also just build a Lotus if you're worried about like mud or stuff like that. Or like the Warlock spells. Because like... Or you just get a BKB. I don't know. They're going to threaten the high ground here. Now, they will have to back here on Passion UA. Divine Llama has an AC completed here on this Night Stalker. And as they see the TPs come out, they will definitely retreat. I mean, they brought back, like, what, almost 20,000 gold?
Just about, yeah. And at this point, 12k is not that meaningful. We're at 52 minutes. It really just comes down to who finds the right targets, who gets the best jump. And you got things like a Hex on Warlock, unconventional, but it is pretty good instant catch when some of these heroes come in, like the Blink Echo. If he's not already BKB'd, you might just get hexed.
Illusion.
Though it's uncommon to see Warlocks not just go for a refresher or something next.
Yeah.
Or I
Ags,
feel like you
but,
should
like,
get it
yeah,
next.
I like refresher.
Yeah. At this point, you know, maybe get Ags from Roche. Just go get your refresher, so then you have double Hex, double Fatal Bonds. Can't dispel every Fatal Bonds if you keep casting them.
It's true, it's true.
Decently long Roche time. Ooh, what about Hot Bloodstone? 4x healing on Havoc Hammer. What say you, Ricky?
That could be pretty cool, you know? Maybe heals you like 200 health. Smoke comes out. They're actually walking right into him. Atos comes out. They find the Warlock. The silence will hold him down. That's a big way to start to fight Krekker with a BKB as they chase down this Templar assassin. And they've got her. Echo Slam to secure it. Divine Llama has to pop his BKB to run away. You dead, and a buyback comes out from the Warlock. Now, the question is, can they safely retreat?
They'll retreat, but it's going to cost them Roche. There's no buyback on TA. She's a few hundred gold short. I think if it was available, she would buy back for this.
That's only 10 seconds. Someone has to stay in the pit.
Krekker, stay. Or leave the gem. You'll see teams do that nowadays. You just like leave the gem in the pit. Kind of scary to do versus a TA since you need the vision while you go look for traps, but... Alright, he sees it. Get in here, boys. It's Aghanim's time. Who's this going to?
Both your supports are level 25.
They're going to try to find Dawnbreaker while losing Roche. I think that's a good call if you can actually get her, but she is pretty tanky thanks to this Bloodstone. And it's also just the Ember. I thought the others were connecting, but...
Oh, do they give the Ags to the Muerta? There's no
Parting
way,
shot
right?
on TA is
Okay,
not bad.
they do it. Dude, I mean, remember that we were casting a game not that long ago where I was complaining about a carry Muerta who had like 20,000 gold in the bank and refused to buy the Aghanim Scepter. Literally 20k, I'm not even joking. You guys, it's a zero exaggeration. Had 20,000 gold at like 90 minutes and still wouldn't buy an Axe.
That was a long one. I remember. I was there. I was the Ags.
I was so tilted. So now we see a Muerta Ags come out. I wasn't sure if that's what we were going to see, but it's cool.
I mean, parting shot on...
I guess everyone else has an Axe, now that I think about it.
Yeah, pretty much everyone. Parting shot onto TA just to take her out of the fight for a while, I think is pretty good. You can also use it to just, like if... Oh, actually, I'm not sure. I think
Stalker's like diving in
Warlock...
the background too.
Yeah, I was going to say Warlock channeling you could cancel, but you can use spells. I think it still cancels, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'll stop whatever they're doing. But I think it's like probably the TA or the Night Stalker. Probably the Night Stalker for the Muerta, most likely, because Divine Llama is going to be looking for the back line. So if he like dives in, you can potentially just parting shot him and like kill him if he does that.
Is under attack.
She has BKB, so she can reliably get it off.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
Oh, scan comes up. They actually see the TA or the Muerta here with the TA trap.
Radiant's bottom
Dude, if
tower
they actually
is
find
under attack.
Dawnbreaker, it would be huge. She's just on the other side on that high ground, so they will not find her. They now see the clockwork. Nullifier is out. It's going to get dispelled. Yes, the BKB right away. They find the Warlock again. They get this Hoodwink as well. 2 supports are down. Now they continue to chase Hookshot in. They find Divine Llama. The chain stuns are kind of there. He's really trying to avoid using this BKB. For now, he won't have to. Warwick continuing the
Parting shot,
chase,
saving
though.
her life for now.
Dude, they actually just killed TA because of the parting shot. Wow. Yep, with this one, they're going to continue to back, but fire out. They're going to buy back the Muerta. Finally, Divine Llama pops the BKB, but they get the stun onto Desire. And that's a dieback on your Hoodwink. TA's back in this game, but I don't know how much game is actually left. She's going to have to BKB turn on the Meld Strike there to stun up the Dawnbreaker. A lot of damage coming through from the TA. And they will get themselves a nice kill onto one. Crystallize standing his ground. The chain stun's coming through. There's the buyback from the Dawnbreaker. She's going to slam right back down into this fight. Keep Crystallize alive. Now Warwick out of Remnants has 1 second left. We'll be able to get one to safety. That should be Mega
should've
Creep
landed
for the side
early
of
there.
Passion.
Well, maybe it won't matter.
Alright, Mega Creeps, 2 supports still dead on the side of Night Pulse. They drop the banner in very aggressively. They're going to try and just clean it up right away on the Night Stalker, and they do. But was it a bait? The parting shot, he can't leave! Divine Llama goes down. He's going to be able to buy back now, but still no buyback on this guy. And oh my god, Templar Assassin just gets soloed off by the Muerta. You have a whole other carry in this game. Divine Llama trying his best to keep them off of the throne, but it's not going to work. Dawnbreaker hits the skies once again. As the Ember Spirit trying his best, Crystallize pops the Satanic, will be able to heal himself through all of this damage. Dawnbreaker's coming through, offering what she can as well. And that's going to do it. GG comes out. Night Pulse going to lose game 1 as Passion UA, despite a couple hiccups, managed to pull it back.
Yeah, I'd say that was a rough start for them. But they really started to pick up steam as they got a couple items. They had more tools to start making plays. And 20 minutes in a row at least, they found play after play after play, finding the necessary kills, mainly the Warlock and the TA. So many times those heroes were just dead at the start of the fight, and that allowed Night Pulse for Passion and UA to come back into this. At the end, it became Night Pulse started to pick it up again. I feel like they started taking proper fights. It got close again, but the damage had been done. Passion UA had a really big lead at that point, and you know, kind of like you said, a couple hiccups made it a little close, but they do manage to close it out at the end.
Yeah, 100% agree. I am a little bit surprised that Night Pulse almost managed to pull this one back. I really thought that they were going to be able to kind of snowball off the early Warlock levels, like level 6 into level 7. They're getting some good pressure out with the Ember Spirit. TA was looking really good, but they definitely just struggled in some of the 5v5 engagements. The best part was the fact that they managed to basically take 2 Roches away immediately from Passion UA when we thought that it probably shouldn't have happened. I'm a little bit, unsure of the Dawnbreaker build. I can't really argue too much with the results. Maybe an earlier BKB would have helped, but they still managed to get the win. And the Muerta, getting the Aghanim Scepter from the Roshan, she had like 16 Pierce the Veil stacks. She like 3-shot the TA at the end of the game there. So you had a 4th scaling core who was doing a lot of damage. So yeah, I think the longer this game goes on, the easier it is for Passion.
Yeah, I think those 2 Roches ultimately cost Night Pulse. They actually... We could argue they came out ahead for those fights because Night Pulse took them and then would lose the fight. But I do think with the draft they have, those Aegises are actually supposed to go to Ember or TA and give them like the 5 minutes of aggressive farming, aggressive plays. And they didn't have that. They get maybe 1,000 gold as a team for winning the fight around Roche, but you lose out on that big time window that you're supposed to be able to just go in and get echoed. And you're like, I don't care. I'm just going to respawn. Echo me again. Oh, you can't. You have 1, right? And they didn't get to do that. They would get echoed, die, and it's like, that's it. Back to farming.
Yeah, 100% agree. Well, that was a very fun game 1, almost 60 minutes, but we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game 2 of Night Pulse versus Passion UA here on CCT Series 6. We'll see you in just a bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into game number 2 of Night Pulse versus Passion UA here. As game 1, a little bit of a long burn there in a way, right? Passion UA was in the lead for a while. Night Pulse managed to pull back almost a 20,000 gold of a 30,000 gold deficit, but Passion UA still ended up coming out the winner. So as we jump into game 2 here, Zach, what are some things that you kind of want to see change?
Well, it was very back and forth, like you said. So sometimes there's a series and it's all on one team to adjust, right? But this time I think both teams have things to improve on. Quick discussion during the break. A lot of it around the execution. Like, I think both drafts, there's a logic to it. But the execution of it kind of flip-flopped at the game. You know, at first, Night Pulse is doing well with it, and then Passion UA is doing a much better of it, and then back to Night Pulse, and then back to Passion UA. So, if anything, I would highlight the execution of it more than adjusting the draft. But of course, it doesn't hurt, you know, if they think, oh, that hero was too much of an issue, let's take it out. I'm trying to see if the bans are any different. The first pick is the same. Night Pulse, again, will have second pick. And it looks like the bans are mostly the same so far.
Yeah, I remember the Morphling and stuff all being banned.
Yeah, next time they ban Phoenix and Bristleback. So we'll see. They're using some reserve time a lot. I'm always a little nervous when teams use a lot of reserve time in the first phase. I suppose they're discussing the gyro if they want to ban out the gyrocopter instead of either the Phoenix or the Bristle.
I would say I like the gyro over the Bristle ban typically because we don't really see Bristle phase 1 anymore. Like, very rarely. They actually get rid of the clockwork. Okay, so that, I mean, he did cause a lot of issues. It really amplified the gyrocopter's lane, right? I think that's part of the reason we see the gyro have such a good time as he recovered in that, or like kind of late lane stage, thanks to the clockwork being able to help isolate and kill off the, you know, Night Stalker multiple times.
That does leave the Phoenix in. It is something they've opened with in the past when I look through their drafts, though they're more recent games. They actually haven't even been picking the Phoenix. So maybe that was, you know, maybe you're banning a hero that they don't actually care about. That was some of the discussion. That'd be the twist. Now you go back to the first pick Phoenix.
You're like, oh, cool, they left our Phoenix in. We've been waiting all day to play this, you know?
I can't wait.
So for Passion, they have the option here on bans. Now, what did they ban here last game on the 3rd?
They did the Dragonite and took the Gyro, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think it's a really good response. We could do it again. They're also wow. It's both teams have used half their reserve time just about before we even gone to the first picks.
Yeah, that's definitely weird to me. They banned the Lich, so we're definitely not seeing the Gyro. It's going to be the Phoenix in the opener. Now for Night Pulse, they have some options. They can grab the Tiny. They can grab the Gyro themselves if they wanted. They can grab the Dragon Knight. Like, they actually have quite a few options here. Enigma, okay. Now you have to ban Gyro. Or you pick it, technically, if you're Night Pulse. You could. Like, you have next
Either
pick.
team could take it, I think, and it'd be reasonable. I think... I mean, if Night Pulse... If Passion doesn't ban it, then I feel like Night Pulse could just pick it and steal it, and it'd be fine. I think Gyro versus Phoenix is fine, because you can actually hit the egg while still doing damage in team fights, which is really nice. Another strong consideration is Morphling. I think both those carries are...
Well, the Morph got banned, is why.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he would have been in consideration, I suppose. Gyro... Who else? For Enigma... TA is potentially okay, but it really depends on the supports.
I feel like Phoenix 5 isn't that bad into Enigma because the Fire Spirits is pretty good against the Eidolons. But you definitely need another hero that can stand its own in the lane and not get bullied by like a strong 4 here. Like, they're really wondering if they need to ban the Gyro, I think. They banned the PA themselves. Huh. So for Night Pulse, what do they want to do?
I'm a bit thrown off by this draft. This is not the usual way of things.
I would be super down for Night Pulse to just grab themselves the gyrocopter. They ban it. Oh my goodness. Okay, so into an Earth Shaker we go. Now that could be a 4-position Shaker. We've seen the 4 Shaker with Enigma a few times. Doesn't have to be mid, so it does leave things open to be a little bit flexible.
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing about picking it here early. You have technically revealed 2 cores, and probably 80% of games they end up as 2 cores anyhow. But you could move it. You could move it, keep you on your toes. Man, if he wasn't such a dead hero, this is such a Rubik game.
Dude,
Greatest Rubik game in the world right now. Otherwise, I'm gonna say Clockwork, but he actually did get banned, and I'm starting to see some of the logic behind it. The Rocket Flare to scout these heroes out, the hook shot to isolate them. They have overwhelming team fight on Night Pulse right now, and you either need to try to match it or just start planning to avoid it, right? Like, okay, we won't take you in a 5-on-5. We're gonna do whatever else. This is still kind of in the middle. Like, I don't think Dragon Knight's that bad of a team fighter, especially in the early game. He can get active sooner than many other carries, and in the late game, it's nothing special. It's just he does damage, right? Like, that's the carry's job in a team fight, so it's fine. The Muerta, we saw Fernandez have a great game last time. It also sort of protects the Phoenix. It's a common pick versus Phoenix since you get the potential double shot.
I was actually going to literally say Dragon Knight Muerta seems like a great double pick here. For those exact reasons, right? It's very stable lane hero. Muerta's silence is also very good against the Shaker and the Enigma. Neither of these heroes want to build an early BKB, so it can be problematic, and that is a new hero, a Jakiro, coming out from Night Pulse. This is the literal best Rubik game in history. Ember Spirit mid now. So it is going to be the support Shaker. Like I said, it's something that they can move to position for. It's one of the only times I see this hero is with an Enigma. So I'm a little bit curious to see if they can try and punish the Ember now, seeing that it is mid lane.
Huskar them, ban Doom. Just do it. Just commit. Jakira's kind of nice versus Huskar, though, since you see the jump coming in. You can drop the Ice Path, the damage over time, but I don't know. I mean, if you really wanted to shut him down, I think you could. Monkey's already out, right? Yeah. Who else? You're gonna go back for the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker as a response to Enigma is not too bad because you can get the Ags to make sure you can cancel the Black Hole relatively consistently, and well, we saw it not having too bad of a game. We weren't sure about that Bloodstone build. We did look it up in between the break. You did. I made you do the work. You saw some people doing it. It worked, like you said. It worked. I'm happy to see it again. Maybe I'll be convinced on it. I don't mind the idea in general, especially with the Muerta. That's a really solid combo, and especially as you ban out some of the worst carry matchups like that Lifestealer, you should have a decent time in the lane.
Like, I get that the AoE increase is nice. It makes her tanky. It's like, I just don't feel like the active is super useful on this hero, but we'll see. Maybe I'd have to do some testing with it to see how it works with like Starbreaker and Luminosity crits and stuff, and see like if those technically count as spell damage that you're getting, for the lifesteal. But they ban out Pango and the Invoker, both pretty good bans. The lifestealer here once again removed, which we saw last time. And then at the moment, is there any other hero they're really worried about from the carry? I guess it kind of depends on what they want to pick here into the Ember Spirit, but in terms of carry matchups, into the Dragon Knight, into the Dawnbreaker lane.
What's the worst they could do if you Huskar them? Because you need a carry.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just going to be something like Tiny, as long as you're standard, but...
Yeah, probably, right? I don't
Silencer
know.
would have been so good if he wasn't such a bad hero right now.
Dude, it feels so bad that Silencer is just so unplayable. Okay, they ban out
Bloodseeker, even though Pango's out.
Puck.
I'm not sure I understand the Bloodseeker ban, but I think Puck into Ember is fine, and Puck in general is fine. Oil into the Dawnbreaker ult and Egg is a really good combo. In fact, you want to break it, Deadshot them out. That's also pretty cool. I like it. I'm not sure I know the Bloodseeker. Maybe it's just for the lane.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's why. It also just, the longer the fights go on, the better it's going to be for Night Pulse, I think. And Bloodseeker like thrives in these kind of long fights. But yeah, in terms of carries that are left, I mean, there's not many. We saw a Luna earlier kind of get, you know, attempted. It's going to be an Ursa. All right. I mean, that's a pretty good pick, actually, this game. There's not a lot to stop the Ursa. It's fantastic against the Puck. You can pretty much, once you have the Shard, you just jump out of Coil. It's ridiculous. I don't know how you're allowed to use that ability during Coil, but you can. So,
Simply doing a somersault. It's not a mobility spell. What are you saying?
I mean, I like it. I like Night Pulse's draft a little bit more.
Yeah, I think this could be a very volatile game. One, the lanes, there's a lot of kill potential across the board. But two, there's some big team fight from Night Pulse. A lot of chain stun potential. Puck, part of the reason I like the pick, part of the reason I'm scared, very fragile, very mobile hero. If you can dodge some of these team fight spells, huge impact. Like, you just jump in, silence people, make them waste spells on you, you dodge them, you get out, fantastic. You get caught by one stun, you get killed in one go, and that's that. Like, you're just a squishy Puck. Ursa hits you while you jumped into black hole by accident, or the Echo caught you before you could phase shift, right? Same with a lot of these spells, you know, like the Phoenix Egg being killed before the egg goes off, Earthshaker or Enigma being killed before their abilities go off. This could be very volatile in the way the fights go. Just the wrong spell hits you and you're just out without doing anything.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit it's an interesting game because usually, like, you look at Night Pulse's team with a lot of lockdown, but a lot of it is not like instant. Like you see with like Blink Hexes or you know, something like that to actually catch the Puck. It's really just going to be the Earthshaker from Fog usually is going to be your play. So once he has like Blink and his Shard, he can try and like echo, he can like Fissure from Fog, chain stun up with like the Enchant Totem, and then your heroes can, you know, collapse on top of whoever you want. But he needs a little bit of time before he's going to actually get there. So there's not a lot of like really good like Blink target Puck stunned hero, you know. So it's it'll be up onto the Shaker a lot of the time to secure these kills onto the Puck.
I don't think we're gonna see it. Well, first we're just gonna have the usual smokes. We'll see what happens. I kind of would love to see Earthshaker start bottom for like a quick 3v2 and then go top, just because I feel like Enigma can maybe just body block the whole time with Eidolons and be fine. Because I think that bottom lane, it's such a kill heavy lane potentially. You know, if the off lane picks up the lead, they're just going to constantly use the combo to kill. Even though Jakira's a relatively tanky support, very slow, and they'll run him down with the right clicks. Slow. Ursa can be killed before he gets the damage out, but if you pick up the lead, then you could be killing the Dawnbreaker and the Muerta. I feel like just the fissure from Earthshaker, you throw some spells, get a couple hundred damage out, that could just tip the lane in your favor. It's not going to happen this time, so it looks like they don't think it's worth it.
Dude, Warwick is taking a beating here on the top side, but so is this Phoenix. He's going to get a quick D-ward on my way out. Don't mind me. I mean, I feel like he's dead here. Warwick gets it. First blood with the slide. Now, that's a pretty massive difference in this mid lane now. He's going to be sitting here on very low HP, but getting first blood means an instant bottle. And we'll see how much this just ends up changing the mid lane.
The fact that they were able to secure it for the Ember, it was kind of close, so I think if Earthshaker gets it, you know, it's fine, so long as your Ember's not the one dying. But, yeah, actually getting the first blood on Ember is pretty big.
Did he go jostling Rift on the Puck?
I hope so. I think it's better this game. Yeah, he did.
Okay. Yeah, I'm like trying to find out if he's what his abilities are. I'm assuming he has phase shift, right? Because a lot of people play around the phase shift to heal off the tower there, but
Yep.
okay. In this off lane, they're already getting a lot of damage out onto this Ursa. To be fair, Jakiro is not like this lane dominator that he used to be, which is kind of sad because that was like the identity of Jakiro for so long, but they nerfed his kit over and over because Frost's Breath was too strong. And they nerfed all of his other abilities instead of, like, I don't know. It felt weird, and like a little bit of an overreaction.
Yeah, I think Liquid Fire could use a buff. Have an alternate playstyle. Right now, Frost is just way better, but nerfed so that we don't see Jakiro too often. I think if they line up their abilities, it will still be good, but for now, it seems he's content just trying to keep Muerta low. But I feel like Dawnbreaker needs to be the one that you're targeting.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the damage they drop into the Ursa. Now they're just going to Blood Grenade, turn it back onto the Jakiro. 180 MS. You literally said it yourself. The hero's already very slow. And once his Dual Breath is done, like, what does he have?
So, like, that's the issue right there. You get the Muerta low, but how does Ursa ever connect to the Muerta? And Muerta can do all her damage from afar. So if she's low, it's not as big of a deal. I really think it should be on Dawnbreaker because it's easier for Ursa to connect, and Dawnbreaker can't come in to do her damage without risking dying, unlike the Muerta.
So we haven't really been able to look too much at the top lane. I want to see how much they're getting out of this Phoenix support. Dude, is Warwick literally walking all the way to base? Wow, he is.
I think his bounty got stolen by Fernandes as well.
Wow, yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, so by getting the bottle, you just never quite recovered completely from losing that much health at the start. I guess this will be the reset, but you've already lost the level advantage to the puck because of this.
Damage onto the Ursa bottom. They actually miss with the Starbreaker, so he will survive. But again, this combo, it's very simple to just keep doing. You don't really have any stuns to prevent it. Like, eventually you'll have Ice Path, but they're really struggling there. Mid lane, Puck and Ember really going toe-to-toe here.
There's almost a full level advantage for Niche, which in a race to level 6, that's, you know, this is huge for the Puck. Any rotation as soon as Puck has 6 will be a kill on Ember. In fact, there might even be a solo kill if he's not careful with his health.
Desire almost finds Cracker there on the Phoenix. Actually, Fort, like, they want to dive here, but I don't know if they can.
It's
like,
pretty low.
Yeah, but it is just a Dragon Knight, though, underneath the tower. They are bringing Kadaro, though, on the Jakiro, and, like, maybe you can find it with this, but he is hiding in the trees. And how close is Puck to level 6? I feel like he might TP, like, any second.
They found the Dragonite, but
You go for it.
TP from Muerta.
They
and
have
he's so
the
tanky under
damage.
the tower.
They're going to try. They managed to take down the Shaker, and now with the Phoenix and Muerta, they've got more than enough damage. Both supports get punished. Crystallize will survive, and that's a huge win for Passion UA. It gives a little bit of maybe space for Divine Llama here to try and push this tower with a catapult, but and Crystallize he's going to get solo XP under the tower, I guess. Well, I guess Phoenix is coming now, but
Like you said, he's just too tanky. Even though he's so low, it's so tempting to go for him. Under the tower, the split damage from Jakiro just does not do a lot to a Dragonite.
That's a little sad. First coil comes out, solo here onto the Jakiro. He's trying really hard not to snap it, but he does in the end. Another kill onto the Shaker topside. Desire really trying to put pressure and take down this Dragonite, and it's just not working.
do get a
Even
one
bring
for
the
one
Ursa
at least.
top.
They kill the Phoenix in that. Yeah, I'm not sure why the Ursa still came top, actually. It was kind of over at that point. he goes straight back bottom.
They want to get the Ursa.
Radiant's
They're bringing the
bottom
heroes
tower
down here.
is under attack. Radiant's courier.
Oh,
It's time to go back top.
Windlace and
Dire's middle
Wong.
tower is
Goodbye.
under attack.
You need move speed in this. One, to kill people in general as the Ursa, but two, to avoid the Dawnbreaker.
Actually, very cool commitment here from Krekker. Blood Grenade, Fire Spirits, Dive to just burn through the Enigma and all those Eidolons.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, if he lives because he doesn't have a Windlace, he's going to feel so bad. Alright, need a little more than a Windlace there.
He just needs like a Basher or something. He'll be fine.
Just a Basher.
Could have gone Diffusal.
I miss Ursa's doing that. I like the
Yeah,
more
I
aggressive
love-
Ursas.
I actually would play him off lane and go Diffusal.
I'm up for it. I want
For
to
a
play
while.
support Ursa with Diffusal. Let's do it.
Oh, beautiful dead shot into the silence. He's gonna get saved
Good ice
by
path.
the ice path. Really well placed and gets a good amount of damage back the other way. Yeah, there was like a couple patches where I was playing offlane Ursa because it was like a melee carry meta,
Is under attack.
and I would just go Diffusal and run at them.
Interesting. Kadaro is a 1-2-1 build right now, so sacrificing some early pressure and damage and farming speed if he ever wants to do that, but he's going to have the maximum stun first. I'm assuming he's going to keep going for Ice Path.
At this point, you have to, yeah.
Yeah, it does make me question if they're going to have the damage. Like, now you have Earthshaker, who brings a lot of stuns. You're going to have the Jakiro. But what's the damage? Ursa needs to finish farming. Ember's, like, not too bad, but he's also a hero who doesn't really need that many stuns to do his damage. I guess it's the Eidolons. You know, if Eidolon drums in the chain stun can do a lot, then it'll pay off.
Dire's
But you got to
top
head
can
over
get
to that
behind that.
lane.
attack.
You got to head over there to actually make that happen.
Yeah. Rotating bottom off of an Invis rune for the puck here. They're looking for their coil. They just instantly pop the Ursa. He was not ready. And they could die for more. I mean, they have the Dawnbreaker ult. They're going to see if Niche can finish him off himself. In comes the Enigma. The black hole's onto 2. Oh, that is why you do not hold spells. What a bait from Kadaro.
I guess they thought for how long they were chasing that Jakiro that Night Pulse had given up on it, but just a sneaky TP behind the tree right there. Instant black hole catches both. And we said earlier, Puck is such a fragile hero. If you get caught by one long stun, it's probably going to be it. Rotation back over here, though. Maybe going to get the Enigma.
Surprised he canceled that dive, but
Dire's
yeah,
middle
they
tower
or
is
didn't
under
cancel the
attack.
dive. The Enigma will be able to get away here. The Puck trying to cut him off, though, in the other side. Won't find him. Instead, it's Warwick who actually runs into him. Dragon Tail catch the Jakiro. They get a kill there as the
Dire's top
Ursa
tower is under
does
attack.
have an Enrage.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Nice
under
cha-
attack.
Oh my
Dead
gosh, what a
shot.
fear back from the Muerta. That just kills the Ursa here. There's no way out. That's nuts.
This kills the Ursa. Now maybe securing another rune? No. Okay, Warwick gets it top. Arcane, pretty good one.
Radiant's
What
bottom
night dead
tower
shot from
is under
Fernandes.
attack.
Showing why they go back for this hero again. Had a really solid game last time. Scaled like crazy. Divine Llama.
Is under
Just
gets
sold it
found
off by
here.
the Phoenix. Dude, Krekker has been crushing him. Your Ice Path is out. Fissures there. He should tick down. A nice little turnaround kill. But, I mean, slowing down this Enigma is massive. He is so much of the tempo for Night Pulse this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's felt like a close game, but it actually is a 3K lead for Passion UA as we get to the 11 minutes. So I think they should keep up the tempo. I think they got relatively low cooldowns to do so. Uh-oh, Phoenix dying.
Ooh, they got him. Very nice kill. We'll see what they can do here with this Ember. I mean, we talked about it last game. You need to start playing around your Ember Spirit when he gets these levels. Ooh, a little bit of a pause. No big deal, I'm sure. So this is the first Macro Pyre we see come out. Not too bad. The long duration on the stun from the Ice Path really starts to add up, as we can see.
Yeah, and with the Searing Chains being level 3 as well, you can keep heroes stuck in there for a while, so not too bad. You just have to hit the spells is the scary thing. You know, if you miss the puck, for example, or the dive is already out, then you're going to lose a lot of damage if you're not fighting in the Eidolons or in the Macro Pyre.
All right, we're going to see Nightpole smoke up here once again. I mean, you don't have the damage to kill this Dragon Knight, I think. On the other side, they find the Shaker once again. And, well, they dodge out that rotation as Dawnbreaker just TP's home, realizing something is up. Dude, what a random TP back.
Well, I guess you knew they were mid recently, and your team kills the Earthshaker, and Earthshaker gets no help, right? Then it must be somewhere.
Oh, Searing Chains hits the 3 creeps instead of the puck.
So unlucky.
That hurts. All right, Warwick's gonna keep you back to the base.
Probably makes it in time to Black Hole if he needs to, if that Searing Chain hits.
Yeah. Ursa is like the big kind of X factor for Nightpoles here, in my opinion. Like, he's the one who needs to start recovering. He needs his Battle Fury. He needs to catch up to these other cores. Because, I mean, late game, Ursa should be able to rip through most of these heroes.
Yeah, I wonder if... I get the Ice Path for the Puck and other mobile heroes, but I feel like more points in Dual Breath and Liquid Frost to make sure Ursa had a better start in that fight-heavy lane could have been good.
Dude, this Ursa just ran through the enemy jungle. They saw him. He is so alone. Okay.
Ooh.
Dead shot off the mark. He's going to be okay. Actually thought he might turn around on a Crystallize there. He had 3... He actually had... I mean, he had 3 Fury Swipes. He actually might have been able to turn around with an Enrage.
You never know if more people are coming, though. Actually, I guess maybe he does. They kind of have some solid deep vision there.
Radiant
Unconventional spots from both teams try to keeping their wards alive.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Darrow smoked up, trying to steal the 14-minute Wisdom rune. Ice Path is really good at securing the rune.
I mean, he's going to get it. This is a big win for Nightpoles, getting these Wisdom runes. You're down 5,000 gold here, but if you can get this XP, it could definitely go a long way. Coil. I don't know what they used those spells on. They coiled and Dawnbreaker ult, and no one lost health. Did they just miss? Is that what it was?
It might be. It could be one of those things where you try to go as fast as you possibly can again, and
they miss.
You
the
whiff
Ember, I'm
on
guessing.
one. Yeah. Well, that should be a free mid tower. It's already quite low. There's no way you fight into this without your spells, and they have Black Hole available.
Yeah, and Ember is still pretty strong. Is he going the Mage Slayer again this game?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah,
It's a
pretty
really
close.
good Mage Slayer game.
Couple more.
Ursa is in really deep bottom again.
Another unfortunate Deadshot miss, though.
Yeah. Now, they are going to bring some extra heroes and try and turn this around, looking for Krekker. Slight Chains does connect. They get on top of Muerta. The Macro Pyre is down, but he's stuck inside thanks to the Shaker. So, really good kill. Goes to Divine Llama. They get both supports. Now looking for the Tier 1 tower, and they will get it. Okay. Ursa maybe baiting that time. End up getting 2 towers in the process.
Maybe. I feel like if that Deadshot hits,
he's probably dead.
You
if the
maybe
Deadshot
just
hits.
kill the Ursa. Yeah. And if it misses, I think you just disengage. I guess I can say that the power of hindsight. I don't think they knew that the whole team was coming over, so at least it was only both supports, the offlane, or not the offlane, the cores had already gotten out of there. But at least they're still farming. Kind of see that despite taking the tower, still not changing the gold lead too much. Passion still has 3K advantage, top 3 net worth spots.
Radiant's courage.
Especially if they find this
breaking
Jakiro.
out. Yeah, say a fight breaking out on the top river. They get the Jakiro. Warwick's gonna grab a regen rune. Now that is egg down. Black Hole's gonna be committed just onto the Huerta, but they're trying to chase for more. Or Pierce the Veil bought her a lot of time, but there's the Echo. Dawnbreaker, they're actually afraid to commit maybe, and they're gonna regret it. You needed to finish this hero off, and they don't do it. Ursa, I feel like he had overpower stuff. He just needs to hit her like once or twice. Too afraid of the blade mail, maybe.
I guess so. Ends up being pretty painful. Like you said, I thought that was looking a lot better for Night Pulse, but maybe just splitting the damage between too many targets.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This Ember is just not as strong like he was at last game at this point. And the entire Black Hole duration was baited off Pierce the Veil. So, like, no damage was, like, on the Muerta outside of the Black Hole damage. So, she basically just wasted a lot of time as well.
Doing a couple stacks. Ursa's catching up in the net worth at least, thanks to his Battle Fury. And
Radiant's bottom tower
looks like they're going to go for Roche. This is where things got really messy in the last game.
Yeah.
Let's see if it can be a little smoother this time. Just an Ursa, Eidolons, and Drums.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Who do you have to come over,
They should
though?
get this very quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower
It doesn't look like Passion UA is going to... Oh, I say that. They actually smoke from the bottom side. They're going to TP top immediately. Ursa, you should get this before they make it in time. Stop. Don't back. Stay on the Roche, Ursa. All right, Aegis collected. They actually get a nice ice path stopping Crystallize as he comes in, but they will spear back Kadaro. They get themselves their first kill. Now the question is, can they get out? The Dawnbreaker is going to come in, slam down on top of that Enigma. Divine Llama will join him. Now 2 dead for the side of Night Pulse for that Roshan.
You at least keep the Aegis this time, which is a huge difference from the last games where the first 2 Aegises were gone instantly. So you will have to wait for your teammates to respawn, but after that, you should have the advantage in a lot of fights thanks to this Aegis. With that said, there is now a 6K gold lead for Passion UA, which helps to really negate the value of this Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think as long as you're not killing the Ursa first and using all your spells on this Aegis, then he just comes back with his team and kills you. I think Passion UA can still fight. Like, just focus other heroes before the Ursa.
Oh, they managed to catch the Muerta, but not the easiest hero to kill. And yeah, she gets a nice 3-hero fear off the Calling. Warwick, as well as the Ursa, will be able to chase up onto the high ground. She's not making it out this time, so not a bad kill. Like you said, they have Aegis. This is their time to really try and push their objectives. We'll see if they can do it. Smoking up again. I mean, Ursa's catching up, man. He went from 6th on net worth to 4th. He's not that far behind. There is still a pretty substantial gold lead on UA. This Phoenix is huge. All right, they're going to get a lot of vision here from the Dawnbreaker. They drop a ward as well next to the Tormentor. As they get a nice ice path into the Macropyre. This Dragonite is taking a ton of damage and enrage. The Fissure blocks him onto the low ground. He's going to turn and try and take down the egg, but he can't. Oh, what an unfortunate placement of that Fissure, just isolating this Ursa, but he will maybe make it out alive. The Dawnbreaker in 1v4 on the backside. A Blink comes in, tries to take down this Echo, but they can't do it. They all did. There's no way they all get out on Passion. They actually do.
That's wild. I guess didn't want to commit the black hole for just the Dawnbreaker, but
That's a freebie if you just ult there, like 100%. And like no one, I don't know who stops it, right? Like
Ursa's team
maybe just
unable to get
Muerta?
close
I don't
enough.
know.
He was one hit away from killing the egg. If he finishes that egg off, it's very different. The Phoenix contributes so much, and got a Yules as the first item, which is really helpful for controlling Ursa or other heroes. It didn't actually matter that much in that particular fight, but the egg did. The egg going off at all helped them when they jumped the dragon. Being such a tanky hero, you don't get the instant kill like you would on a squishy support.
And as they take their Tormentor, the Shard goes to the Phoenix, who is now almost the same net worth as the enemy mid-Ember Spirit. So he is really running away in terms of net worth on the support. Niche gets a nice solo pick off there. As the Ursa barely survives after taking the Tormentor, but he might just die to some Ancients here in a moment to use this Aegis. We'll see.
Dire's bottom tower.
He doesn't want to lose it yet. He's got a minute. He's going to try to... maybe we'll go back. Oh, he actually bought a salve. Interesting.
Radiant are scanning.
He wants to continue farming. All right, Mage Slayer almost to the BKB on Warwick, which is going to be really big. Jakiro got the Shard. Is that what I saw? So
Yeah.
I feel like Jakiro's Shard is pretty good.
I think it's not as good as it used to be. It used to have a mini stun on it. So now it just does percent HP. So it's okay against the right heroes. Dragon Knight, Dawnbreaker. They're pretty tanky. But I don't know. Maybe not the greatest. Earthshakers might actually be more useful this game. The extra stun.
I think his definitely is, because he's the only one who's going to find Puck. Like I said, I think from Fog, he has to like fissure with the Enchant Totem to chain stun. That's like the only way you're going to find the Puck in most of the game.
Sometimes you catch Puck off guard if like another stun comes out of the fissure that you don't expect as well.
So you have Drums and Pipe on Divine Llama. He's going for Blink BKB next. I actually think this is really
needs
smart.
to be running.
But yeah, he is walking right into 5 heroes. It's gonna be close. Yeah, he's so dead. He's completely alone on the bottom side of the map here. A very easy pickup for Passion.
Pretty greedy farming there, considering that they have 2 wards in the top jungle. I guess that one, the second one just got placed, but I don't think they should have seen very many heroes. I think you should have been backing out.
He also used the bongo boots to farm aggressively. Oh, mid lane. Onto the Ember Spirit. They have 3 different routes onto him. Oh, boy. Until he really... Another moment of maybe farming too aggressive. You really need the BKB. Macro Pyre mid to try and slow down this push. They even pop a fortification.
Shinyoe being really good about their fast TP responses this game. Quick playmaking calls on where to go.
All right,
Sometimes
there's
a little too quick.
BKB.
When we see the Dawnbreaker ults with.
They really want Puck. Are they going to go for the Blink Echo? They will indeed. The chain stuns take him out. I mean, that's how it has to go, is just the Shaker. So that's a big kill for Desire. Gets himself another almost 600 gold. Really good smoke there. All right, Ember has BKB as long as he doesn't die literally right now.
You looking? He has a remnant down. He should be fine.
I mean, unless he gets silenced, you know. Huerta is the one that's causing all the problems.
Uh-oh.
All right. Oh my God, the calling. He slightly off the mark with it, so he doesn't get the silence.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very fortunate for the Ember. He should have died there, I think. Instead, you get to bait out the Solar Guardian.
Radiant
Which Dawnbreaker is going for fast ags this game, about 700 gold away. I think that's going to be really good versus the Black Hole.
Yeah, there's been games where we've talked about this and it doesn't get used. Now, this time Warwick, he has a BKB. Really unlucky Searing Chains there. Doesn't hit Crystallize. And that's his BKB down. Now, Enigma is down here as well. We'll pop those Boots of Baron to try and get further behind their tower. As all of Passion UA is bottom here. Now, they are going to see some heroes in the mid lane, but the Rune is bottom. Picked up by the puck. It's going to be an invis.
I'm surprised Puck went straight for Asma. It feels so risky not to get something else to help stay alive. But it's a lot of damage.
Behold!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility!
See if he can find anything with his invis. He's about to walk into a sentry. Not quite yet. Okay, there it is. Now they know.
Okay, they just jump in. Desires found him. The Shaker comes in, gets the chain stuns, but there's the Dawnbreaker to bail him out. Black Hole.
Egg's about to
There's
pop,
an
though.
egg. It's gonna pop. Can the Echo connect? It does. On to 3. They've lost the puck. Crystallized the BKB though. Trying to run away. The Ursa's in pursuit. Will he get him? I don't know. All right, there's the Yules up into the skies. There's the coil out onto 2. The Ursa in a rough spot. Shaker goes back in, gets a nice chain stun. Puck very low. Sleight of fist from Warwick. Will it connect in time? It does not. A huge turnaround from Passion UA.
All for a Puck buyback. I'd say that's pretty worth it, especially because Roshan's up. If they could head over there, they could secure it themselves. I thought that egg was closer to popping than it was. That would have been such a good time to cancel the Black Hole, but much better timing awareness than I had. He knew he had enough time to throw out that ult, get the kill. Maybe they didn't expect Puck to buy back, though. To end up costing them. I'm surprised Passion UA, they just kind of like split up and farm. I thought they would push out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, okay. Is that the Basher reveal?
You died to it.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, it looks like he bashed her up. Gets the kill. Roche is up. This is a pretty big win here for Night Pulse if they can take it. Looks like they should be able to. I don't know if Passion UA is going to make it nearly in time. This guy is so much faster to the Ursa.
X reveal on Brecker. Didn't get the...
really?
They were hoping to surprise the Ember and get a kill, I think, but Dragon Knight couldn't close the distance in time.
Under attack.
Smoke to the bottom side through the Twin Gate. Interesting. They actually don't have a
Sneaky.
lot of vision down there, but again, if you actually find the puck, you can kill him. Like, he has 0 defensive items at the moment. He is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter after the Parasma. And if Ursa manages to get to an Abyssal Blade, you're in a lot of problems. We did say the whole time, Ursa is like the main threat as this game goes on, and he is now almost even in net worth with the Dragon Knight.
See if he can surpass the Dragon Knight, if he can get a kill on this smoke. Angle's
I think they have a ward
good.
that sees this. Yeah, that goes right in. Pierce the Veil does come through. Macro Pyre, dual breath, the chain stuns. He's trying so hard not to die here, but that Pierce the Veil is going to expire, and Ursa will clean her up very easily. So, all right, another death on this Muerta.
He just caught a glimpse of her with that river ward. It's a nice angle, just a little bit of vision right by that camp.
They got a gem as well. All right.
Oh, just TP'd in here?
You see the puck? Oh, the coil, it only catches one. They tried to find the Shaker, but he dodged it. Hex out, though. The Dragon Knights got too much damage. They get a big kill on the Shaker. Dude, I cannot believe this puck got away with that blink up. Ice Bath. They actually have no chain stuns now. They're too afraid.
That would have been a sick coil onto 4, and then the Dragon Knight comes in. Earthshaker just barely getting out. Fortunately, this is the nice thing about puck, right? You follow the orb, and then you now refocus onto the Earthshaker, who still has Echo, so you can't do too much. If you push too far, push too hard, as he
Who
comes
was
back,
the Shaker
you get echoed.
blinking on in the first place?
I think they were looking at the Dragon Knight.
Oh, okay.
Behold!
We're gonna get another Bloodstone Dawnbreaker.
Are we? Okay.
right,
I mean, you did it last game, so.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I loved it, but I'm open to being convinced. Like you said, I saw enough people doing it in pubs that maybe there's a thing to it.
I mean, it makes it so she doesn't die, I guess. Like, I guess that's fine. This game, there's not as much of a case to be made for BKB. They have chain stuns again onto the Muerta bottom lane. Pierce the Veil, really just to buy her some space, but she goes right in now. Enigma's there, and another kill for the Ursa.
I'm just not sure if the healing will matter versus an Ursa, you know? Like, live a little longer, and he just builds more stacks. I feel like some kind of utility could be better. Control for the Ursa, lower cooldowns with like Octarine first. So you can match, like always have it for Black Hole. But you don't have to wait for Black Hole all the time. You can also use it for other plays and just know there's like, you know, you don't have to wait the whole time before you feel safe against Black Hole again.
I gotta say, props to Passion for still managing to hold a pretty, like, significant gold advantage where it really feels like Night Pulse is the one that's been dictating the last, like, few minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of that is the split push power of a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
And correct, man, I gotta watch this guy play. Like, what's his farming pattern? How is he so rich again?
There's an Abyssal on the Ursa now. They're going for a really deep wraparound, trying to find the heroes behind, and it's the Enigma if they manage to open on top of them, and boy, oh boy, do they open on the Enigma. Hex comes out, looking for the Ursa. He does. Oh. Does he not know he has the shard? Okay.
He has it.
Well, we'll see what he can do here. He's going to be forced to BKB immediately. The Dawnbreaker does come in, catches him on the stun, pops the Enrage now, but he needs help. I don't know if he's going to get it. Ice Path is out, now jumping to the low ground. Puck continuing the chase, silences him up, and he's dead. I mean, he definitely could have gotten further away off that first coil. He could have just shard, you know, popped coil and ran, but really good fight there from Passion, finding two big heroes, and kind of surprising Night Pulse wasn't all there for the push.
I think just got caught off guard by the Hex onto Enigma. You need the Enigma to live. He has a blink, but I guess just didn't get it off. Maybe it was on cooldown. If you have the blink Black Hole prepared for that fight, then you're kind of like good to go. You know, as they commit too hard, it'll come out. You'll catch a lot of heroes. Because you have to commit a lot to kill Ursa.
They really want the puck here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they're going to get the bottom tier 2, it looks like.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
17 seconds without your Ursa. And a full Daedalus on Crystallize, working towards the Satanic. I mean, that's the item that Dragon Knights always play for. It's just such a massive bump in this hero's damage. And Coil comes out, finds the Jakiro, and Niche with the gem has no problem chasing him down. And they also find some other heroes up on the high ground. It's a Hex onto Enigma, like you said. That's going to be 2 kills now for the side of Passion.
It's very, very different heroes, but much like last game, Passion UA is somehow finding the right targets to start all their fights. The last couple, it's been this Enigma getting caught by the Phoenix Hex. Gotta be more careful.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, mid tier 2 goes down as well. Dragon Knight now only like 700-800 gold away from his Satanic.
Under attack.
Oh, never mind. He has it. He just disassembles for it. Okay,
Radiant
that
are
works.
scanning.
Bottom lane, Dawnbreaker's fighting it out with someone. Oh, it's the Ember.
Radiant's
Okay, he just
middle
remnants
tower
out.
is
He's
under
whatever.
attack.
Well, he's gotta be a little careful. Passion UA is making their way down here.
That's 6 Lotuses. Oh no, it was 5. Never mind.
Block
Not
of
being
cheese
able to-
needs a buff.
Yeah, or you need to be able to lock Lotuses again, because like there's
Yeah,
so many
what's up with
times in
that?
situations like that where you're like, well, I would pick up these other 2, but I literally can't waste my inventory space.
He
with
left
like
2 of them
different
there.
stacks. Yeah, that's what I'm
he
saying. You
Literally.
can't pick them up. It's a waste of inventory space. Yeah, conceptually, I just do not like Lotuses. I think it's just really weird. They're gonna go for the Dawnbreaker here. She's surviving for a while, but those Fury Swipe stacks have really added up. There's gonna be a nice coil. Ursa, I think, DC'd. Oh no, he was TPing. I couldn't see his TP animation. I was like, is he just DC'd? All right. They trade 1 for 1, but that's a long time without your Dawnbreaker. Super fortunate for them, though. A very long Roche respawn. Almost 3 minutes.
And Night Pulse, of course, does not know she doesn't have buyback. So maybe they'd still be scared to fight, knowing that a
Oh
Ember?
my gosh. He's going to Remnant multiple times to the low ground. He makes it out, but... yeah, it's like he has to drop a Remnant and TP home immediately. But now you have no BKB on your Ember Spirit.
Dude, I don't know how he got out of that. He's calling lies like, man, I would have had him if I
Did he
was
not
lagging
hex him?
there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I think the BKB came out in the middle of them trying to chain stun. So maybe it was the Hex didn't connect, or maybe he didn't have it available. I don't know. The Hex is on cooldown. He must have started with it, right? Instant Hex into the Dragon Tail.
Yeah, they opened with actually Deadshot. It was a crazy time Deadshot. Like the Deadshot was thrown to just go across the portal as it was like nearly finished, and the second he came through, the Deadshot just hit him, and then he got stunned up. Yeah,
That's a wild twin gate. I can't believe he completed that.
I mean he knew for sure that they were there, right? I don't know.
You take this fight. I mean, Ember dropped a Remnant, right? So he can just come back pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
What did they use?
it's just BKB is the only thing that came out from Night Pulse, but I don't think I guess they committed Dragon Form, but like this thing has almost no cooldown.
It is on the last. It's from earlier, actually. So it's on the last 1/4 duration. So there actually is a window here that you can maybe force a fight while you have Black Hole. They don't have Dragon. Maybe there's like Egg is still on cooldown. See what they can do. They can back up.
All right, they're actually just gonna go right in, check for Roche. It's not there. They'll clean up some wards. Passion UA, without their Dawnbreaker, they're too afraid to fight, which is interesting because you don't have BKB on your Ember now. Thought they might consider it. And
I
Shaker,
think Black
we know, is
Hole
not
is just
there
too
either.
scary. The threat of the Black Hole, man. It's too scary.
It is. Well, unfortunately for Night Pulse, this Roshan's not coming up anytime soon. It's actually going to be spawning just before it switches over to daytime. Which maybe that's good for Night Pulse. Roshan on daytime is definitely better for them.
Oh, what'll it be? A refresher?
Yeah, it'll be refresher
Yeah, it's
this
pretty
time.
good.
Ember is doing a good job at cutting the bottom wave too, so he's taken out a full creep wave, which should give them some information to play around. The Dire's going to scan. This is the biggest fight. This is where it all matters. Cracker goes in. He gets caught on the Hex. No, he just jumps in on the Ursa. He's taken down one. Now looking for Crystallize. Now they do get a nice Ice Path Macropyre there, holding down this Muerta. The question is, can they get more here? They're going to buy back on this Phoenix, looking for the Enigma. He is in a really awkward spot. He's going to TP back to the tier 2. He makes it. Able to rejoin his team. Desire doing what he can to finish off this Muerta. Or he's not going to be able to. The Puck actually falling low, but Crystallize will finish the job. He's going to buy back. Roshan still not up. Ursa's TPing bottom. He's like, all right, guys, delay the road. No, he canceled. Never mind. They have to go Twin Gate now. Oh, that hurts. Okay, I mean, if they can find the fight, it's big. They still have the black hole. They haven't been able to use it, but you still have Egg as the counter. Smoked up. They just popped the drums. They're going to head all the way across bottom now.
If this bottom rune spawns and it's a big one, this could actually be very fortunate for them.
It's top, and it's a regen. I guess the Ember will take it on his way down.
Can grab that.
They know they're kind of smoked up, right? Dawnbreaker's ult reveals the whole map. They don't see anybody. Aeon Disc is available for the Puck. He can just disassemble, or unlock, rather, for the Aeon Disc. So that's actually a pretty nice bait. We'll see. A lot of spells coming off cooldown here. Dragon Form is close. Searing Chains catches the Puck. He's just going to Remnant away. And an MKB on the Ursa. Niche goes in, gets a nice 2-hero silence. There's the Aeon Disc to protect. In comes the Dawnbreaker ult, gets them out. Warwick with BKB, gonna be able to dodge out some of this. A nice black hole on the backside. It catches just the Muerta, but she's dead. Buyback on the Puck. Divine Llama in some trouble. But can the Ursa do it? He spent the BKB. They need to kite this one back. The Muerta and the Puck are going to rejoin the fight. In comes Desire with an Echo, but it's not enough to find the kill, and Warwick has to retreat as well. Ursa TP's out. They're going to concede the Roshan. Going to UA now.
That did cost 2 buybacks. So the fight relatively even, but unable to commit the same buybacks. This Aegis does end up going to Passion, which I'd say is worth it, especially with this refresher on here. That's going to be really impactful. It would have been better on Night Pulse, but that's exactly why stealing it away from them also very big. And double Egg, double Hex is also very good.
Absolutely. I mean, we just have not seen really any impact black holes this game. I feel like all of them have been like onto a solo Muerta. You know, you need to black hole the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, you need at least 2 targets. I think to some degree it doesn't matter what the 2 targets are, as long as they're close so that Ursa can kill both at the same time. But it is tricky because Dawnbreaker has the Aghanims.
Yeah.
If you try to wait for too big of a black hole, as long as Dawnbreaker ult's available, like whatever, you're baiting yourself almost. So I get it that it's kind of tricky.
Banner. Sorry, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right, it is. It might backfire on them. I mean, not really backfire. They might just lose it kind of quickly. Yeah, there it goes. They even had a catapult. I don't know.
Well, Ursa, like, might be looking at a wraparound here. He's kind of just walking into the 4 heroes. No, okay, he's gonna decide better. Go back the other way.
Yeah, that's weird. You get that. You bannered further back with the catapult, you get this tier 3 at the least, if not the barracks.
Yeah.
Maybe didn't realize they had a catapult. The timing is kind of funny to have one, but sometimes that's just what happens depending on how the waves push.
In terms of the scaling this game, like, where do you feel like it favors these teams?
I mean, Black Hole and Echo usually, I'd say, are the best, but you have a Muerta support, and Puck's scaling is also very good. So, I'm not fully sure. This game, Fernandez is not having as good of a time. A lot of the farm is going to the Phoenix.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
So this Muerta is not scaling as well, but level 21, not bad.
Well, they see the Puck. Gonna take the Watcher there. He needs the Ursa if they want to try and go for this. Chains are out, onto 2. There's the Chain Suns. He actually gets the A on disc and the egg with this. Now Warwick. There's the Yules there, and a Fury doesn't get the BKB! Oh my goodness. He gets punished so heavily for not popping the BKB, and now, oh, in comes the Ursa. To get the Black Hole, it's gonna get canceled though. In comes the Dawnbreaker, the Chain Suns are there, but the Ursa needs to run. He's not gonna be able to. Instant death onto that Shaker as he comes in with that Echo Slam. This is now like the second or time. Oh my god, these dead shots.
Oh no!
Okay.
Okay, he's got Aegis.
Kind of sick, but the Ursa is still super dead.
Burning Aegis before you go at least isn't too bad. So many good dead shots that game. You see his team tipping him. He got the Ember, he got the Ursa. Good ward from earlier allowing that. Dawnbreaker ult being used exactly why they counterpick. Free up your Dragonite to make sure he can BKB, and then that Echo did nothing because of that. Uh-oh, might be up here on your own with the buybacks coming in.
They are calling the bluff that the team is behind them, and that is an absolute freebie on Crystallize. Almost 3,000 gold for that kill alone. Now it's a expensive one. That is 3 buybacks. Now from the side of Night Pulse, they smoke out immediately.
Radiant's courier has been
You need a bounty rune potentially. Okay, he got it back. He was so short of.
They see this
buyback.
Dawnbreaker. They're gonna get her. Abyssal catches her in the trees, and with this one, they will find themselves a second important kill. Well, down but not out. You still have not lost a lane of barracks, despite being almost 20,000 gold behind.
Yeah, this is scary though, because if you lose any of your heroes, there's no buybacks on the side of Night Pulse. Like any death is
Dire's top
the
tower
barracks.
is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle
All
tower
right, mid-tier
is
2
under
tower.
attack.
If they can get counter buybacks here, it would be huge.
You can maybe get Dawnbreakers. I think they'll save Dragon Knights.
Yeah, I imagine they don't need to
Dire's
commit the
top
Dragon Knight,
tower is under attack.
but they
Oh,
dropped
I
their
forgot
own
they had
banner.
their own banner.
Yeah, I forgot about this. This is from so long ago. There's your fortification. They should get this tier
Dire's
3
middle
at
tower
least.
is under attack.
Ursa. Ooh, never mind. Goodbye, Overpower. Still gets the tower, though.
Dire's top tower is
Onto the ranged barracks. All right. Dragon Knight's up. They jump in. The black hole isn't there. They get the silence, but there's going to be an immediate kill onto the Muerta. The egg committed. Aeon Disc now down on the puck. And it's a very low commitment from Night Pulse. Refresher now committed. They're going to have a second egg available. The dive in, the Yules trying to buy some space. Is Night Pulse the one to break high ground first? They actually do it.
They were 1 second off of Black Hole. If they had that, that might have just ended the game.
Because
now-
Dawnbreaker was still dead. She would have had to buy back with like 10 seconds left in order to cancel that.
Yeah, and that feels terrible. And I don't think you even survived that fight after that. I think you still end up dying and then you lose.
Wow. Okay, well, this game is very much within reach now for Night Pulse. At one point, they were, 29,500 gold behind.
Radiant are
So they
scanning.
have brought, this is very similar to last game, they have recouped a 20,000 gold deficit. More so than that now. We'll see if they can actually close out the game themselves or if UA can actually come out again with the win.
There's 5 minutes to go before buyback is available again for Ursa, Ember, and Jakiro. So realistically, you have 4 minutes to go and find a kill on any of those heroes, and that should equalize the barracks, possibly even gain a nether. You do need to clear up this top tier 2 to be able to threaten the full megas. But that last couple of fights, bit of a slip up from Passion UA, not respecting the potential buybacks, Dragonite being up front, and then it just kind of like snowballed from there. They are now all back up with the Muerta respawning. Oh, she actually still has the cheese. Maybe that'll come into play in a moment. But if you go back to the way, same as last game, Passion UA starting to slip up a little bit, but the way they've been winning fights is finding a key target, killing them off, and then being able to take the fight from there. That is exactly what they need to do again. Find any of the heroes without buyback, you're good to go.
If they can stay relatively grouped up on Night Pulse, they should be in a pretty good spot. Warwick now having Aghanim Scepter and level 25 on the Ember is pretty massive. He's actually going to break a smoke here. He has a defensive remnant. He goes in and what a nice heads-up play there from Warwick. The sleight of fist to try and scout someone that's coming in. He gets the vision and takes his remnant, and we have a very fast Roche. About 10-second spawn. If the Ursa sees this and makes it back, he can kill that Roche. They do see it indeed. He is beelining it down the lane. He's like, all right, I'm on the way, guys. This is a free Ags, which for an Ursa would be absolutely insane this game. Dire's actually scanning bottom. They can kill Roche in the 5 seconds before it gets out of the Roche pit. They just have to block it off, and yep, there's the fissure to do so.
Well,
I mean, no, they can do it.
Okay, there we go, there we go.
They
It was
just need
looking
to
a little
chain stun
tricky.
it.
Yeah. It was looking a little tricky. Oh, wait.
Punk comes in, they get the egg, the coil is out as well, but can they hold him back at bay? The Dawnbreaker ult's gonna come down as well. Ember Spirit's able to dodge it out. Viola comes in, does he get the black hole off? He TP'd before the Dawnbreaker. Oh, what a disastrous ult. You needed the black hole, but now the Ursa, he's left all alone. He has a cheese doing his best here to stand his ground, but that is not what you want.
Oh man, Puck and Phoenix making it in just at the last second. It's perfect. The coil holds back enough heroes from being able to get to the egg, along with applying the mischance on everyone, and then the calling comes in. That was such a good start for Passion UA, but I think if he was just a little bit more patient on the black hole and the Dawnbreaker comes in, I think you clean the fight off of that. But
That was
getting it instantly canceled, that was the death sentence.
I agree. That was the first time this game that the Dawnbreaker ult has been ripped before a black hole. Like this is what he was waiting for, and he just wasn't patient enough, and as a result, just gets dunked the moment Dawnbreaker comes back down. His entire BKB black hole is wasted, and yeah, I mean, that was the difference of you potentially turning the fight. Because your Ursa would have had the full black hole duration to probably kill Dragon Knight and the Dawnbreaker.
Now, while we were talking about that, Desire did do a good creep cut, so delayed this push, which means Jakiro and Enigma actually respawn. You still have to wait for Ursa. So if you can hold this creep wave off, you need to kill like one more creep wave, and you're kind of good to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't lose any heroes, Enigma.
There's the Hex, the Enigma needs to be careful. There's going to be a Yules from Warwick. Very nice from him. Ice Path is down. Macro Fire as well. The
That's a
chain
lot
stuns
of
are there.
damage.
God, that is a lot of damage. He's forced to BKB. Even the Dawnbreaker ult comes through, and Ember Spear is just dancing around the fight, going back and forth. They baited in quite a bit here from Passion UA. Question is, can they finish off any of these heroes?
Have to get out.
They have to leave indeed. Ursa's
Ursa
up in
5.
7 seconds. Ember, he's got that refresher shard. Does he find Crystallize on the high ground? He doesn't. The Hex comes out from Krekker, but there's the Ice Path. They'll get themselves the Phoenix. They've also caught the Dawnbreaker. Okay, wait a minute. 2 heroes dead. They take the gem. No Dawnbreaker ult for 90 seconds. So this time there is no excuse. Divine Llama should be able to black hole any hero he wants.
She can. Okay, it's actually
Okay,
up
she can
now,
buy back
so
now,
she can
okay.
buy back. Where are we on Dragon Knight ult? 30 seconds. You really don't want to fight without that. BKB is also 40 seconds. You might just have to give up 1 barracks, and then I think you have all the tools you need to fight after that. See how hard they want to force this. There is no echo, so that is something going for them.
They're gonna fort, try to get to work here on the tower. Coil caught the back line. Somewhere. Oh, Blink Abyssal onto the Muerta, trying to get the kill, and he's got it. She's dead, gonna buy back right away. The Roche banner still stands. They're really trying to hold off on this Dawnbreaker buyback. The chain's continuing to be annoying for this Dragon Knight. They really want to try and force a BKB or something out of him. We saw how much damage they were able to do to him on the high ground last time, just chipping away at him with these long-range spells. Ursa, he's got the racks. You have an Ursa problem, my friends. This guy is becoming really strong.
Hey, they only lose the ranged barracks. That's actually better than I thought they would be able to do.
Yeah. You have buybacks on
This is
pretty
such a
much all of the Radiant now, though, is the problem, and you just had to double buyback your supports.
This is such a tense game. It could go either way at this point. We are at 55 minutes, so there's going to be a very chaotic... I don't know what the exact window is, but Roshan is going to respawn at the same time 60-minute items could potentially come out. That's where it becomes a mad dash to try to grab neutrals, take these major objectives, and push before the enemy does the same thing. And it can be very RNG dependent. However, I know a lot of teams like to quickly discuss what neutrals... Ooh, wait, they see Crystallize?
Warwick's got an Arcane Rune. Divine is going to go in. The Chain Stuns are there. I mean, this Malefice is doing so much damage. His Satanic being completely wasted. The Chain Stuns continuing. He's going to be forced to BKB soon. Crystallize. Careful. Aeon just popped from Cracker. The Chain Stuns continuing again from the Shaker. They jump in. The Hex is out. They got him. The other side of the fight, Ember Spirit might be in some trouble himself, but Yules comes out. He needs help. I don't think he's going to make it out of this one.
They need a little bit more damage.
Maybe the Faker, Warwick, Remnants, 150 HP. He's safe. He's got a Remnants up in 2 seconds, can TP back home. You get a buyback out of the Dragon Knight. And for the first time in, I want to say, 56 minutes and 6 seconds, Night Pulse have the gold advantage.
So much damage on this Dragon Knight. I guess it's the percent HP from Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Macro Pyre adding up as he's like just stuck there. But they're really going through him faster than I would think. All right, who does not have buyback at this point? It's the Dragon Knight, Phoenix, Muerta. So now the tables have turned. Night Pulse was in this situation just about 10 minutes ago. It's now swapped. We'll see if Passion UA can do the same. The pressure's probably a little tighter for Night Pulse, knowing that if they lose this, they are out. Or sorry, no, we're upper bracket. So they're good to go, but they lose the series. But you wanna make it through the top. Passion UA has a little bit more wiggle room, knowing they at least get the game 3. But I feel like in these late games, this is where the pressure really adds up. And
Agreed.
You have to make the correct decision instantly. And the correct decision is absolutely wild when we have like mirror shields and all these like ascetics caps, removing status resistance. Like, can I go in? Can I not? Does this guy have his backup refresher ready? Things are about to get crazy if Night Pulse can't push this buyback advantage and close it out before they reach 60 minutes.
Yeah, there's some times where tier 5 items like completely define who wins the late game. Certain heroes with certain item combinations are just too much. I'm trying to think if there's any of those in this game specifically where I'm like, yeah, this item, this hero is too good. To be fair, Ursa with a Pirate's Hat is kind of insane. Nisha's Daedalus just got sniped. Wow. Okay, that's painful. Yeah, Pirate Hat Ursa is one that's always really good. He can always go Stygian Deso as well if he wants, which might be the better option if he can actually get it, but Tormentor just taken for the money. Ursa, of course, solos it no problem at all in the late game.
Pirate Hat Muerta could also be very good. He has not had the same scaling as last game. Still at the bottom of the net worth, but you really just need... If you get the Pirate Hat, you just need to make it to a Crystallis, and you get really scary.
So there's a refresher shard from 2 Aegises ago that is just sitting on Defy Llama. They get a really nice
They get
coil
Hex
with the
on the
Hex. They turn around onto the puck. The Chain Sun's Behemoth is going to protect it from now. They're going to immediately BKB on Defy Llama. He has to black hole here. He's going to throw it. He's caught 2. In comes the Echo Slam. Passion's down 2 heroes. No buybacks. Dawnbreaker's going to use her first, but you have a second black hole available. Defy Llama will be happy to use it the moment he gets the Missile Blades onto the Dawnbreaker. He's dead. Oh boy, it just blows this game completely open, and that might just be it for the side of Passion UA. We might be seeing a game 3. Defy Llama, if he sees a black hole, he will go for it.
I don't think he needs to. I don't even know. You have to all clump up for the cleave from Dragonite.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle
They're
tower
staying scattered. I don't think.
Oh, there he
Yeah,
goes,
here comes
the
the
black
black
hole. Yeah, why not? Just solo up onto the Dragonite. There's nothing he can do. He pops the Satanic. The Abyssal is there. The damage from the Ursa is too much. GG's come out, and Night Pulse, a 55,000 gold swing in this game.
A lot of gold. It's a lot of gold.
We talked about it early on. Night Pulse seemed like their draft could do it. They just needed to get there. And the Ursa, I mean, it's the end-all be-all pick of this game for sure. If you get to the late game, you're going to be very happy to have the Ursa.
Yeah, I'm thinking back an hour ago, and I was saying this game could be volatile. I thought it would be volatile as in, oh, we won the lane, we win the game. Like, real quick, it's just done like that. This ended up being volatile throughout the entire game, going back and forth, which so far seems to be the case with the series. Maybe 2 fairly evenly matched teams, which always makes it a lot more fun for us and the viewers. Who knows who's going to come out ahead? We had a lot of really close fights, a lot of key moments, some mistakes too, which kind of makes the game more exciting, even though I know the players are going to be kicking themselves for making the game a bit more stressful than it needs to be. But it's fun for us.
So, you know how we were talking about, like, how is this Dragonite taking so much damage? It was all Midnight Pulse. Like, the Enigma is the top damage in this game, and you're probably like, that doesn't make any sense. We hardly saw him do anything. He did 46,000 damage with Midnight Pulse this game. It is all Midnight Pulse. Every single one of these fights where they're like trying to push high ground, or if the DK is trying to get caught, the chain stuns and the amount of disables they have to keep people inside that AoE did so much work. He eventually gets the Aghanim Scepter, which of course adds Midnight Pulse damage. Yeah, it ended up doing way too much. And one of the reasons we see it as like a really high value pick in Dota right now.
Yeah, I mean, he had a solid lane. Things got a little messy for a while, but you always feel like you can win the late game if you have Enigma. Even though they had some answers to it, right? Some long range cancels. They had the BKB piercing with the Dawnbreaker ult, but it's a lot easier to eventually reach a point of refresher and then be able to refresher Black Hole twice than you can refresher Dawnbreaker ult twice, because you're in there. You're now in the Black Hole if you don't kill Enigma in that attempt, which he's probably BKB'd, so you're missing out on a lot of damage. So
yeah,
eventually it goes his way.
Yeah,
No,
and he ended up buying a Ghost Scepter at the end of, like, as is like one of his last items, because the fight would start and he's like, I'm just gonna accept, I'm gonna BKB before the Dawnbreaker comes down, but I'm gonna Ghost Scepter and hopefully I don't die or something, to like Dragonite or Dawnbreaker damage. It's kind of a funny idea, but yeah, really cool draft from Night Pulse. Like I said, we liked it early on. The both position 5s getting sights this game is epic. You just don't really see that. But we've got ourselves a game 3, so we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final game of the evening, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into the final game of the day. It's Night Pulse versus Passion UA, game number 3. An intense series so far. A little bit of back and forth. But Night Pulse, yeah, a lot of back and forth. Night Pulse pull back game 2 from a 30,000 gold deficit and close it out. So impressive stuff. And here we are, game 3. What are we going to expect, Zach?
Looks like Night Pulse does not want to deal with that Phoenix again. He was very rich. That Hex came online very early. Even though they did end up winning, I think that Phoenix caused them a lot of problems. So back to the original draft where they did ban it out. That means the Gyrocopter might come out here on this first pick. Or perhaps they want to change up their game plan here. The Gyro does prevent the Enigma pick, though, which is what ultimately lost them the game. Interesting. They actually get the... Okay, so they ban Night Stalker, take the Gyrocopter. That prevents the Enigma, so you're going to force Divide Llama onto a new offlaner here. But they actually steal the Dawnbreaker as a result.
I like it. I mean, we talked last game about the problems of not picking the Gyrocopter when you can. Or in the last series, like not picking the Gyrocopter when there's something like an Enigma in place and kind of how that counters you out. I like this a lot. I think this makes a lot of sense to open the Gyrocopter. I am curious where they go from here now, because Dawnbreaker is decent at fighting into the Gyro, but you're going to need another like heavy lockdown to really shut this hero down. So I'm curious where they go with it.
You might just ban out Dragonite and Morphling.
Yeah.
I
mean, Morph's already
the
banned,
Gyro
luckily.
carry. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. I'm blind, man. But the Dragonite could be good. Unless you want to try to, like, bait it. Monkey King's not bad either. If you want to try to bait it and then you end up doing Gyro support, like, that's an option. But if you are thinking Gyro carry, then you might need to protect it a little bit more. Monkey
like
King
the
is maybe
Dragonite
protecting the mid pick, though.
Yeah, you're probably right. That hero just is so good. And he doesn't mind like standing his ground against a Gyrocopter anyway. Like if Gyro wants to run at you, you can just pop BKB Wukongs him and you're usually pretty okay taking that fight.
A lot of reserve time on this one. Maybe debating... The Embers come out twice. Yeah, okay. The Embers come out twice. They've even had the counter pick both times, and Warwick has still had really great games both times. So it looks like they ultimately want to force him onto something different, take him out. They're going to steal the Muerta for themselves this time. And that's a classic combo. Dawnbreaker Muerta. We just literally saw in the last... Oh,
Never
last
seen
two
this
games
before.
even. Yeah. So that's a strong one, especially into the Gyro. He takes a little bit more time to kill you with Rocket Barrage, whereas Dawnbreaker and Muerta can kill you real fast. So this position 5 coming up here, they went for the Warlock before. You could do that, or that was Night Pulse, but I wouldn't mind if Passion UA went for it here. Just Fatal Bonds plus Flat Cannon will keep Dawnbreaker Muerta so low they can never commit.
Okay, they picked Tiny. The other hero we used to see a lot with Gyro, which we haven't really seen lately, is the Ogre. So I don't really know what happened there, but there was a lot of like Ogre Gyro. And now that you have a Tiny as well, I kind of like the idea of Ogre a lot. Giving yourself some really good usage of the Bloodlust this game. He plays pretty strong in lane against a lot of heroes, can help the Gyro out. Like early levels is a little bit rough, right? He's just going to try and chase around the Muerta, but we'll grab the Dark Willow for now.
Magnus is out, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, Dark Willow, not a bad position for either. One we haven't seen today, but strong laning stage, Brambles, Terrorize, all that, very good in team fights. And when Dawnbreaker's coming in, you can do two things. One, you can drop the Brambles so that she's jumping into a bunch of junk on the floor. And then two, you can actually time your Terrorize to land after the Dawnbreaker ult to just immediately terrorize her away from the fight.
Whoa.
Never seen this mid matchup before.
Yeah, Earth Spirit versus Tiny. How in the heck did that happen? They go back for the Jakiro, actually. Which is kind of surprising. It's not a hero we've been seeing a ton of, but I guess they really liked it last game. I will say it did end up working out quite well with the like Shaker pairing and the Enigma, being able to just constantly root and stun people inside the Midnight Pulse. They don't really have that much synergy for it this time, but we'll see how it does in the lane, because they will have last pick for their carry.
I think attack slow is also quite good versus Tiny. And Phoenix that's part of the reason Phoenix is so good. Phoenix banned out. Jakiro can relatively easily apply that attack slow with the dual breath. It's harder than for Phoenix with Fire Spirits being such a long cast range, but still a strong laner while having that attack slow for the Tiny. And relatively flexible since you don't know the off lane yet. Like, there's Legion, Abaddon. Those are some of the worst for Jakiro because of the Dispel. Okay, Tide. I was going to say, there's not a lot of meta offlaners with Dispels, but Tide Hunter, I'd say he's actually the best of them that have that Dispel. His is not so guaranteed, though. Depending when you use it, you might still get a lot of value out of your spells, but it will be tricky for Night Pulse dealing with this Tide Hunter.
Yeah, they don't have any good answers for it quite yet, and in terms of the carry matchups, it actually blocks PA, which is one of those heroes that can play into the gyro. The other option you kind of have is the Ursa for the late game matchup. I actually don't like Ursa into the Tidehunter lane, but we just saw that they can play it, and they can play it fairly well. And they don't have a lot of answers for the Ursa once he gets like higher levels, so I'd actually be okay with an Ursa ban as well. I don't know if you're worried about much else for the Tide. Spectre does not do well in that lane either, so I'm okay with them just going something like an Ursa ban. Are you worried about a Slark? It's so hard to like justify a Slark ban with a Tiny on your team, though.
Yeah, the Tiny kind of covers the Slark, but I'd be open to it, especially depending what other carries end up getting banned. I think the matchups are okay here. The lane's a little tricky, but over time, you eventually just steal stats. So even if you aren't doing a bunch of damage, you get a bunch of stats, which allows you to eventually win that fight. Later on, the Dispels would be good versus a lot of Dark Willow stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Depth Shroud is actually kind of cool versus the Gyro. You can actually protect a lot of your teammates from flat cannon. But it depends how the lane goes.
We're actually seeing more support Slark specifically going for the Depth Shroud and playing around Nighttime Vision as well. Like there's been some 4 position Slarks.
It's real.
Yeah, we're seeing some of them, right? It happens.
I really want to play support Slark, but I'm too scared in my pubs. I just need the pros to keep proving it. It needs one more support buff, maybe a facet to make it a little stronger as a support. The pro scene do it, and then I can not be reported instantly for picking support Slark.
I'm trying to think what one you even go. I mean, maybe you go the Dark Reef just to have the Barracuda, but I feel like Leeching Leash is the only one that people ever build on this hero. I don't know how that would
kind of needed to trade.
Yeah, for the support. Like, it's kind of a big deal to get those initial stacks. They ban out the Dragonites, which is interesting. Maybe they are expecting a support Gyro here with a carry Dragonite. You could do something like that. Now they ban out the PA as well. I mean, that's one of the benefits of picking a Gyro early, right? This is why we see this hero actually all the time. Those heroes actually would have been really good for their team. That's a really heads-up change on the draft.
I think if there's another strong position 5, you could just suddenly pivot to and surprise.
Yep, there's the Ursa ban. They will go Bloodseeker. Now, I actually really like Muerta as the carry here. But I don't think we're probably just gonna... I don't think we're gonna see the Muerta. So the question is, what carry matchup do you want into Bloodseeker and a Tide off lane? Slark is just definitely not the pick now.
I'm excited to see Because we actually saw this in the last game. They banned the Bloodseeker to protect their Dawnbreaker, which I wasn't fully sure. I haven't seen that so much lately, but apparently, clearly a thing here. So I'm excited to see it. And then
They still go for the Slark.
Slark does come out, even though Bloodseeker passive is very annoying for Slark.
He's gonna have to just pop Shadow Dance and Death Shroud and stuff just early in fights. Like, it just has to be an aggressive use of the abilities as opposed to defensive. It should do fine in the lane, right? Like, you have Jakiro and Slark. That's a decently strong lane. Into Tidehunter, who, yeah, he'll be able to like Kraken Shell off some of the damage, but you can't Kraken Shell pounce. And as long as you don't take like any bad trades into Dark Willow Brambles, I think it should be pretty decent. I'm kind of a Slark hater, I don't know why, because I like Slark. I love playing the hero, but there just feels so many times like the hero doesn't do anything. In the games it loses, it feels like the worst hero in Dota.
He's a feast or famine hero. In a way, Bloodseeker is too, so maybe this will be the third game in the row I get to say could be pretty volatile. A lot of kill potential in all the lanes, and whoever comes out ahead might snowball, but I guess that means we're in for another 55-minute game coming up here with a twist ending, no matter who's in the lead.
Yeah, right? We'll have to see. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think the Earth Spirit bought the new... Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh god.
Bless you.
I think the Earth Spirit bought the new Snake set that just came out like 5 minutes ago so that he could wear it for this game. So maybe that's why he went
pick me
for
Earth
it.
Spirit.
On your belly and crawl.
But here we go. It is game 3.
Oh, this makes it
Night Pulse versus Passion UA. I'm excited, man.
Never had a
He's got the new
chance.
Snake set. Cosmetic buff right there for Warwick. This is it. They've won.
This might be my favorite set in the whole thing.
I like the Necrophos one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the ultra rare, which is, expensive.
Actually, it's very rare, so you'll only have to spend a lot of money instead of
You only have to
expensive
spend
money.
like $70 instead of $700. Wow. I mean, yeah, this is it's a whatever chest. I hope they delete that Lich set. I cannot believe they added that to this game. That is unbelievable to me. I normally do not complain about glance value, but that is legit Oracle, and I cannot believe that they did this.
How could they have done this to me? How can they smoke away from their Slark with a night vision? Baiting this out, maybe.
I mean,
Surely we wouldn't smoke without our Slark.
He can give vision across the river, which is kind of nice, so he'll still be able to, like, give them something. But the Bloodseeker's smoke just popped as well. They know they're behind them. So we'll see if they can actually connect on anything here. And, well, Fear back. They still do. Big Blood Bright's going to connect. Blood Grenades and the Dual Breath are out. And, well, Earth Spirit really would love to get these first kills. Divine Llama gets one. Your Muerta dies on the other side. And your Slark doesn't even participate. He's like, bye, guys. Good luck, mid.
That's what I'm confused. I thought it was a setup to sandwich them, and he got both runes, which is not bad, I guess. Kind of guaranteed. Actually, it does end up being I don't know, for some reason I thought it was like 4 runes. Just kidding. 3 for 1. And then who got the first blood? So Divine Llama got it. Dawnbreaker with first blood is a
Very
lot
scary.
scarier.
And it's a 5-position gyro. Like, this is a lane with 0 stuns into a Dawnbreaker, which is always very problematic. So I am curious to see how they're going to do this. The level 2 timing from Divine Llama and the Muerta is going to be really scary.
At least Crystallize actually got the other return kill, so it kind of balances out in that lane.
Yeah.
We'll see who that ends up favoring more. I mean, I know Divine Llama gets a little bit more gold. And the bounty runes. Kami down here taking a beating right now.
Yeah, what in the world? I mean, this is the thing is kind of weird about Slark. Like, yeah, he's really good against Tidehunter, but Tidehunter just has way more health and trades better, like, in the short term.
It takes some time to get stronger.
Yeah.
And especially with Gush level 1, Dark Willow being a good right-clicking hero, Gotta be careful.
Yeah, that's how I feel like that's what I've seen a lot out of Tide Hunters lately is they just do the Gush level 1 and they're like, all right, if I'm against a bad matchup like the Ursa or the Slark, you at least have a lot of damage that you can put out in return. Whoa, almost gets tossed in on the mid lane. Nicely done there from Warwick.
Bottom lane, everyone getting a little low. He's got 7 Essence Shift stacks. No Pounce, though. All right, he got the Orb of Venom for his first item, so...
You have to.
You're
Absolutely.
looking to play aggressive here. It does mean... Okay, wait, actually, Jakiro's Courier's on... Oh, but there's no Tangos on it. So I don't know. They're going to be very low
regen
over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dark Willow still has a lot. 2 Tangos and a Salve. You might have the items to fight, but do you have
And
the
they're going to get
health?
Lotus. The side lanes are like kind of quiet right now, which I did kind of expect them to start getting a little bit aggressive on this Dawnbreaker lane. Did the Gyro rush boots by chance?
Nope.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
Get nothing.
Oh, he really wants to get to his courier, and he will. But this is the regen problem. Slark just loses a lot of HP there. Now, I mean, he does have Barracuda, like his innate, whatever, which gives him some regen away from, if he's outside of vision. But it's not a lot until he has his ult.
Yeah, better than it used to be at least, but you still have to like step out away from the lane to get the healing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're really just trying to protect that water rune. He wanted to try and give it on over to the Earth Spirit, but doesn't quite happen. Slark nearly dies to the tomato creep, and because of the Bloodseeker innate, he is not regenning.
Daro? Got some tangos. Okay. Delivery service here. Passing off.
All right, now he's regenning.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So I am also with you where I'm not 100% sure on the Bloodseeker versus Dawnbreaker matchup, but Dawnbreaker is a hero that likes to whittle you down to 3/4 or half HP and then just commit to kill you. And Bloodseeker has a lot of sustain. So maybe that's the idea behind it, where like the Bloodseeker can just sit in the lane and not worry about getting bursted.
It's true. I also think it's very telegraphed when she decides to commit and you have time to throw the blood right to get the return damage in. Top, they're committing onto the gyro. Rocket buys some time. He's dead though.
She has boots. Yeah, there's no way he gets out. One more auto attack there from Divine Llama.
Ooh, Warwick's up here. Crystallize better respect this.
Do they see him? He doesn't have ult. All right, he'll just have to walk back mid. Nightpole's doing a lot better in the lanes as they have compared to their last few games. Lane niche, he gets level 6 here on this Earth Spirit, and that's when the Magnetize comes out. He can keep this bouncing between the two heroes. And Niche, he's the one he really wants to try and secure this off. Just continuing the Magnetize going. Boulder Kick comes out once again. The roll connects. Another Magnetize, but refreshes. It's not going to be enough. The sticks, the healing, he lives. And now, he just lost 2 heroes for that.
Magnetize. Usually so much damage in the early game, but Tiny is such a tanky hero. Just enough regen to bait them in, to keep thinking, oh, we have this kill, like commit a little more, but the passive, everything coming into play, speed him along to his blink timing. happening over
Alright,
here?
that
We got a big
Lotus
fight.
actually saves Slark because his Barracuda was broken,
Radiant are scanning.
but he'll just regen up in the trees. He's almost level 6 anyway. So Slark's kind of gotten past the worst part of his lane at this point. He's got 3 points in the Dark Pack. We're going to see Dawnbreaker ult actually come through on the bottom side, and that will be a double kill for Devi Llama.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Did they also steal the Wisdom? Did it go to Warwick?
It went to Warwick, yeah. Devi Llama and War got it. Very big plays from Night Pulse.
Okay, those are huge. Devi Llama is having a great game on this Dawnbreaker. Immediately TP's back top. And they will get the bottom tier 1.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
All right,
tower
this gives
Rupture.
a lot of space.
Devi Llama's going to go down. All right.
tower is under
Rupture
attack.
comes out. He gets a very important kill here. No one able to TP to save him. And because he already ulted and TP top, they know he can't get out. That's actually a really good heads-up play there from Crystallize.
Should get more help from his teammates now, though. With the bottom tower down, Slark should have a lot of safety to just do whatever he needs. Speed up his farm, get to whatever item he decides to go for. And if the enemy team pushes too far up, that's when you can maybe rotate over. Otherwise, in the meantime, just direct the attention to mid, to the enemy safe lane. Looks like mid needs it right now. Ooh, sneaky. Immediate smoke. He's got a
Kinda
shield room
like
too.
that. Yeah, they're just going to come top, look for this Bloodseeker who doesn't have Rupture at the moment. If you catch him on the Magnetize roll, you might be able to just finish him to follow it up with like the Calling. Oh, here we go. Roll actually off the mark. Does get the Magnetize and the Shield or Starbreaker as well. It's enough damage to finish the job. And now looking for Krekker as well. Should be a double kill for the side of Night Pulse. Goes to Devi Llama once again.
6-1-0 now.
Yeah, he is
Top net worth.
4,800 net worth at 9 minutes. And that is
What's he
with
gonna
that
go
death.
for? Blade mail into
Dire's
pipe.
structures are fortified.
I mean, blade mail's pretty normal. I find the pipe kind of interesting.
I think
guess
just
it
for
does.
Tiny,
Dire's top
like might be
tower
enough
is
to
under
save some
attack.
heroes.
Yeah, Tiny and Bedlam.
I mean, it's the build we keep seeing,
Dire's
right?
top tower
Because like,
has fallen.
if a magic damage hero initiates on you and you just pop blade mail pipe, like what do they do?
Yeah, Bloodseeker's also going for Radiance, so actually that'll also help a lot there.
I mean, I will say already, Night Pulse is in a really, really good spot this game. Your Slark is having a fantastic start, which is exactly what needs to happen. You came out super far ahead on top lane. Your Dawnbreaker is going to be able to contribute a lot. And if you cannot blow up the Slark, he will always win in these late game fights. So a lot of pressure on the Slark to not lose this momentum early. And he just needs to keep farming.
Okay, but how do you think it's going to look in 45 more minutes?
Yeah, we'll see.
An amplified damage rune onto Earth Spirit. Put some pressure into the mid lane. You need a lot of heroes to come over to defend that. For now, it looks like maybe they're going to try to make a play top instead. Baiting Krekker on the gyro.
Oh, Rupture is out. Oh, we're going to look
He's
mid
just
lane, though.
immediately TPing out. Oh, Brambles catches him actually in the top lane.
Okay, I
Dire's
mean,
middle tower has fallen.
they're
Mid's
taking. They're not going to
cured.
get the kill.
Dawnbreaker
okay.
ult actually came in and saved it. I
Wow.
don't know who baited who in the end. Baits all over the place.
That's wild. I mean, amplify damage on the Earth Spirit. He just crushed that tower mid, no problem at all. They get the kill onto the gyrocopter. And they are very much just chilling.
What's Slark going for? Diffusal or Sandan Yasha? I mean, both, but looks like he's going to get Sanj and Yash at first. I guess that makes sense versus the Rupture. It's a little less aggressive potential, but important for keeping himself alive. Also prevents being chain stun potentially between like Avalanche and some other stuff, and you should be able to press your either ultimate and or Dark Pack to make sure you're getting out alive.
I mean, the other big thing is just Rupture. At no point in the game is he threatened by Bloodseeker's Rupture once he has SNY. Like, that is like the big, like one of the big counters to the Bloodseeker eventually, is the duration just gets reduced so heavily, and you can just Shadow Dance and dodge out all of the damage. And we're going to see a fight here in the mid lane. Terrorize connects onto the Earth Spirit. Call Down is going to do a lot of work, but a roll to dodge out some of the damage. Desire. That pierce the veil. They turn back. Ravage connects onto the supports, but Dawnbreaker is nearby. Warwick, he's got some damage as well. The turnaround now onto the Tide. The toss ends up getting him out, but the Magnetize is out from Warwick. They're going to say, all right, you save Tide. We will take down this Tiny instead. Kills going the way of the Slark now. A 3,000 gold lead for Night Pulse. They're in a position to run away with this game.
It's actually such a fortunate sequence of events in terms of getting the Tide out. Tiny still ended up paying the price, but the roll could have hit the Tiny and made that kill a lot more straightforward, but it still hit the Tide, and then Tide still gets tossed out. So
yeah.
Best case scenario for them. But Slark is now what? That's his first permanent Agi stack of many in the next 55-minute game.
Oh, God. To be fair, I feel like at this point, I don't think anyone's going to catch the Slark in net worth. We're going to see a roll in from Warwick. They found the Tide again. The Mage Slayer will help reduce some of this damage, but here comes the pounce once again from the Slark, and as a result, you are an Essence Shift battery, my friend. That is another one going the way of the Slark.
14 stacks for the
Courier
Slark.
as well.
Killed.
Should guarantee a free Wisdom Rune for Night
Another
Pulse.
Wisdom Rune. They've gotten all 4 of them this
Radiant's
game.
middle tower is under
Or I guess
attack.
3 at the moment. Maybe the Gyro can steal it. Nah, he's already TPing back on the Jakiro. Gyrocopter's gonna get found. Pounce connects. Can't escape again. Another kill for the Slark.
I can't hear you.
You gotta sort of try that. You can't lose 4 Wisdom Runes by 14 minutes. I mean, you can. You have. But you gotta try not to. And he had a haste, so best odds of surviving, even though he's doing that in the day.
Yeah, the XP difference is absolutely nuts so far in this game.
Yeah, we have both supports for Night Pulse are level 9, and we have Dark Willow at level 6, and then Krekker on the Gyros at level 7. So pretty rough spot to be a support right now on Passion UA.
Well,
Bloodseeker Radiance timing is also going to be quite slow. It'll still be okay once he gets it in terms of fighting power, but his farming speed is much slower. Like, usually you'd have it already, and then maybe be keeping up with some of these other heroes.
I really like this Slark build. I mean, SNY is done. He can now look for his next item, which could honestly just be Ags or Diffusal if he wants to go back for it, but he's got plenty of options this game. He could honestly just go BKB if he wants, but I think, yeah, he's got Diffusal queued up, and then the Shard, and then a Satanic. I don't know if I don't agree with the Satanic item, but
I mean, he certainly won't die with that.
they will know about the ward on the high ground there. Slark's passive is broken, but there is no one with a sentry, so they will have to come back for it.
Is under attack.
If they had a sentry up there, they could have checked with Ice Beam, right?
Invisibility. Thanks a lot.
I don't know.
Maybe they just don't care.
Yeah, I mean, they're just like, let him have the vision.
Balance.
There's an Atos already done on Desire for the Muerta. He is having a great game. Pipe now done on the Dawnbreaker. Crystallize getting hunted by Warwick here. Magnetizes out. Dawnbreaker doesn't quite connect immediately, but they will very much have no problem finishing off that kill. Wow, that is a lot of damage.
Radiant's middle tower.
Did he have
is
his
under
radiance?
attack.
Oh, it continues to delay his radiance. This is so slow. It's gonna be 18 minutes maybe by the time he finally gets it.
Niche has a blink, but what a dead shot. Atos now out. Slark is here. This will be another dead hero for UA. And with this, Slark up to, I think, his 4th permanent Aegis. Like, they do get the Dawnbreaker top. That's actually a fantastic kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's about 1,000 gold for Divine Llama's kill streak. He's at 8, 1, and 2 before that death. Pretty big kill to get.
Radiant are scanning.
Orc's getting a BKB. It's a pretty fast BKB. Once he has that, he can ignore so much of the damage from Passion UA. Just feel free to go straight in on all of these fights. Scout and Kobold taken out. Best use of the Kobolds. If you have him follow you for money, that is a massive waste.
I agree. Smoked up from Night Pulse here once again. They are going to go right back to the top side of the map where they believe this Bloodseeker is farming, and well, they would be correct. Will they actually find him, though? Crystallize? Oh, smoke pop. Warwick knows he's here somewhere, gets the connection onto the stun, and the TP immediately canceled. They know there is no shot of saving this Bloodseeker. He is getting completely punished this game. And the 5th stack now for the Slark as they push their advantage up to 7,000 now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright, we've seen this before. What does Night Pulse need to genuinely close out this game?
They just need, like,
Dire's top tower is
BKB
under
on the
attack.
Earth Spirit. Slark needs his Diffusal and probably Axe. And I would like to see a Roshan. Oh, that was weird. Divine Llama start... What? He's like animation is going really buggy. I don't know what that was. But, well, another kill for the Slark.
Dire are scanning.
Like, you just have to not let Passion UA get out on the map. Like, you can just continue to play aggressive because of it being, you know, Slark.
Sounds good to me. The Diffusal's on his way, so solo kills about to start popping off for him.
Wow, he already has BKB on her Spirit. Well, that'll do quite a bit.
Dire's
Pipe
bottom
is
tower
nearly done on the
under
Tide
attack.
Hunter. There it is. Bottom lane Tormentor trying to be sniped here. They kill the Gyro in the
Wow.
process. and will
Dawnbreaker
back
ult
away.
giving Dawnbreaker ult giving vision of the Gyro waiting in his base, and they said no, you can't
Is that what
watch
it
us
was?
from your base, and they just dive him in there.
They
It does
dropped
kind
a
of cost them the
couple wards.
Tormentor though. They don't feel comfortable until Earth Spirit gets here, which that is now fresh BKB ready to go.
And they have the ward scouting this. They see everything coming in, and it wouldn't surprise me if they try to make a play around it. Earth Spirit gets tossed in, just gets BKB, magnetized, and has to leave. Warwick takes a lot of damage off of this. And they are now going to try and get aggressive on the side of Passion UA. Terrorize cancels the Dawnbreaker. She has ult, but no mana quite yet.
Silence.
The silence is there.
Did she get
She's
out?
actually perfectly healthy. And now the Slark comes in, takes down one, shadow dances, trying to find another. The Ravage does manage to stop Slark for the moment, but this guy is about to run away with the fight. The Tiny stuck inside the Dawnbreaker ult. This game is looking really rough for Passion UA. A triple kill for Slark. He's gonna claim himself another here in just a matter of moments. There's the Ultra. What's he at stack-wise? Like 30 in this fight?
Dude, that's 30 exactly, and
Is it
11
re-
permanent stacks.
Yeah.
I can't believe you were counting attacks at all time.
I-
Very
I'm
impressive,
so
Ricky.
good. Yeah,
Is
how'd you
under
know?
attack.
Yeah,
Slark usually not the best at doing Roche, but when you have 30 free stacks, there you go. Now you suddenly have the damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
Yep. Looking very good. I'm assuming now after the defusal, he will pick up his shard because it is just very good for your team to have. But he will have an Aegis now for the next 5 minutes. We have not seen them really be able to put a dent in this Slark's game at all.
I am curious. We had some first blood exchanges. I thought it might balance out Dawnbreaker and Bloodseeker both getting kills, but does not seem to have done that. Dawnbreaker had such a great start, and we find ourselves now 22 minutes in, 12k lead for Night Pulse. A lot of that is the Dawnbreaker being very active with the strong start.
Yeah.
But we never really got to see the Bloodseeker counter pick come into play, and instead it's a very late Radiance, now working on a BKB, but I don't know. He'll probably finish the BKB. I don't expect him to finish much more before the game's over. I said that the last couple times, though, and we ended up going quite late.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Tier 2 going down on the bottom side.
Oh, I forgot they never actually did the Tormentor here because of everything that went on.
Oh, that's right. That's kind of funny. I mean, so they get it now, surely. Well, Slark is
Not the
really bad at
fastest.
Tormentor.
Yeah, he's got no extra stacks to help him out with this.
He's just whacking away, and he's like, huh, I'm not doing anything. This is one of the other reasons Slark is just not that often picked. Unless it's a really good Slark game. And I mean, there you go. It ends up being a really good Slark game as long as they are able to shut down the Bloodseeker. And because of how well this offlane did, this Slark is crushing it.
Dude, the Satanic. I don't know if you can kill him anymore. I mean, it's not done yet. He's gonna get the
actually going
Satanic,
for it.
though. Here's the thing, right? I feel like the only way he really dies is getting caught by a silence. And now you'll have a dispel for that. You're very tanky thanks to the Satanic, and then you can just activate it to heal while taking damage. I just don't. How do you ever kill that?
I mean, I guess Diffusal's gonna catch Crystallize, silence into the boulder kick. We've seen this one before. Godlike spree now for the Slark.
Straight TP bottom, no space given.
They have no idea this Tiny's actually behind the tower farming. They have a good ward that's actually revealing some of these heroes here on Passion Yue. As they're trying to go for the Tormentor, they get it. The roll's gonna come in. Actually, randomly connecting with that Dark
really
Glow on
want
the
those
backside,
supports back
but
there.
he's not gonna get him. Yeah, Curse Crown. Oh, it stuns up the Slark. That's a rough one. Ice Path does connect. The roll in as well. Kicks him to the low ground. You are not making it back to your base today. Not happening, Tidehunter. Another kill going into the Slark's bounty. Beyond godlike. Way too many stacks to deal with. Is that 10 permanent Agi stacks now?
More,
13. Okay.
That's where Kraken Shell kind of backfires. Other offlaners would have just died sooner, but instead Slark gets, maybe 10 extra stacks thanks to the damage block.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So you can get to work on a tier 2 tower. Ooh, he hits fast and hard.
Yeah, that is a dead tower with the Satanic being done. You got to be very worried here. He's going to have this nighttime bonus vision as well as it just hits 26 minutes. And, well, he's looking for the Dark Willow. She's going to pop the Bedlam. Not a whole lot she can do to actually stop this. Tries her best to buy out some time, but still ends up getting the kill in the end. And, well, Muerta, she has found the Gyrocopter. Missile comes out. Ice Path is there. Another pounce from the Slark. And another kill on the Passion UA's supports.
Is under attack.
Looking around down here. I don't think he can actually solo kill any of the heroes here.
Nah, probably not.
Just dealing with the waves.
Might be
Oh,
able
he
to
does
force
have
Crystallize.
Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, it's like might be able to force the BKB because of the Dawnbreaker. Roll's gonna connect. Dawnbreaker's gonna come in. She has an Axe. He's super dead.
Dire's top
Whoa.
tower is under attack.
I did not realize Divine Llama had an Axe. All right, and well, Tidehunter pops the dead in the water, but all right, that kick actually kind of griefing Slark a little bit there. He has to turn around to finish off the anchor, but still ends up getting the kill. This game is over. I mean, there's still like a potential like Giga throw that can come out from Night Pulse, but I just don't know how Passion UA find any way back into this.
Do you think he can maintain permanent stacks to match the net worth advantage? So he's at like 16 right now for a 16k lead. Can he keep that growing? He needs a 17th stack right now.
I mean, there's going to be a fight that breaks out. He's going to walk away with like another 3 or 4 stacks. Ward
This is
Sentry
pretty
drop on
much
the left
it.
side, maybe looking for a wraparound, but yeah, this is, you got to do something here.
Oh,
They try to
that's
go
the
for a
wrong
rupture toss
target.
back, but a really nice ice path, and well, Shadow Dance comes through. In comes the Dawnbreaker ult, the full team being healed off, and Gyro is going to buy back into this game, look for his opening Crystallize, forced a BKB and disengage. Night Pulse, they're perfectly healthy. Slark getting to work here once again. The pounds onto the Tidehunter.
45
The stacks are adding up. The Ravage connects. Does he have a Satanic still? He does. He's just going to continue the chase. They cannot get away from this Slark. He's going to get tossed deep into the enemy front line, but do they have the damage to actually kill the Slark? I don't know. He's just healing there, it seems. He pops a Death Pact. Or Dark Pact, Dark Shroud, I don't know. He's over there doing his own thing. He's coming back into frame now.
He's hitting 300 damage 28 minutes in with the amount of stacks he has. It is just so hard to fight this guy.
So Rupture Tossback was actually a really good idea if they managed to do it. Depth Shroud's going to bail Warwick out as continues to go aggressive here on the Slark. They do manage to isolate the Tiny. He's dead. There is going to be a Rupture once again, but there you go. In comes the ult from the Slark. Satanic gets popped. He's trying to heal this one up. He actually needs some help. The Dawnbreaker's got to get in range. She's not going to make it. Slark finally dies. Going in a little bit too deep. The Desire, the support of this Muerta trying to finish off this Bloodseeker. Can't do it. Now Divine Llama needs to be the next one to disengage. Bit off more than you could chew on the side of Night Pulse.
I don't even know how Desire got back there. What the heck?
I don't know either.
Just popped out. He had the Silver Edge. Someone just killed the Gyro with it.
They're gonna roll in. Warwick, he's got Magnetized. Crystallize needs to get this kill or else he's gonna die. Oh my goodness. A Starbreaker at the last second. You're gonna get the double kill here on Niche, and your Tiny is getting a little bit of help here in this game, but that hurts.
That is
At least a hold.
essential to maintain the permanent Agi stacks being greater than the net worth goal lead. They just dove too hard. I don't know. You just gotta like chill and hit buildings. They got a little too excited. Felt they had too many Slark stacks. They went way overboard. Finally did get the Rupture Toss combo that messed up at the start of that siege, but Rupture so low cooldown and they were living in their base so long that they got to try a second time, and it worked that time.
True. Yeah, the Rupture Toss combo is quite nice. This is kind of where I was like, maybe having a BKB would be better than the Satanic, but the Satanic did get a lot of value in some of these engagements, and wow, he's going Orchid next. I feel like I would just tank up on the Slark a little bit, but Orchid we go. Like, I have Scotty, seems pretty good. You know, if you don't want to go the Ags. Which I can understand not wanting to go Ags against a Bloodseeker, right? If you get Ruptured and you pounce, you, like, kind of just die. So. Aegis number 2 is going to go the way of Night Pulse. It doesn't look like Passion UA want to contest this at all. Aegis for the Slark now. That's going to mean Roshan's banner as well. And with this, they can try and take their second lane of barracks.
Dire are scanning.
Just also maybe some of the reason why he can go for the Orchid, a little greedier of an option, just because you have 2 lives to play around with anyways.
Earth's bounty.
Top tower's the one that is already about a third health down, so I think you just see what this 32-minute rune is, make your way top. Regen, maybe not the greatest for the high ground siege, not too bad for Warwick. You need another successful hold.
We've
Oh,
seen
the
this
pounce.
before. Yeah, Pounce comes in. Dawnbreaker to follow and crystallize. Opting not to waste the BKB. Well, mid lane, Warwick being a little bit of a nuisance here. Mistimes his roll though, so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Backdoor goes down. Time to get to work. Backdoor's back up. What the heck? Where did the creep go?
Radiant's top tower is under
I
attack.
actually don't know. The creep lane top is all the way at the tier 2. I thought they had creeps coming mid, but
Me too. It went
apparently
down.
not.
Am I crazy? Well, it went down again now
Radiant's
as the
top
mid creeps
tower
get
is
here.
under
So
attack.
now back to work.
yeah, try not to get double terrorized here if they can avoid it. They're gonna get to work on the second lane of barracks. Again, the banner is available if they want to drop it, but
Dire's top
I don't have any creeps that'll take advantage of it anyway. So
Radiant's bottom tower is under
with
attack.
this, the creep wave coming in just a second into the mid lane. Should break the backdoor protection.
Are scanning.
Actually pops Satanic there to heal off the wave, so they will back away instead.
I'm just trying to brainstorm what you can do here.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
It needs to be more rupture tosses. That's about it. But it doesn't even work into the Aegis.
Oh, I'm so
So I
glad
guess-
he's going Eye of Scotty now.
Guess you just got to keep creep cutting and dragging out this game until the Aegis is down, and then hope you get a avalanche toss, or sorry, a rupture toss.
Someone looked at the Slark on his team and was like, bruh, just get a BKB and a Scotty. And they're like, all right, I won't cook some weird build.
I have to
He knows there's
triangulate
a
the
ward here
wards.
somewhere.
The hardest part for Slark players.
Okay,
It's
he
not a
knows,
creep.
he knows it's not on the high ground. He should have a pretty good idea of where it is. Oh, they just have a gem. I'm like, where's the gem here? It's not on the high ground. You saw it not pop like 4
Dude,
times.
carry players and figuring out wards.
Dude, they
If
have
you
no
play
idea.
pubs and a carry player pings a ward spot, they're wrong 90% of the time.
Dude, I will say I am very good at dewarding with Slark. It's like one of the few things I've practiced quite a bit. But I also used to play a lot of 4 positions, so I kind
There
of
you
have an
go.
idea of where wards want to go.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
And just like that, second lane of barracks is down. Already pushing in bottom with the Dawnbreaker, of course, and she can play away from her team. 55 seconds left on this Aegis. And again, the only real thing they have to worry about is the Rupture Tossback. That is the whole play.
How long's on this Aegis? 30 seconds.
Well, Slark is in deep. I don't know what's going on up there, but appears to be
Just
fine.
playing with his health, knowing he's got the Aegis.
Well,
He's not regenning because it took too much health.
Oh, he has
He's
there. It's just a
Satanic up.
Satanic. Okay, that's fine. He has 20 permanent Agi stacks. I did not realize it was that many.
That's a lot.
There's a Silver Edge on the Muerta, dude. That is wild. They're gonna just roll in aggressively. Who do they find? Looks like it's gonna be the Tiny, and with the damage from the Muerta to follow it up, the Dawnbreaker as well slams down inside their base. The Slark catches a full terrorize. A huge ult, though, from the Jakiro is going to burn down the Bloodseeker. Dawnbreaker bailed out by the Death Shroud, and now they turn it around, going aggressive. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit soloing off the entirety of Passion UA's backline. And here comes the Slark, looking to find more of these Essence Shift stacks. Gets himself a double kill. Tidehunter and Tiny, the only survivors, but for how long?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures.
Lark doesn't have too many stacks, but I mean, he's just farmed enough. He'll get through your towers. They're gonna have to buy back. Oh no, actually, that's the Earth Spirit buyback coming in to close the game
Tiny
out.
is super dead.
So dead.
Yeah, they just GG out. Atos comes out from Desire, locks him down, and that is it. Night Pulse will take the series 2-1. Congratulations to them, and they will be moving themselves directly into the grand finals.
A lot of back and forth on this one. I would not be surprised to see Passion UA make it back through the lower bracket, and then who knows, right? I don't feel this was a definitive win for Night Pulse. They certainly had to work for it. This last game, though, I think the first two were warm-ups, maybe, I don't know, but they really pulled it together in this game 3 here. A good draft, strong lane performances, and then no throws this time. Okay, maybe a little one in the deep
base.
Yeah, dragged it out maybe an extra 5 minutes or something, but for the most part, to get to that point, pretty cleanly done. Played the heroes well. Maybe gotta be a little careful on the closing in the future. I'm sure they'll talk about that before tomorrow.
Agreed. I think the biggest problem ended up being this offlane Dawnbreaker Muerta just did way too much. And again, it's like anytime I see Dawnbreaker plus another aggressive hero, I feel like if you do not have a stun in your lane, you're setting yourself up for failure. Either a stun or some sort of like defensive ability to get away from them. And we see the Dawnbreaker just absolutely crush the early game and gets like a quick level 6. She ults bottom, gets a double kill, and just goes back top. Like, there's so much that she enabled around the map, and Sark was already having a decent time in lane. And when you have your other lanes go this well, it feels impossible to get back when a Sark controls the whole map like this.
Yeah, very, very tough to come back, which I do wonder, you change up the First Bloods, how different does that lane look? Because clearly both teams thought Bloodseeker was a reasonable response to the Dawnbreaker, and I wanted to see it come into action just because I don't really know that counter pick. Unfortunately, didn't really get to see it here. Dawnbreaker got the First Blood. Bloodseeker did get a kill, but it's not worth as much. Maybe that made all the difference because it does feel like Defy Llama had a hell of a game here, number 3. Perfect time to do so to clinch the grand finals for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, congratulations to Night Pulse, and we will see them in 2 days in the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it tomorrow? It is in 2 days, right? I don't think they run all 3 series tomorrow.
In 2 days. We're gonna finish the lower bracket. I mean, not us specifically, but
yeah,
you guys are gonna tune in tomorrow to see the lower bracket finish up, and then another day it'll be the best of 5 grand finals with Night Pulse and someone, maybe Passion UA. I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's either Passion UA, Navi Jr., or Jiggling, which we actually saw Jiggling earlier, and they looked really good. So it should be an exciting last 2 days of CCT Series 6. It's been a fun one. It's been a good day. So we want to say thank you all so much for tuning in, as always. And I think that's going to do it for Zach and myself. We will see you all next time. But as always, have a wonderful night.